orgasm that he experiences vicariously every time he watches people cooking these days, which I think is not healthy for his long-term weight, but who am I to judge? We're live streaming now, by the way. So, okay then, I'll leave you two at it. So you can now present the question that you did before that got Derek started so enthusiastically on talking about food. Honey, Selena.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically what I asked Derek is that, what did I ask? Have you learned any new recipe that, you like? Share that. And, as Douglas just mentioned, is that, food porn is better than regular porns. So I think it's healthy.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you say so, honey. I mean, personally, I think that...
Oh, no. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, I'm learning different barbecue methods, and I'm also learning different tricks when it comes to creating hamburgers. You know what I'm saying? Just a bunch of little tricks, secret recipes, what spices go with what. I'm picking up a lot of different stuff, a lot of different tricks, what a roux is, how to make a roux. Make your own macaroni and cheese by creating your own cheese stock. A lot of tricks, getting it in the box. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody makes their own. So all the restaurants that get featured, like on diners, drive-ins, and dives, they all make their own everything. Nothing's frozen. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You buy it, you cook it, you eat it. That's the best way to go.
Now I catering today from a place called Slick Pig.
You buy it, you cook.
They're one of the best barbecue joints in this part of Tennessee, as far as their pulled pork, and then their chicken wings. Their chicken wings are smoked, and even before I lost my taste buds, I always thought those smoked chicken wings were just a little bit too salty. I went to a retirement get together today. I got a coworker that's been at the job for 30 years. So after 30 years, he's retiring on Friday. And so I went down, to say goodbye to him and everything. Since I'm not back at work, I haven't seen him at work. So this is like the first time I've seen him in about 5 months. So I just went over to say goodbye to him, and the job threw him a little get together, and that brought some catering.
So when you say goodbye, what is it like? You're not gonna see the person for a long time, and then like saying goodbye, and that's about it, or you will see them, socialize them,
saying goodbye, and then, just eating a meal with them and stuff. They bought him a cake, and the present that the job bought him was like a weed whacker. So I don't know why they bought him that, unless that's what he asked for. But now he's gonna. I said, so what you gonna do on your retirement? He says nothing. I'm just gonna sit home and relax. So he deserves it.
Well, that's the whole idea for retirement. You just sit down and do nothing.
Well, it can be. Of course, there are other people who consider it a time to come alive and really come into themselves. But I think Derek Talley is right now pioneering the other method that the other gentleman has just shared with us. Yes, the stay-at-home method, where he kind of does what he does and dreams about becoming a chef. I mean, yes.
Not a bad idea, if you can master that. It's not that hard. You just see it and you mimic everything and just make your own recipe, and then it's a Derek's recipe or something.
There we are, Derek's recipe. Oh my God.
And I'm not into the hot chicken. Here in Nashville, they keep featuring the hot chicken in the hot chicken places. That's the only thing I really don't like. I mean, even one of my favorite places to eat in Chicago, Harold's Chicken branched out and started putting branches in other places across the United States, including Atlanta, Georgia, and Nashville, Tennessee. So I was excited to see that they have Harold's Chicken in Nashville. So I have me a little taste of Chicago whenever I go downtown there. But they're making hot chicken at one now. They didn't have the hot chicken in Chicago, so it must be, unless they're doing it now, it must be just a Nashville thing. But I'm not into hot chicken. That's our staple. That's what, like Philly's known for the cheese steak, and North Carolina is known for the low country boil. Well, Nashville is known for the hot chicken, but I'm not really into the hot chicken.
Really, I didn't know that. I know Chicago is for deep dish pizza. New York is also pizza. And what else? I don't know about San Francisco much.
Well, honey, yes, I'm, I know what I know, but I'm not exactly the culinary expert that my gang brother is. He's the one who became a sous chef, which I always joked it means that he's the one they sue whenever somebody gets sick. But aside from that, I definitely feel that, both of you can go on talking. You're both doing well, and thank you.
And also, I got my prize, my 5-year anniversary prize, which is a boombox with a Bluetooth. So now, like when I'm going back and I'm reviewing the Douglas Dietrich show, instead of just playing it through the speaker on my phone, I can play it through my little boombox there.
Wonderful. That's delightful. I'm surprised you didn't have one before, honestly. But I'm sorry. Go on, Selena. By the way, Selena's having some breakup problems. Let me take a look at the Skype here, see what we've got going. So Selena, you're having a few transmission problems. Hopefully that smooths out. And but keep on talking, and we'll see if we can hear you. At least she's still registering as
Selena.
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
Man, everybody's breaking up. I hope people can hear myself.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Douglas.
Okay, good. Thank you. Because I can't hear either one of you too good. You're there we are, honey. So, still trying.
Yeah. Couldn't find any reliable news articles today. Mm-hmm. I went searching through some of my regular spots to get some news, and I'm not seeing anything that not seeing anything.
Last time I checked, the fire on that aircraft carrier was still fucking burning. So that's
that same one.
Yeah, the same one. They're taking forever to get it under control. Let's see if Selena's still with us on the. So look, there we are, honey. Yeah, keep talking because you're having a lot of breakup, but keep talking. Oh man.
You're breaking up still.
Hopefully that settles down. It's just the way things are. Hopefully it'll reestablish itself. Or the band. Yes, honey?
No.
There we are.
Oh, you can.
A little bit. Sounds very tiny and tinny, but hopefully that changes. And gosh, because I so wanted to catch up with her, and hopefully we can do that tonight with everything that's been going on with her. I definitely owe her so much. I want people to understand that too. Okay, go and post this. Alright, so we're taking care of things in record time. I was hoping the two of you could, of course, burn bandwidth while I relaxed, but if she's breaking up like that, there we are.
Derek, what else? Oh gosh. Can you hear me?
I can. We can hear you now.
What about Selena? Can you hear me?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, Selena, we can hear you, but it's the breakup is still going on. But keep trying. It should, I hope, get better. I pray.
Where is which one? What city and town? No, I was asking about the airplane crash. Where was it? I don't hear those. I'd be hearing it first, maybe. So I don't watch anything.
Okay.
This is my the only place I hear. But so what I was saying is that the airplane. Oh God.
Yeah, we're hearing you. Something about the airplane. I mean, did you get the impression we were talking about an airplane? I was talking about an aircraft carrier that was burning. That was
it was in San Diego, a naval base in San Diego.
Right. So, Lena, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yeah, we hear you much better now.
I can hear everybody.
Thank God.
Hi, Derek and Selena and Douglas.
Yes,
I
honey.
think my end
Hello.
is fine. I'm on my phone. I'm on my smartphone.
Okay.
So.
And I'm so glad that the three of you are here. And the biggest problem we've been having for a little while is Selena breaking up. I'm hoping that will stabilize as we go on.
So, Derek, what else is Neil about your treatment that you wanted to go for us? Oh my God! Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just a little bit staticky.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a lot better than before, honey. So keep talking, Selena. Yeah.
What were you asking me, Selena?
She was asking about something.
We don't hear anything now.
Okay. So do me a favor, Lena, and you and Derek burn bandwidth. I want to say hello to Maria Michaela Grigorich. The lovely Madam Maria Grigorich is with us. Hey, honey.
Hi, Maria.
Yeah, love you, Maria. So what I'm going to do is let the twain of you talk. We've got 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Lena and Derek are going to hold as best they can, and I want Selena to keep trying to talk. And,
yeah, it should be. Why not?
Oh, there you are. There you are, honey. So Selena, go ahead and talk to Lena and Derek. I'll be back in about 7 minutes. I'm just going to, take care of some stuff, make certain everything is, tidy. And I'll be back in about 7 to 8 minutes and then open up the show at the top of the hour. But I'm hoping everybody will take us to the top of the hour by talking about different things. Selena started off by asking Derek about his new food porn addiction. And we went from there. So maybe you can take it in a different direction with Selena. And Derek is welcome to interject. I'll be back. I'm going to go mute. And my love to all. And my thanks for everyone's patience. All right. Mute.
Okay. I wanna say prayer request for JMO, because he just emailed me a couple hours ago saying he's having a medical issue right now with a hand sanitizer that had methanol in it. So he said he might have to go to the hospital.
No. Hey, Leila. How are you?
I hope he's okay. What?
Oh, Selena was just asking how you were, and I was still here to hear that. So yes, by all means, we'll need to bring that up at the top of the hour when we're officially transmitting as a prayer request, and I can do that again when I do the solicitation.
Okay.
So thank you for bringing that to my attention. There are a lot of people who are having problems with the hand sanitizer that has that particular ingredient in it, and it's killed a number of people. So he can't take a risk. He needs to. Go to a hospital, and that way he can do what's needed and have what needs to be done. Okay, I'll be back in about 7 minutes. All right? Okay. 7, 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
So hopefully by the time, he's at the hospital right now getting it taken care of as soon as possible. So hope he's okay. And well, Selena, how have you been? I haven't talked to you in it seems like forever. So, I don't know if her audio is working or not, but Derek, what's up with you? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I was telling Douglas and Selena earlier that I went to a retirement party, little get together at my job today. One of my coworkers is retiring after 30 years of service on the job, So he's
Yeah.
gonna. He decided to hang it up
Yeah.
and go retire. It's about time. So I asked him what he's gonna do in his retirement. He said nothing.
Say that again, Selena. It's kind of breaking up still. Can you try again? Now we don't hear anything.
Yeah,
you try-
usually when it goes this long, I wonder if she can hang up and call and then dial back in.
I mean,
or unless she's in a bad spot.
Sometimes also, like if there's a Wi-Fi, like I actually had to turn off my Wi-Fi connection on my phone for it to stop breaking up. So I don't know if it's an issue like with that going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially if you have a bad service.
Okay, so I think she might try calling back, or we'll try calling her back. So anyway, until we get her back on the line, Derek. Oh, did you last time we were on air? I haven't had a chance to finish listening to it yet, but did you talk about that video of Obama slamming Trump? I thought that was a pretty good video.
No, I didn't say anything about it.
Oh, okay, because I saw that in the messages the other day. I thought that was pretty good when Obama was talking about how bad Trump was, and such a trade best. He kept saying how Trump was having this bromance with Putin, and
that's right.
It was American president to be acting like this way. So
right.
I thought that was a pretty good speech that Obama gave about that.
Yeah, well, he was accurate, but then again, he's the one who had Biden as a vice president. So I don't know whether he chose Biden. I don't see any reason why Obama would choose Biden as a vice president. It was probably chosen for him, just like Bush was chosen for Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan didn't want to have Bush as a vice president, but they told him you don't have a choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if it's the same deal to where when they tapped Obama to become president, they said, "Well, this will be your vice president," and he probably didn't have any say in the matter.
Oh yeah. So, Selena, can you try say something now?
Yeah, Lena, I am back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds much better
Yeah,
now.
we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you better
refreshed
now.
my
Uh-oh.
So please continue. So make sure you're still there. So I'm not hearing anything now.
Yeah, me either. Oh, we're back. You're back to breaking up again.
Yeah, now the sound is completely gone, Selena. Oh boy. Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
This router. So, yeah.
Okay, I just heard you say router.
Dogma just mentioned. All right, testing 1 3. Can you hear? Oh my God.
Yeah, I can kind of hear you.
Maybe
Not
I'm
really.
too close to my phone speaker because I put it on speaker. So am I too close, creating echoes? I don't know.
Oh, maybe you should take it off the speakerphone and then just hold it close by.
Okay, all right, I'll do that.
That's much better. Yeah, right now you sound good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what about now?
Yeah, it's good. So yeah, Selena, tell me how everything's been with you, because I haven't talked to you in forever.
I know you are so busy and all this, and
You are
I've been
too,
working as well. So my work is always while I was talking here, ever since I started, I probably did some work as well, just testing information and all this. So just busy and all this. Are you back to work?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, so when like what is happening? Like, are you gonna open up? People are gonna open up business in your town?
Yeah, people have already started opening up businesses, but I chose not to open mine yet, and part of that is because like, well, I just kind of want to play it on the safe side. So, I mean, I could open now if I wanted to, but we were probably gonna wait like I was probably gonna wait until the end of the month and see what the situation is, because like some places that already reopened had to close again because like staff were getting infected with COVID-19. So like a lot of like some of the restaurants and bars that reopened had to close again, and like a couple massage spots had to close too after reopening because they got positive.
They closed
COVID.
because is it them that decided, or it's the city is mandating that they should close, or it's optional?
Well, that's a good question. I think that if the staff tested positive for COVID-19, I think they were forced to close, because if it was like a restaurant or a bar and the staff tested positive, then all the other staff had to go into quarantine.
Right. Okay.
2 weeks, so that's why they had to close. It's like just temporary.
Okay, I'm going to officially start the program now. We're at the top of the hour. I want to
Okay.
thank everyone. You've done a marvelous job, obviously, of holding it. I don't know what you said while I was gone, but I know you were burning bandwidth. So I love you all and deeply appreciate you beyond my ability to express. And with that, we're going to start the opening hour of Critical Omissions for tonight. We're going to allow the manager, Selena Shea, to dominate the time that she has with us. Selena Khan will be following up after that to take us through the following hour. And around 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we're going to bring on Peter Moon, and that won't be till 10 p.m. And so he's listening in the meantime, and or will be tuning in soon enough. Definitely, I want to thank Daniel Arola. Daniel Arola has been sending me some communique in Skype. I haven't even had a chance to open the messages. So my profoundest apologies to Daniel Arola, the maestro at Kali Combatives, and I want to let him know I will be getting to those. It's been very busy over the past several days for a number of reasons that I'll make apparent in some ways. But we'll start off, of course, by easing in with tonight with Lena Shea. Now I'm going to repeat a mass prayer request for Jameson Reese in Staten Island, New York, after I deliver solicitation, which won't be until after Peter Moon leaves us around midnight Eastern Daylight Time. But our lady Lena Shea will be bringing it up briefly to introduce herself with that, and I do want people to understand that this is one of those challenges that I would face if I were baseline human, just dealing with maybe sensitivity to certain chemicals, and my mother certainly had such. Jameson Reese, of course, is experiencing some repercussions from that now, and so I do hope he goes. And if anyone has the ability to text him, like Lena, I do suggest you just tell him, just go to the hospital, just go, and by all means, and not dismissively, of course. I know you wouldn't do that, but express it that we are concerned for him and we want him to deal with this and not, wait.
Yeah, I think he already went.
Good.
I think he already went to the hospital.
Good. And let's hope he survives. So everybody do say your prayers, because some people do die from what he's experiencing. So with that, honey, I love you dearly. Go ahead and take over. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure to be here with everybody. So...
Well, the pleasure is ours, and I want to thank Selena Khan for gracing us with her presence tonight, too. I'm so anxious that she's here. She's done so much.
My pleasure. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
And you sound so much better.
Thanks for having me.
Your technical quality of sound is astronomically better, thank God. So I knew things would stabilize once we brought Lena on, because it adds some weight to the bandwidth from the Northeast. So, great. So, Lena, tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, well, I don't know, there's just like so much on my mind that I don't even know where to begin.
Uh-huh.
But I guess I'll just begin with, yes, we want to pray for Jamo that he's safe. And I was emailing him this morning because I was asking him, like, I was asking what he thought about some things that you've been talking about lately on critical missions.
Yes.
So he wrote me a couple emails back that he brought up a lot of good points. So I'm, giving credit to him for bringing a lot of things to mind. Like last time we were talking about Mu.
Yes.
The ancient civilization that sunk on the continent of Mu.
Yeah.
That was a result of the. You said there was a race war going on.
Yes.
And in the race war, like some beings didn't want the races to mix, and then other beings did want to have like kind of more like a cohabitation or a mixing of the different types of races or different species, different sentient species. Not just humans, but like all these different types of beings.
Yes, because humanity has spent a lot of its time on Earth denying the existence of other sentient species, it's very difficult for many people to have the terminology which needs to be used. So one term might be sapients, fellow sapients, which would mean beings that are not human but aware and conscious of themselves. The test of a kind of consciousness that would define intelligence as we define it would be self-awareness to the point where one differentiates or disambiguates oneself from the rest of the cycle of nature. So that would define a kind of sapience, or sophants is another term for it. So you could use the term sapience or sophants or sentience, but these are people of different species who are people that we need to recognize if we're to ever really cohabitate with species that people are popularly attracted to, like Sasquatch or something of that nature. So I throw it back to you with that.
And wouldn't you say that would you say that whales and dolphins are also a form of sentience?
Absolutely, and this is where Brendan Zogit would bring up the positive aspects of Asian Indian culture, because in Asian India, the nation state of Asian India recognizes cetaceans as non-human sentients, meaning that to kill them is murder, is legally defined as murder.
Right.
Yes. So that's Yeah. So please go on. That's an example of where we need to see. We're far behind the Asian Indians in that regard, and I'm hoping that someday we catch up. And so.
Yeah.
Go on.
Because when we were talking about it on Sunday night, it brought a lot to mind. It also brought to mind that interview that you did with Carrie Cassidy on Journeys with Rebecca on Underwater Civilization.
Yes.
From several years ago.
Yes.
So
many years ago.
Yeah, it's already on the website, but I'm gonna pin it back up so that people can find it more easily.
Oh, thank you so much.
Because that was a really good interview, and you were also talking about Mu in that interview too, because there was unidentified submersible objects that were seen, either going into or flying out of the water around the San Francisco Bay Area. I think this was in like 2012 or 2013.
Yes.
Ish.
Yes. Yes, it was.
So you were invited on to talk about that, and you were saying how the sunken continent of Mu and the civilization of Mu still exists to this day.
Yes.
And they're still alive, and they still live there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you were saying how the war is basically ongoing between the you can tell the war is ongoing because of like certain like quote unquote Navy experiments where they just blast, you know, underwater, like these sonar attacks.
Yes.
And you know, blowing up whatever, you know, weapon they have underwater. That's a direct attack on the sentient species that live there, which include the cetaceans and also mermaids, and also the people that live in the Mu civilization, and also any number of other beings and sentience that we don't even know about.
Yes.
You know, there's probably a lot of mysterious different beings that live deep in the ocean that we don't even, there's no way we could even possibly know about it because the oceans are so unexplored.
Yes. Yes. That's quite true. And
yeah.
So
go ahead.
Oh no. Please go on. If you've got other things to add to that, please do. And I you know, need to all the context that can be brought into play here needs to be brought into play. Because
there's also, it also reminded me of this other movie that you were recommending for your followers and fans to watch. That was the evidence found. That was the documentary about mermaids, and the way that the movie was made to look like it was like a fake documentary.
Yes.
And it had like the really cheesy, you know, like fake CGI, like some animated scenes where they have they keep repeatedly showing like a fin flapping against, you know, some window. But besides that, it's based on truth. The documentary is based on real, true life events and real testimonies from these scientists that had the first-hand witness account. I think in the movie they were portrayed as actors and actresses.
Yes.
But I think they were really speaking from their own first-hand experience. But to protect their own identities, they weren't, you know.
They were simply dubbed to be actors and actresses, and the problem with this is that it's created the kinds of problems we have today where people then will say that people who are actually experiencing mass shootings and massacres are essentially crisis actors. It kind of stems from these mockumentary approaches to protecting identity, unfortunately. So there's that's part of the problem with what was done there. So please go on before I start talking about that.
Okay, so yeah, the mermaid documentary, that was also really good. I'll pin that back up on the website too for people to watch.
Yes.
Because in that movie, they had a real life audio recording that Douglas smuggled out of the Presidio. That was audio footage of they had like a buoy. The science researchers had a buoy out in the ocean with audio recording because they were trying to record the voices of the cetaceans talking to each other. Mm-hmm. And while they were recording that, they caught on recording a sonar attack from the Navy. Mm-hmm. And it was really, really disturbing because at first you could hear, you know, like the chitter-chatter of the cetaceans talking to each other, and you could also, the researchers also distinguished voices of another unidentified species that they were saying theoretically they were thinking that was the mermaids that they were hearing on the recording talking to each other. So at first you hear the animals talking to each other and just hanging out, and then you hear this really, really loud "boo," and then everything is just like silent for a second, and then you hear like another big "boo," and you just hear like screaming. Like you can hear all of these people just screaming in pain, just being tortured to death. And then it's like one sonic boom after another. They're just getting hit. It was really, really disturbing. Like, I think I almost cried when I saw that in the movie because I knew it was like that's like a real life attack right there.
Yes.
And so that's what they're doing to these people and other beings that live underwater. And like Douglas was saying in the Carrie Cassidy interview, the ancient civilization of Mu that still lives in the sunken continent and underwater, they're more like they would be considered more like a technological civilization.
Yes.
Like more technologically advanced.
Yes.
And then the mermaids would be considered more like indigenous tribes that live underwater, where they're using like spears and tools to hunt for fish, and they actually collaborate with dolphins and whales too. So they're like more like, you could say, compare it as an analogy, compare it to like indigenous native tribes that live on the surface would be like the mermaids, and then like the more technologically advanced governments and stuff would be more like the Mu civilization.
Yes.
But the U.S. government is waging war against all of them combined, which is just really, really fucked up.
Yes. Yes. Very, very much so, and I appreciate your bringing all of that up, and it's also important. So, in order to clarify or kind of contextualize some of this, one of the terms that again we need to use, because these are relatively new terms to us as common people, not to me, but to people who are just unfamiliar with all of this, it sounds manic. It sounds completely, to those who have just heard what Lena says, when she's relating all of this as quickly as possible without some kind of initial build-up, which was the purpose of, say, for instance, the mockumentary, which I anonymously acted as a consultant for. And they presented it in this forensic manner. And so when they present it in this forensic manner, they present it essentially as a murder mystery, sort of. And this allows people to approach it as this fictive kind of subject, which is then safe for them to absorb. And then they can make their own decisions as to whether it sounds reasonable or not. Now, all of this was the way that many of these documentaries were produced in the 80s that otherwise would never have been produced at all. It was the only way to release the information. There was no choice. It was either that or the information wasn't going to get out at all. But because of the need to add a sense of gravitas, a sense of seriousness, then you had it presented in such a manner that many people began to say, well, we can do that with anything, and then they apply that to something as serious as COVID-19 or mass shootings. The end result is this has basically been a format which, unfortunately, the public did not have the education in critical thinking to absorb in such a manner that it proved constructive. And then what happens is the original releases of this kind of information concerning cryptids or relic populations then gets dismissed. It's lost amidst the more immediate horrors of mass shootings and plague that we're dealing with here on the surface world. But to give people some more context as to why this is still important and not to be forgotten, when Lena Shea brings up the fact that we had the continent of Mu that is acknowledged by geographers and cartographers and geophysicians and scientists of conventional repute, as I said, all of them insist that there is a seventh continent that we have to learn to recognize. And that seventh continent is what they reference for the sake of popular memory, so that people can retain a popular understanding and identification of where it is. They call it Zealandia. Now, Zealandia is a modern term, and it's rather meaningless. But basically, it is an incredible landmass that is a very large continent that is mostly submerged. But the highest part of that continent, essentially what was its former mountain chain, its version of Mount Everest, or a chain like the Himalayas, or the dragon's backbone, the dragon's spine of South America, which lines the entire western coast of Latin America. It was a phenomenon similar to that for the continent of Mu, and is now all that is above waterline, and that is known as New Zealand. Now, people can investigate this. Don't take my word for it. Look this up. not only will you find Zealandia is beyond real and cross-referenced in multiple academic papers, you'll have to ask yourself, okay, why? Why is that counted as a seventh continent when we have what we call continental shelves? And continental shelves are all over the world. You have continental shelves off of anywhere. You're going to have a continental shelf. And so since we have this extended kind of submerged continental extension that is all over the world, and this is why nation states have maritime boundaries. I mean, nations are far larger than they look. It's kind of like some men with penises that look small but grow when they're erect. They're growers as opposed to showers. All nations, except landlocked nations, have far more territory that goes out to sea. And this is to encompass these continental shelves. So what makes Zealandia so special? Why would that stand out? Because Zealandia is an extant continent where scientists basically acknowledge only to themselves there is extant civilization, but it's all under the water. And for that reason, it's a cultural geographic factor that people have to be made to realize there is another continent, so that way when another civilization is finally at some point in history exposed or just inescapable to deny, then they can say, well, see, this is what we've been trying to tell you. And that's covering their ass. But this is kind of like what you would call controlled release of information. Now, if you go beyond that and you take a look at New Zealand, take a look at, again, don't take my word for it. Look this up yourself. When was New Zealand occupied by its indigenous and aboriginal peoples? The Maori. The Maori peoples are latecomers to New Zealand. They came to New Zealand only the merest maybe 1,000 years ago or so. That's nothing in terms of geographic time. In terms of geological time, New Zealand was the uninhabited area of the world. No one occupied New Zealand that is known to anthropologists who was human. In terms of all of the animals that existed on New Zealand, if you look at a natural history of New Zealand was home to supermassive carnivorous birds that would tear people apart within seconds. These were birds the size of Tyrannosaurus rex. These were feathered birds that had supermassive beaks that the New Zealanders had to exterminate in order to even occupy the islands. So those birds were wiped out by the original human invaders, the Maori tribe. That was how they became a warrior culture. And with the annihilation of those carnivorous predatory birds, then very little was left on New Zealand that was what we consider natural today. There's some species, but there's only like one extant natural species of mammal that wasn't introduced. I mean, there's a very bizarre natural history to New Zealand. There is, any scientist will tell you, almost nothing on New Zealand, and then the Maori people invade, eradicate the local ecosphere, and then establish their own, a kind of biological imperialism that enabled them to adapt. Now, 1,000 years later, then the Europeans showed up and did their best to annihilate, exterminate the Maori peoples. That, of course, is no longer ongoing, and the Maori people are trying to re-exert themselves, and that is for the best. But what I'm trying to put into context here is, what then was New Zealand? Why was this enormous landmass? If you take a look at New Zealand, there's more land area in New Zealand than in the United fucking Kingdom. It's bigger than Britannia. Why was it empty? Empty! Unlike Britannia, which was simply unlivable because it was covered in ice sheet and most of the time covered in, during the Ice Age, in so much as to render it uninhabitable that there were no less than 14 separate attempts to colonize the Isles of Britannia from the European mainland, and they all failed. Only the last one succeeded because the Ice Age essentially went into remission. You had a recession of the ice, meaning it withdrew, and for that reason, the last attempt to colonize Britannia succeeded. Now, the Anglian peoples have been there for maybe 1,000, 1,400 years, really, 17,000 at the absolute most. And they are not native to it. And this is of great pain to the British, who have tried to falsely establish themselves as kind of like indigenous peoples to the island of Britain. Now, we know in deep anthropology that when you speak of the fairies throughout Europe, this was a very diminutive species of humanoid. It was like you see some birth defects, as they call them, where you see recessive genes or atavism in some people, where they become, in the past, circus exhibitions, where people were extraordinarily small. Not even midgets or dwarves, but people who they literally named Tom Thumb, and men and women who were the size of almost action figures or ventriloquist dummies. Just a little smaller than ventriloquist dummies and a little larger than action figures. There were once entire populations of such people that were known to the Europeans when they invaded from out of the Indo-European areas, from out of Persia and northern India. When they invaded the continent of Europe, these people were identified as the fairies. And the fairy folk were exterminated. And the last fairy folk to be exterminated on the surface world that humanity knew of hated humanity. Hated humanity to the point where they plagued humanity and struck back and fought back whenever they could, stealing their children out of the cribs. This is how they got the concept of fairies replacing the children with deformed or retarded children that were said to be what they called changelings. This was the kind of horror of race war that went on into literally the 20th century, where people still would speak of such phenomenon in extremely isolated places in Europe, mostly Eastern Europe, by the early 20th century. So when you have that kind
there's this cartoon that my kids like to watch that's all about these fairy people.
Interesting. Yes.
Sorry, I just had to interject there.
Oh yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, and
what were you gonna say?
So what I'm bringing it back to the undersea continent and everything that led to this kind of. So to finish it off with the British, of course, the British were so desperate to try and portray themselves as native to the islands of Britain, as opposed to just basically white usurpers into a fairy realm, that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who argued that fairies were very real, to the point where people considered him schizophrenic. But Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was the author not only of the Sherlock Holmes novels, which helped my mother, one of her favorite series of novels, because that was a franchise that she enjoyed immensely enough and helped her to learn English at a very young age. But aside from that, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote a number of stories that would be considered science fictional or horror stories. He wrote about the unseen animals of the air, that in what he called air jungles, or basically large cumulus clouds that were always on the move, and behind the cover of which, behind the shielding of which, many of these creatures that were gelatinous or amoeboid or jellyfish-like in nature, only they were living in the atmosphere and all the moisture that was in the clouds. He wrote of these because pilots used to see these creatures, and pilots used to see them constantly because they were making far less noise with their engines. Now, whether these creatures or the undersea continent of Mu were responsible for disappearances in World War II, it nevertheless came on to this British intelligence analyst named Ivan Sanderson to basically turn in multiple analyses to the British government, in which he concluded there were hidden civilizations under the ocean that were actively at war with the Allies. A great example of this was right after Pearl Harbor, which was December 7th, 1941. It wasn't long after that at all. In August 16th of 1942, early in the morning, U.S. Navy airship, a dirigible, the airship L-8, departed Treasure Island, which is an artificial island created in San Francisco specifically for the World's Fair. And it had all kinds of architecture on it, including Egyptian architecture that was built in the manner that the pharaohs had built monolithic structures. For the World's Fair, that was completely demolished later on, much of it because it had been built by German architects, and it all bore the Hakenkreuz, the swastika, over many of these structures. All of that was demolished to render Treasure Island this flat land, artificially out in the middle of San Francisco Bay, from which the U.S. Navy would launch patrols of aeroships, dirigibles. And one of them departed early morning of August 16th in 1942 to patrol the San Francisco coast for Japanese submarines, with 2 trained pilots aboard. And it should have been a routine mission to fly 30 miles out into the Pacific to the Farallon Islands before completing a round trip around San Francisco Bay. And after responding to a suspicious sighting, the airship returned to land, and it crashed in the middle of a San Francisco intersection, with the balloon falling upon a car and crushing it completely. And when it was...
yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember reading in Ivan Sanderson's book that people reported that that they were able to mind control people who were close by. So maybe they mind control the pilots to crash into the intersection.
Well, when they investigated the dirigible itself, the 2 crew members were not on board. There was no physical evidence of their existence. They would never be found. And so something happened where the 2 men were plucked out of thin air, and the airship on its own returned unpiloted towards San Francisco and crashed into the intersection. That was this is just one example. So when this sort of thing was ongoing, the Allies became convinced that the undersea Imperium of Mu was an enemy of the Allies and siding with the Japanese because of their ancient connection to the Japanese people, which, as I mentioned in the past, was you had this incredible race war that took place on what was then the continent of Mu, not the modern corruption of Zealandia that they just give based on the name New Zealand, which is a fucking European name anyway, and the Maoris' name for the islands is more similar to Aotearoa, which means land of the long white cloud, because the clouds are shaped very differently in that part of the world due to the rotation of the Earth being different at that axis than it is, the rotation of the Earth is such on a tilted axis that clouds form differently in different parts of the world. So what had happened during the original cataclysmic war so long ago that took place on the continent of Mu was the perfection of a terrifying weapon known, it was based on what the records at the Department of Defense concluded could only be categorized as subduction technology, which was capable of reducing solid matter, including continental landmasses, to molecular soup. And so that's what sank the continent of Mu. In the middle of this massive cataclysm, those humans that were hybridized to varying degrees of the dragon bloodline, or the Hachuri, the serpent folk. Those people, all Japanese have a drop of that blood, but the more pure the blood strain, the more connected to the dragon bloodline they are, which is, of course, all the way up the hierarchy biologically to the royal family, the Yamato dynasty. They were able to, thanks to the priestesshood, the matriarchy of priestesses, use what is symbolized by the torii, or those gates that you see representing the Shinto religion all across Japan. Those represent the old ancient teleportation gates by which the ancient Japanese, migrated en masse from the sinking continent of Mu to the new home islands of Japan. That is, of course...
So just to clarify, so you had some of the inhabitants of Mu escaping or teleporting to Japan, and then some of them decided to stay and reestablish themselves underwater?
Yes, and those were, of
course... Or or was it only? Was it so? How do they decide like who left and who stayed? Was it like two separate parties? Like is it analogous to like the Chinese Civil War where the nationalist Chinese like left to reestablish on Taiwan? Was it kind of like that because the two parties were like fighting each other on Mu, or was it more like whoever decided if they wanted to leave or stay or not?
It was essentially decided so long ago that we can only speculate as to the exact nature of it. My mother would have known much more, and I'll do my best to look through some of her writings that I can find. It's something that I haven't addressed in so long I haven't even retained many of the details, to tell you the truth.
Oh, yeah.
But
No, that's fine. I was just wondering. And then also, when they did what's it called again, where they make it into molecule soup?
subduction technology.
When
Yeah.
when they did the subduction attack on the continent of Mu, was that attack sourcing from, I'm assuming it's sourcing from some other people on the outside attacking the continent of Mu, right? So who was doing the attack?
Again, this is something we can only speculate. There are some people who, in the more red occult circles, would insist that this was a war between Atlantis and Mu and Lemuria, and that all three of these continents wound up sinking. Lemuria in the Indian Ocean, Atlantis in the Atlantic, and Mu, of course, in the Pacific. This is something that...
Oh, okay, because I thought, for some reason, I thought that Lemuria and Mu were like the same thing. So those are two totally separate continents?
Yes.
Okay, because I was reading about, like, when I was looking up Mount Shasta before, like, they were talking about Lemurians.
As if it were in the
I was
Pacific.
thinking, like,
Yes. I noticed
okay,
that.
so both Lemuria and Mu were in the Pacific?
The Lemuria is generally thought to be in the Indian Ocean. This is why many people refer to the lemurs. If you take a look at the lemurs, those man-like monkeys on the island of Madagascar, they're known as lemurs because it's a foreshortening of the word Lemuria. So they are supposed to be the biologically degenerate descendants of the Lemurians. And so this is a fact that led many of the people on the islands of Madagascar to attempt to exterminate the lemurs. This is why they're an endangered species at this point. And so that has, of course, people have been trying to stop that, and we've reached a plateau where they're on the highly endangered list, but, people are protecting them now. But this is one of those facts that it needs to be contextualized, because when you go way back in time and people speak of the lemurs, these are like diminutive, degenerative, like as in downbred versions of what people once saw, which were much taller lemurs that stood much more upright, that would interact with people, that today we would think of as a kind of furry. These are the kind of people that populated Madagascar originally, before people settled there in the same manner that the Maori did on the islands of New Zealand. Now, in terms of the Koshitsu, the imperial House of Japan, they have the ancient histories, of course, that my mother was so much more familiar with. And so it was there that was explained about the origins of the Japanese people, and the head priestess of the matriarchy, who was acknowledged or deified as the sun goddess, Amaterasu Omi Kami Sama, the theomitochondrial ancestress of the Koshitsu, or the Imperial House of Japan. So the book that speaks of this, the foundational cosmology, is collected in a volume known as the Kojiki, the Record of Ancient Matters. And that's where they explain more about the undersea kingdom and who stayed and who transmigrated. And so when it comes to that kind of past background, I can go more into that in the future. But probably the important thing to explain is that many people don't understand just the nuance involved with the Japanese perception of Mu. And it's something that would take an entire transmission to go into. We won't go into that tonight, but it's something that I'll prepare people for in the future.
Yeah,
That
but I feel like one of the takeaways that I want to mention here with Japan and Mu is that we're like in this ancient war that has been going on for such a long time, and like with the Allies and the Axis and like, you know, the American and British governments against the Japanese, and then you go back to like Mu and Atlantis. You know, I just feel like this war has been going on since ancient history, and to this day, the race war has been going on and is continuing going on because they're trying to destroy all these other intelligent beings and races, and it reminds me of like, you know how I was bringing up that Trolls movie the other night?
Yes.
I forgot to mention one of my favorite scenes in the movie was the opening scene where they had techno trolls, which were actually mermaids. They're having like techno dance music under the water. And then then they have these invaders coming in their submarines, and they're the rock trolls. And the rock trolls are like, she's like, give me your string or else. I was like, no, I don't want to give up my string. That's like giving up my music. So the rock trolls attack the mermaid techno trolls with like this. They basically do their own sonar attack with the rock music. And the way they animated it was they show like the blasts just blasting through the mermaids trolls' bodies.
Oh my god.
It's like really violent.
Oh my god.
And yeah, so I just feel like this race war, it's like it's been going on since ancient history, and it's continuing to this day, and people don't even realize the full extent of it, how deep it goes. But the genocidal war against Japan and Asians in general is just it's only the tip of the iceberg. Yes. For, you know, all the evil atrocities that
what's now embodied
by
the
kings of Edom. Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
All the evil atrocities that the leaders who are in the cults of the kings of Edom are perpetrating. Yes,
thank you. It's certainly influenced by that, even if they're not part of the cults in any initiation ritual. It's certainly influenced by that kind of...
They're kind of, even if they're not like directly initiated into the cult, they're like cogs in the machine that I feel like the cultists are controlling a lot of the politicians, like Trump and Boris Johnson and Bolsonaro and all those guys.
All of them, yes, very much so. Very much, yes.
Kings of Edom cult, whether they realize it or not.
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. And as I've mentioned before, what had happened was that, to add to that, when it came to Japan's case specifically, when you had the fall of the House of Judah and the tribes of Israel scattered, as I said, certainly one of the main tribes did flee to Japan, and this much is known because one of the world's oldest books was a Japanese Hebrew dictionary that was published around the time that the first modern emperor in the Japanese sense, Jimoteno, Emperor Jimmu, ascended the throne. And it was at that time, and we're talking literally something that was thousands of years ago, when that dictionary was compiled on the arrival of these people. We're talking about 600, 500 years before Christ. And it was in that century that Japan made its transition from a Stone Age technological civilization, what the emigres of Mu had essentially sunk to in terms of their technology, into a Bronze Age civilization within a single century, which is basically historically overnight. And it was because of this influx of the tribe from Judah which brought all this technology with them. And this is, of course, why the Yamato dynasty took on the ancient monotheistic god, and why the symbols on the Judaic relics, which are the extant imperial dynastic sacred treasures, the triune sacred treasures. They bear the shield of David. My mother, of course, possessed a medal which has the shield of David, which was issued by the imperial house for her services. So all of this is, of course, this rendered the Japanese the true Israelites on the surface of the earth, that from the Davidian line. This is why Christ, of course, went to the East during his lost years, and it was where he realized that he was the heir to the Davidian throne, was when he visited Japan, which is, of course, writ of in the books that I have referenced in the past, in other episodes. I can do that in another transmission, usually closer to Easter or Christmas or a religious holiday where it has more of a immediate impact on the listener. Then I can go into that subject more in depth. But
yeah, that's another reason why the American military complex wanted to exterminate all Japanese, was because of this hidden Judeo-Christian history.
Yes, it was very much so. That's why they declared the objective, which was publicly announced. This was publicly articulated at all levels of communication. This wasn't some hidden document. This was communicated through Life magazine and through any method of popular communication the U.S. government had. Was that the wartime objective was to exterminate the Japanese race. So make no mistake about that. This was a war of extermination that the Americans lost, and you know they lost, because if they had won by their own declaration, there would be no Japanese left alive. That was the intent, and they failed. But what puzzles more Americans, or most Americans, or Westerners, is they don't understand any of the real nuances of Japan and its culture. The Japanese have a ambivalence or a fear of Mu. The Americans misunderstood through Ivan Sanderson that Mu was an Axis ally, and therefore they began to wage war against the undersea continent. But the Japanese have no less a contentious history with the continent, and that's because it comes to a dispute of who is the heir to the empire. Mu's emperor, the Dragon Emperor of Mu, would have a declaration of rulership over the home islands. The home islands, this would be where your Taiwan analogy be most apropos. The home islands of Japan would be considered a renegade province of the undersea imperium of Mu. And so this is why you had, in 1963, the year that my sister was born, there was released a film from Japan, from Toho Studios, the same people who produced all the Godzilla films. And it was entitled, in the American release, Atragon. Okay, that isn't the title in Japanese, of course. The title in Japanese would be Kaite Gunkan, or Undersea Battleship. So when it comes to this film that was produced and released the year my sister was born, the Japanese are showing themselves in a conflict with the undersea civilization of Mu. And Mu is portrayed as essentially engaging in North Korean-style tactics, where the undersea peoples are abducting Japanese like the North Koreans do, and they're preparing for war with the surface world. And all the surface world is helpless except for the Japanese, who during World War II built a super submarine, and the submarine was still basically in the operational maintenance of a renegade admiral who at that point was operating as a covert force unto himself and was not recognized by the post-war Japanese government, because the Japanese government had at that point won the war and considered World War II to be over. But this one admiral was maintaining this undersea battleship in preparation for the next phase of war with America. He did not believe the war to be over. This is what is known in Japanese culture as loyal disobedience. This is where certain people can assume something that is not the norm of the rest of the culture, but it doesn't mean that they have betrayed their own race. It's simply their concept of what is best for the Japanese culture is different from the concept of the majority. This is like what happened during the Japanese Civil War, when you had those who wanted to maintain the samurai system, and then the emperor who wanted to establish a more populace-based culture and eliminate the samurai nobility so that everyone could be rendered in service to the nation more productively in a modern industrial sense. And he won in the end, of course, because he took on industry and technology. And so in this film, Japan portrays itself as the only people capable of waging war against the undersea empire of Mu. So there's this ambivalent feeling that if Mu arises, that it would attempt to establish its quote-unquote ownership of Japan, that its rulership of Japan, which is not what Japan wants at this point on the surface world with their own emperor. This is the part of the it would take hours to explain the nuances of this. And if any Westerner watches something like Atragon without any context, none of it's going to make any sense. It's just going to look to them like, what is this? None of them will understand anything that's going on, but it should be available on YouTube, or elements of it, I'm sure. But this is to give people some idea of the complexities of what we're talking about. So hopefully in this opening hour, where we've kind of covered some of these subjects, and another way that what we all need to train ourselves into is that when we speak of these undersea populations, the indigenous or aboriginal elements thereof, we would use the term merfolk, or merpeoples, yeah, as opposed to mermaids, which of course...
Right, because that's only for the female sex.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Obviously, if we were to use the normal male or patriocentric, then the normal male dominant, we would call them mermen. But, which is a term,
right,
that my father used to use, or sailors who were very familiar with this. Another thing to bring up is I'll have to go through my notes that I took from the ancient medieval manuscripts, but I brought up, of course, the ancient accounts where people claimed that they could hear the Christians who had moved underground, and Derek Talley had brought forth what he knew about people who were leaving Bibles at cave sites for these people. And it's important to remember that this is the ultimate tragedy that the Third Reich encountered in their first reports coming back from Unterland and then preparing for their own massive invasion of Unterland, was that the majority of the fate of these Christian peoples, or the overwhelming majority of them, was to become chattel, or cattle, to the ghouls. That the ghoul kings just maintain them and breed them for food underground so that they don't need to swarm the surface of the earth. This is what they fell into, as most of them, their interpretation of Christianity was a non-warrior interpretation. This was the problem, was that when the Muslims invaded so much of North Africa and swept over, many of these Christians were not the kind who would take up arms, and then they fled underground where their fate was far worse. This is why you have Christians who are leaving Bibles at cave sites for these people, so that they don't lose all contact with their past. This is something most people in the modern world don't even know what we're talking about, but Derek Talley can, of course, bring up some details of that when he wishes to do so. He can interject now if he wishes.
Yeah, that is just horrifying. Well, I have an update.
Yes, thank you.
So... JMO said everything checked out okay.
Oh, thank God. Yes.
And then he said, my message which can be shared be this. A young species, he's talking about our humans kind species, who is in its hubris, deems itself wise, would do better to seek the favor of those of Mu and seek alliance with the bipedal races, such as the elves, fae, and the dragon bloodline, and the races in the caverns of the earth.
Well, thank you. I deeply appreciate what he's saying. Of course, we have certain exceptions to that rule, such as the Ghoul Kings, who
Right. I did ask him to clarify. I said, "Do you include the ghouls in that, or do you mean other races?" And that's when he replied and said he meant the elves, the fae, and the dragon bloodline,
Yes.
and not the ghouls.
Yes, thank you. Now, of course, you're going to have many listeners who hear this and they just become instantly dismissive. This is cognitive dissonance, which I'll go into in Arc of Narrative tonight, the phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, as it impacts us most immediately. But the problem is most people are going to say, they're just going to tune out. They're just going to say, I can't handle this. This sounds crazy. This is like, I mean,
that's why that's why they call this stuff occult, because it's hidden, because most people can't handle the truth.
Yes, very much.
Usually when you bring up stuff like this, it's like deeper in like the middle of the transmission where people are, looking for that.
Yes.
But no, people should hear this because it's true. And the problem with humans on the surface world is that they're literally killing the earth.
Yes.
So they're killing Mother Nature.
Yes.
So I mean, if we have any hope for survival, we should acknowledge the other sentients that live on this planet.
Yes.
And instead of having a total war of total genocide against. That's the thing with the trolls with the strings. What I was trying to say before was that the rock troll was trying to take everyone's strings.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to say, like, the moral of the story is, like, don't try to, like, if you take this string and take away the song, it's like you're killing them. Like, don't try to kill everyone else that's not you. Can't everyone just get along? Like, don't have this total genocidal war where we trying to exterminate all other races and species. It's so anti-godly. That's what the anti-godly cults do. So we have to have an alliance and align ourselves with stay on the light and love Mother Nature and be in accordance with the goddess of nature, and like loving the earth, taking care of the species, and each other, having charity and stuff like that. That would be like a lot better for the planet. So accepting the reality of other species on this planet that are different, I think, is a starting point.
Very much so. That was beautiful, and I so appreciate your bringing that up. And well, at least what we need to have ultimately is let's put it this way, a recognition of the relic populations, a recognition that they exist.
Right, a recognition.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say form an alliance with every single individual, because you have to take into account, individual person, different situations can be different. But I'm just saying, like, acknowledging that these people are real is the most important thing, first of all.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. These peoples, these populations.
And then,
go on.
Yeah, and then once you get into like the actual politics of it, like you said, it's a lot more complicated whether you decide or not to. With the Mu, it's very complicated. Yes,
and aside from that, it's been almost an hour. Is everything okay with the time you have with us, honey?
Oh yeah, it's good.
Okay.
So, let me see if I had another question. Mm-hmm. So I had watched that Furries. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to say that. What is the name of that movie again?
It's actually basically
Noah's Ark
it's Noah's
movie?
Ark in Spanish. It's Noah's Ark in the Espanol. Yes, the Arca de Noah. Something of that nature. Yeah, you won't find it by looking for it. So but anyhow, so
Yeah.
that's why I had to send you the
The
link.
Noah Ark's furry movie.
Yeah.
I didn't see the whole movie, but I saw the review of it, which had like a lot of scenes from the movie.
Yeah.
And so I saw the movie where you said that like the animals, the hybrids were saying, "Oh, remember that rule? We're not supposed to talk to the humans."
Yes. Yes.
But some of the animals were starting to talk to the humans. They're like, "No, don't talk to them."
Right.
So that made me think like, oh, so this is where there's that difference that comes in where some of the animals want to talk to the humans and other animals don't want to talk to the humans, or the hybrids don't want to talk to the humans. So you have this like whole like disconnect.
Well, actually, I think it's important for you to emphasize the fact that there weren't just furries on the Ark in the context of this animated feature. There were all kinds of true animals.
Yes, that there was animals and hybrids, and they were different.
Yes.
Like they had animals, they had hybrids, but I think some of the animals could talk too.
Yes, it was like that.
And hybrids could talk too.
Yes, or at least the hybrids could talk to the animals, or understand them, or have a communication with them. Yes, that was
They were telling each other not to talk to the humans, but the humans could talk to them.
Well, the humans could give them instructions. The humans were giving them instructions, and so this was a very anthropomorphic or anthrocentric. It was anthrocentric in the sense that man was considered the being created in the image of God. So you'll notice that none of the animals in the context of the film. Now, the reason I brought this film before was because this was originally produced in consultation with some heavy-duty occultists who were very familiar with occult history, and what they were portraying was heavily butchered because, as you might remember, what the man who reviewed the film said was that this was bought by Disney, and then what Disney did was it cut everything out, and he had to look out for pieces that he could put together, and he by no means found the majority of them, but he found some pieces, and what he was able to put together created an entirely different film. And that, and that particularly concerning the lion character, who was kind of representative of the king of the animals, and therefore kind of the connection between the animals and the humans, and that he looked like a complete idiot until these lost parts were found. You remember what I was saying about that? And
because he was saying that the lion prince got an invitation that was ripped in half, so he thought that it was just supposed to be like a couple's cruise.
Yeah.
And he didn't know that it was going to be like a catastrophic flood that was going to like kill everyone.
Yes.
So the guy was saying, "Oh, he acted like a jerk the whole movie," and then you didn't find out until you saw these deleted scenes that is because he thought he was just going on a cruise, and everyone else like was preparing for like the apocalypse.
Yes, and then you had asked about. Then they brought up that there were animals who basically it was the Lion King's father. Now this is presented in a kind of a Lion King format where the Lion King's father who's the ruling king, the ruling monarch, brings in some people, brings in everybody, all the animals, gathers their representatives together to say, we understand the world as we know it is coming to an end, and we need to go on this ark. And that's when they show animals we consider mythical, such as unicorns and dragons, who are saying, oh no, this is just the humans are going to lure us onto this to kill us all. And that's supposed to give you a hint that this is why you don't see unicorns.
The unicorns didn't get on the ark.
Yes, are the dragons, right?
That's what I was thinking too, because they were very skeptical.
Right, so that's how it's presented. But of course, as Brendan Zoget and I had outlined in other transmissions, no, these creatures went on to exist. But it's also, we have to take into account that the evidence that we have of them is oftentimes denied as well. And unfortunately, you have problems. And this is the first thing I'll say as a person of a quarter, 25% Chinese ethnicity. One of the biggest problems in the world is the fact that the Chinese grab all this evidence and they grind it into powder for medicines. And so, much evidence has been destroyed by the Chinese, who pay enormous amounts of money as well to people from all over the world to turn over what evidence they have for the Chinese to grind into medicines they consider efficacious. This is, a problem that we have to deal with culturally, and many Chinese are speaking up against this. But it's, cannot be denied. So that's one of the factors. When it comes to the film itself, one of the things that it was important to point out was you had the different types of animals at different stages, I guess we would call them, of they're not evolution because the animals are not evolving, it's just chimerical hybridization. And that's when I brought up what I think many people were offended by. I noticed in my latest transmission, it was one of my more unpopular transmissions where I got half a dozen idiots putting the thumbs down. And it could be any number of reasons. It could have been what I brought up about the Second Amendment. Now, when I speak against the Second Amendment these days, there's no way anyone can ever take people's guns away as they stand now. It's just logistically impossible. So it's not like I'm advocating taking people's guns away. I'm advocating basically repealing the Second Amendment so we can establish realistic laws concerning guns. We can't do that with the gun cultists relying on the Second Amendment at this point. I've just gone beyond the point where there's any hope for dealing with an extant Second Amendment and firearms. Now, my bringing that up casually in the last transmission might have caused all the thumbs down, or it might have been Lilith, which I've had people walk out on me before during presentations when I brought up Lilith, which, of course, you don't find much evidence.
Yeah, I had a question about that, too.
Sure. Oh, please, go ahead and ask it, yes.
Well, you know how they say, the ghouls have, hooved feet? Are they, hybrids, too, or is that totally different?
No, that's very different. Very different, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But thank you for asking. Go on.
What?
Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry if that's, a dumb question.
No,
but,
it's not. Go on, yeah.
What's... can you, go more into, Lilith and, her children? Because I never really heard about that. I don't really know that much about it.
Oh, of course, nobody does, right? I mean, that's why it's called occult knowledge. To tell you the truth, I'll have to dig up through my old notes on the ancient religions in the future to do that more justice in a different transmission. But what I can tell you is this much. To reiterate, the most of the references we have to Lilith come from ancient Hebraic writings, rabbinical texts, and the Jewish religion. And it's important to remember, of course, Judaism was one of the first recorded monotheistic religions. There is argument by some theologians that monotheism was the original natural religion and that something happened where mankind became pantheistic. And there are people who have made this argument that anthropologically they've tried to find evidence that originally monotheism was the common concept and then we went pantheistic. Now, whether that's true or not, the one thing we know is that the most accessible records that we can find from our perspective of modern history, meaning everything going back to where we have record keeping, which is considered in a sense modern because anything before records is by its very nature, quote unquote, prehistoric. So prehistoric would mean man before the record keeping became common as we have it today. And there are civilizations, I can assure you, that kept records that we have not yet uncovered or have just completely disintegrated. But from the Jews, we get the concept of Lilith more than from other cultures, though Lilith is acknowledged in both Christianity and in Islam. So Lilith is acknowledged. It's just that in the latter religions, they don't dare to speak of her much. For one thing, it's a bad trend to set. That most of these are patriarchies, and they didn't want to, well, fuck, if the woman find out the first woman that God created for Adam said, fuck you, and walked away, well, then all the women are going to do that. And so they just didn't talk about her. But Lilith is, the obvious question is, okay, if God created this woman to be Adam's wife, and she just said, well, fuck you both, these animals around here have bigger dicks anyway, and they're much more of a man than Adam ever could be, and I'm just, walking out of here because I can't stand him expecting me to do all the work and all this shit, and I'm just going to live the way I want to live, and just walked away, then people will ask, well, why didn't God strike her down? Obviously, this is what people don't understand about theology. The whole point of God creating humanity in his image was to imbue free will. If Lilith did not do what she did, God would have considered his creation a failure. Lilith was God's great success. So when God created Lilith, and it was understood she was to serve Adam, and she just says, well, fuck you, I'm not going to do this. Then God said, the formula works. Man has free will. It's, well, that's proof right there. And therefore, there was no reason to punish Lilith. She wasn't doing anything that was wrong. She just did what proved God's point. And so in that sense, that's how you understand that. And beyond that, what I can tell you is that as time progressed, the Judaic and Semitic peoples began to say as Lilith procreated more and more with animals, she took on more and more animal overtones towards the point where she became very much a chimerical figure, began to look somewhat similar to Baphomet, which we see as this kind of goat figure with mammaries, with breasts as a female, but is also transsexual with the penis. It's kind of similar to that, but it's not that. And so they viewed Lilith as becoming more animal-like and taking on many attributes of an animal, and it was from her loins that we are supposed to get the chimeras such as Pan and the satyrs, the goat-footed, goat-legged people of the forests, and also centaurs, where we were supposed to have the centaurs sourced from her, and so she was this mitochondrial mother to these chimerical hybrids, which of course were represented to extent by the furries in that animated feature, which is what made it such a kick-ass, badass occult film until Disney bought it and butchered it to the point where no one's managed to piece it back together yet. So aside from,
because that guy was saying in the interview, he was saying like, oh, it was pretty good, but it was he said the one thing he really didn't like was how he's like, they should have just picked one or the other, have the animals or have the humans, but don't have humans, animals, and human-animal hybrids.
But in context,
yeah, that's stupid for him to say that though, because that's like the whole point of like, it's like that's like the one of the main parts of the movie is like, this is the main part of the movie, like showing all this, and he's saying like take that part out. It's like then he's totally missing the whole point of the movie.
Thank you. Which is what most people miss. Yes, is that whole point of the film. But I think the most eeriest part of the film is actually the part that he describes where they go into a different animation style, where the predators are planning to kill the.
They're planning on raising the prey animals at like factory farms.
Yes,
like the pigs.
Yes.
They're enslaving them in chains, and they said we're just going to feed them and fatten them up and eat them.
Yes, industrially, at industrial scale. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit, that's what we do, like all the time.
Yes. So they were just prescient. They were. Yes. There you go with that. So with that, honey, definitely glad you brought up what you did, and it certainly kept us occupied for a while, burning bandwidth. But definitely love you dearly. Anything else you want to bring up before you return to your responsibilities?
I guess I should probably get going for now. So.
Well, I'd like both yourself and Selena to kind of catch up for a few seconds. Why don't you talk to Selena for a few seconds and kind of like publicly catch up with her? Because honestly, I don't think the two of you talk enough.
Oh yeah, so I mean, Selena. Well, we did catch up before, but I want to introduce Selena again. She's a wonderful woman and hard worker, a great friend, and so
So
don't
are
you take
you,
it
Lena?
away?
It's not just me. And
Oh, thank you.
I feel the same way. And you were a great, wonderful person, good mother, wife, good friend,
Thank
everything. And
you.
you work so hard. I told you that you have 2 full-time job, maybe 3. So that's amazing. And then what you bring up, so much information, like especially tonight. I mean, I don't know what to pick, and everything is just so in depth. But again, you get like one simple topic, we can go on and on for hours, like starting from Mu, race, and then New Zealand, and then so many things here that mermaid, and I'm so interested. I'm
Yeah.
very much interested on like occult, that the knowledge, in a sense, what's not exposed to general public or people that don't know. So I would like
Yeah, and then whenever
anyone
I
I
do
would find,
bring
I'll
up
just ask
occult
questions.
stuff, then like,
I'm sorry?
I said whenever I do bring up occult stuff, then people are just like, "Oh, that sounds like Stranger Things, the TV show."
God.
Oh
I
God.
said
Know, but
TV show
there's
based on
so
like
much
supernatural,
truth to it that
like
people just will
Project
just
Montauk, but
discount.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what, because you need patience and time, and allow yourself to know something, even if it doesn't make sense. You will find some truth to it. So that's how I look at it. Everything, like inner art, population, race. That there's this. I don't know. I visited like many years ago. I went to this. It's a big cavern, very famous. It's in Virginia. It's called Luray Cavern. You can go. It's open to a public. It's a tourist attraction right now. But thing is that you go up to like 300 feet down below. It takes like 5 hours to cover the entire tour, and it's so amazing. And what I saw, I have so many questions that I still wonder and all this, and try to find something relate to. And then so much, there's so many things that we don't know, but I'm into, like, I'm very curious. So anything you bring up, or Douglas, definitely always I enjoy so much, and it just this is the thing that I like. So what you brought up tonight was amazing, and so yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I guess.
Oh, that was wonderful. Oh, and
It's really nice to hear from you.
yes.
Oh, absolutely. Likewise. I know you're busy. I am also busy, but time to time, I text you and send you messages to go over different subject. But I really wanted to talk about many things. Probably not definitely tonight.
Well, you can.
But,
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the next hour is yours, honey. So please take it away. And as for you, Lena, you have a blessed night. Love you dearly. Okay. And speak soon.
Good night, everyone. Mwah. Love you. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
And so, Selena, honey, tell us.
No. I meant to say, yeah, but those are the things. Those are all, like, I don't know those things. For example, that there was a time, if that's true, that there was a time on planet Earth that there was just only one land, it's called Pangea.
Yes.
Or something, and then water. So it's only one land mass, and then it was divided, and then the different race and all these originated, and we named them everything, their inner art, culture, underwater and on the surface, and that this relic population and all this thing. Like, it's so it's just so mind-blowing and so amazing that like, so much to know that we don't know anything. So something that unusual anyone brings up, immediately we become fearful of like, what it might be, because most people don't know how to respond to it. Like you said, there are a lot of thumbs down the other night to your transmission. I don't remember which one you were referring to, but like you said, that people thumbs down because people don't want to accept it. People don't want to know. If they want to know anything anyone mentioned, Lena or myself or you or Peter, just go find out before anyone put thumbs down, because this is not something that anyone will bring up something that is not true, or there's not truth to it. So there is something to it. So people are kind of like don't want to know, just go about their life. Now, I'm not saying anyone specific, and most of the people, because I deal with people are not interested to know true knowledge. People don't have there's no willingness to know to anything. So when you don't know, you will always make up something your own, and then you will fight with people. That's what people do. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I don't have much to say. I didn't bring up anything, study anything, or make any notes of any specific subject. But what Lena was mentioning was just so amazing. And probably next transmission, if I can make it, I will go over, I'll just formulate some thoughts and ideas, and then I'll just, talk about it like full-fledged, something that, like a story or my understanding.
Well, we were all interested in the business that you were doing lately. What's going on in the real estate business, and some of what you were dealing with. You were saying you had kind of like a new office or something you were operating out of, or
No. I was just joking. I said what I do is when I do open houses. So I don't go inside the house unless, those the ones are unoccupied. Mm-hmm. So this is a Chinese family. Oh my God, they're so hospitable. It just, last week, probably like 4 days, I had lunch with them, and they love me so much, like their daughter or something. Wow. So I will go there. She will just sit here. You have to eat, and their hospitality is just so. I'm so touched. So, what I do is just go there and put the sign open house, and then just sit there for an hour or so, and make calls. So my office is everywhere. It's just I'm sitting down somewhere or standing on the street corner. I'm doing something. So that's my business is all about. I don't have to be any specific place and time, and that's how I operate my business. And it's so much freedom to it. Like somebody called me, just texted me, like they want to know something. So if I don't have patience tonight, I did a lot of paperwork, so I'm going to respond to that person tomorrow. So this is how like I generate my business. There's no, like, I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. So that's the beauty of this business. Like you can do your business 24 hours. So yeah, so that kind of thing. And what else? So that's, and the thing is that this is like very seasonal. I told you that starting from February through October is the busiest time. Everybody's busy, making money and all this. So that's why I'm not able to listen to you every night all the way. I used to winter months, January, February. Those are the time I was very much, so those are my vacation time. But now, business-wise, it's like real estate business, how it's gonna be, no one can tell, because it's kind of like stagnant. No one knows what is going to happen. It's all related business. So, for example, mortgage lending industry, like how are they dealing with it? Interest rate is so low. What's going to happen? People don't know. People are, is it a good time to buy, or is it a good time to sell? So it's all will depend next 4 to 6 weeks. will a lot of things will change, and we will understand which direction this real estate business is going. Since this is my business, survival, so I have to be on top of everything. So yeah, I mean, it just worked. That, and the other thing is that what will happen, government level, global level, what is going to happen in real estate in the rest of the world and all this. So a lot of things are uncertain right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're facing.
Yeah, and go on. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Oh no! I'm anxious to hear you talk. Don't forget, you're helping to.
I know, it's just giving my opinion that what I am dealing with. Like there's this doctor. I don't know. He has his. So he comes. He liked the house, one of my listing, and he wanted to, he made up his mind. He purchased the home, and 2 days later, I don't know what happened. He texted me like, "Oh, my mother-in-law told me we have to wait and all these things." So that's just gone. So these are the disappointments, and then a lot of other things that homeowners, they don't know what to do. So I do a lot of paperwork. I get a lot of information, and then put together like a booklet, and then I just give it to them. And so what it's like 20 homeowners that I pick. So out of 20, this is I'm talking about to generate business, get listing and all this. So, and then I follow up with them. I'm on the phone talking to people all day. That's one of the things I do. So this is a very it's like a test boat, but it's just you have to wing. There's nothing that just that much attention. It's like it needs your undivided attention, and then a lot of new ideas, because everything changing so fast. The technology, people don't know that the more everything change, more it stays the same. So all of this competition that different companies, you have to do promote yourself by spending money. So you advertise with all these advertisers, you go to events, you do socializing, business socializing. So these are so overwhelming that for example Facebook, and then all the social medias and all this Instagram and all these things. So these are my thing that I find these social medias so helpful for me to promote myself. So this is so funny. So I'm gonna share this right now. Is that the TikTok? There's this new app. So here's what happened. No, you have to listen to me. I was I called you. Remember one of the morning?
Yes.
So hold on. So let me tell you what happened. So I'm into technology, from my understanding and what I know, and that's how I utilize any social media. So TikTok is, I would say, one of the most effective way to expose anything. So over here, this is the newest app, and it's became very political, because India banned it, not because it's bad, it's because of the relation between political situation between India and China it's rocky. So they don't want Chinese app in their country. They will use and all these things. So there's no other thing here. Everybody wants it. This is something that you can utilize. It. I remember I texted you one of the snapshots that I put your website information, and I posted it. Yeah. So you probably didn't understand. So what I did also to send one clip. This is very short video clips, 10 to 30 seconds. So it's not good for children or people who are into social media, period, wasting their time. So in that sense, it's very dangerous. So But it is out there. No one can stop. So what will happen will happen. But so what I did, one of the, I think I sent one clip that, what was it about? I forgot. So only she mentioned that to one of your transmission, and she was like, "Oh, Selena sent me this and all this," and it was like thought leader or something. I don't know what was the. Is Lena there? Something that
it was
that?
it was something innocuous. It was just she was bringing up TikTok, and then I was like saying, "Oh my God, she uses
I know,
TikTok." Yeah, that's
no.
whatever.
But there was a reason, something very funny. Oh no. Okay, I remember. It was a riot. It was a riot scene somewhere. I have no idea. The moment I saw it, I just sent it to her. That's all I know. So she probably didn't understand what was meant. She probably thought like, Selena is communist. I don't know. So, but anyways, she was just saying out of innocence that,
Right.
what was it all about. So that's not the point. The point is that the TikTok is extremely useful for people who are, like I wanted to do this actually. I wanted you to create like 30 seconds footage, like your name and who you are and what you do, and then I wanted to post it. So I will call Lena, and then probably she will talk to you, and how we can do it. You just do it, and you can easily post it. The thing is that I want the whole world to know you, and this is the time everyone should participate. Whoever I talk to so many people. They're investors, they're builders and all this. So I go to different meetings. Probably because of a Corona situation, I am not out there like the way I was before, last year or before. So it's kind of like very upsetting, because I want more people to know. And only way to talk to people, not like abruptly tell them like, hey, listen, do you know this person, and his name is Douglas Dietrich and all this. They will not listen to it. So you need time. So this year, like, I missed so many, we missed actually, everywhere, everything shut down. So we could not go to all these, so many events that our company that they arrange, and then it's a meeting place for agents and all this to networking. So that didn't happen. So I'm still on it. I'm still going to do it. I want people to know you. So the only way you talk to people and then inform them a little bit slowly, and then tell them, you make your own judgment. You see what this person is saying. You verify everything, and people should know the truth. Because I live in a community. Oh my God, this everywhere you go, everyone, there's just so mind controlled, so conditioned to world that really doesn't. They don't know any truth. They don't have patience. So these are the people that they're disturbed, they're sick, they have health issues, every ages that so what is it that people don't know that they need to know? So who would do that work? So if we all participate and inform people, like whoever is your listeners, I also encourage all the girls that out there, Maria, and then Maria Grigorich, and then what is her name?
So she is?
No. I talked to Sarah. She's my good friend. Oh my God, I talk to her every night. She's such a lovely lady. Sarah, hugs.
Yes, Sarah.
So and what was Poppy Mafia? What is her name?
I don't know.
God, I'm so bad with it.
Right. There's someone. Is that Senora Barrera, Veronica Barrera?
Veronica. Right. So yeah. So the thing is that they can come to your presentation, like few minutes of something, saying something, participate. Bring more people. And whoever wants to come, it's fun, and we can all get together, before you start your arc of narratives, and we can make this whole thing is so exciting, fun, and I truly enjoyed. So I'm urging every girl to come join here, and every now and then participate, share something, and then I have something also. Oh my God, I have so much in mind. I will send you this, Douglas, this YouTube footage to you and to Lena, and I'll talk to Lena, and I wanted to go over this. It was just so disturbing. Something about India. I mean, I have nothing against India. I'm not Indian, but definitely no. It's just very bad. This is just not acceptable. Every woman in this world, each and every female that must participate, watch this and say something about it. This is just so bad. So I will send it to Lena first, and then you will know it, and then we can probably kind of like create a topic and then go over it so people know this thing. It's just sad.
Right.
What I found out. So that's that. So I guess I am done for now speaking, but I will stay, and I don't know who else is there can take over and have few words. Probably Derek can bring up his new recipe or specialty dishes or something. I can suggest something like my cooking is crazy. It just like doesn't exist. You just put together anything like some meat or orange, apples, onions, garlic, ginger, everything. I'll put them in and put some salt and pepper and olive oil and then cover it, cook it in the oven for 30 to 40 minutes. Done. That's my cooking. I cook it in one dish and eat it in the same dish, and then that's it. So it's just a convenience. So yeah, Derek, come on over. And
Derek, are you with
I don't really have any recipes or anything like that. I just kind of like watching the different joints that are out there, and anywhere that every time they visit somewhere where I'm from or where I live now or where I used to live, I save it. I go to the Google Maps, and they have a section on there that says save, and you can save it as one of your favorites, or you can save it as one of your favorites that you want to go. There's a green button that says want to go, so that like if you've never been there before. So I've got about 50 places saved in Chicago and about 30 places saved in Nashville, and I'm not that far from Atlanta, so I got about 10, 15 places in Atlanta. So if I ever go down and visit my cousins or something down there in Atlanta, I got some spots. I'm gonna say, hey, I want to check this spot out.
Yeah, food is the biggest entertainment in the world. It just brings people together. So it's fun, and yeah. So what about your what you call the surgery? You have little issues with in your face. Have you done that, or you?
No. But what my oncologist wants to try first is what he wants to have them have a vein surgeon or a cardiovascular surgeon go and dilate some of my veins in my left arm, and he thinks that's going to get the flow going again, so that I won't have to have any other surgeries. So. And in doing so, also on top of that, I'll get the port removed because when you have to go through chemo, they actually install this port inside your chest that goes that's wired straight to over your heart. So whenever they need to give you an IV, instead of constantly sticking up your arms with needles, they just stick it in this port that's in your chest. So now that I'm pretty much done with treatment, that needs to get removed. And so they're going to remove that port, and they're going to dilate some of the veins in my left arm so that we can see if we can get this flowing again, this blood flow.
Okay. Well, that sounds reasonable enough.
Sounds a little scary, but that's what you have to do, you will do it,
Yeah.
and it'll be fine. And yeah, but you're cancer free though. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so you should be fine. Anyway, just follow good diets. I remember I texted you. Just include some of those, especially those.
The alkaline list you gave me. Yeah, that's a very helpful list of what's alkaline and keeping your body the alkaline diet, because I used to buy the alkaline water. And, if you just drink alkaline water and you're eating cheesecake on top of it, you just pretty much wasted your money. You gotta have you gotta have an alkaline diet to go along with the alkaline water that you eat. So right now I've been kind of like in an experimental stage to see what I can eat and what I can't eat.
It's not that there is no Derek. There is no such thing that what you can or you cannot eat. The thing is the most
my taste. I mean, for what I can, pretty much what I can taste and what I can't taste, because my taste buds aren't back yet. And I've been experimenting to see what tastes good, what I can taste and what I can't taste. And that's what I meant to.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So. But it will get better. If you just include certain things in your diet, like alkaline water, you just put lime juice, a drop of it in your water, and don't use plastics, and try not to use anything has chemical in it that is not good for health. So just a few things, few changes, everything should be fine.
Yes, yeah. So that's there you go with that. And aside from all of that, what else, Derek, can you bring up with us? You said, did you find anything else when you were looking up the burning aircraft carrier in San Diego? Did you find anything else about it as to why they fucked up so bad, and what the hell is going on?
Nope, I haven't been looking up. As a matter of fact, I didn't know that it was still on fire until you informed me. Yeah, well, I imagine that it's those ships are as big as cities.
Yes, they are.
They're pretty big. Those ships are huge. Tractor trailer driving in that ship looks like a little speck.
Yeah, that's true. This, of course, is not a super carrier. This is more of like what in the old days, my dad's day, they would call an escort carrier. They don't use those terms anymore. But it's a smaller carrier, but I knew it was a carrier the moment we brought up the name the Bonhomme Richard, because I remember that being a carrier that suffered a kamikaze attack in World War II. And, of course, the name goes on to the superstructure, the hull that inherits the name. It's not the same superstructure from World War II, of course, not the same hull. But in terms of what it is, it's, just an example of... something is going on that they have every reason to cover up, I'm sure. But by the way, when you were speaking about Alex Jones the other day, and I brought up the people trapped in a hoax, all those people who had suffered so terribly, I hope that resonated with you, and you.
Yes, it did. I feel so bad for the Sandy Hook parents.
Yes.
Yes. And how could that's just unfathomable how someone could be so cruel, and the whole and there's kind of like a formula, and it's all about everything being a hoax, and when you are exposing everything as being a hoax, and then you call everybody else stupid sheeple for believing that George Floyd really died and he wasn't a crisis actor. Those people are crazy. They want attention for themselves, and they make themselves. They're always saying stuff like "wake up." They're always telling other people to wake up, and that reminds me the first group of people who I heard using the term woke is the Seventh-day Adventists. That's like one of their terms.
Okay.
The Seventh-day Adventist is, they'll they'll look at Baptists who believe, who are pretty much fundamentalists when it comes to the Bible, and then they'll come with some extra biblical stuff that's not in the Bible. And if you believe them about all the extra biblical stuff, well, then you're woke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if you only believe just the Bible, well, then they call you sheeple, which is fitting because the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Yeah. So, I'm not ashamed that that the Lord is my shepherd. So I suppose being a sheeple is supposed to be an insult. You know what I'm saying? But really the people doing it are sheeples to Alex Jones. They puff up their own ego by constantly, making themselves try to seem so smart by calling everyone else sheeple who aren't woke yet because they believe that Sandy Hook really happened and they don't know that it's just a hoax from the government to try to take away your Second Amendment rights.
Right.
Well, you know what I'm saying? But what did they do with Philando Castile? That's another one you brought up.
Yeah.
They didn't say shit.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So if the Second Amendment is so holy, you know what I'm saying? If that's the case, well then they should have been all over that Philando Castile case, but they were as quiet as a bunch of church mice.
Yes. Disgusting. I mean, there's no word for the hypocrisy involved in that, and and of course to them, well, he's just a nigger with a gun, and niggers shouldn't be, going around with guns. So I mean, this is like
right. So when I joined the Marines, they gave me a M16A2 service rifle at the age of 17. While I had just turned 18 right before I went to boot camp. But then, as soon as I get out and when I moved to Chicago, they're pulling me over, searching my car 6-7 times a year, and asking me if I got any guns or drugs in the car.
Oh, God.
You know what I'm saying? Yes. Well, we're just gonna search your car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And how are they getting away with this? And there's a Second Amendment.
Yes, thank you.
That's one reason why when I moved to Gary, Indiana, they don't ask you if you got guns in the car, but they expect you to have a gun in the car because it's a right to carry state.
Yes. Well, that's where it makes more sense. I mean, and hopefully there are responsible people. But, when I am confronted with the level of irresponsibility that we're seeing, and especially the killing of so many colored children over the 4th of July weekend in particular, that was the Boogaloo Boys and the paramilitary forces in action waging their race war, which is ongoing. So with that in mind, tell us a little bit about what you were saying the other day about the Bibles that were being left in front of the caves, that you were talking a bit about that. Put that into context for people who may not have heard that with the latest transmission preceding this one.
Okay, this has to do with Revelation chapter 12. And the first time we spoke about the Bible, me and you, it was still about Revelation chapter 12, and it was about Satan's final fall to the earth, because as of now, Satan still has access to the throne to where he can approach, and that's why he's called the accuser of the brethren. Well, in the second part of tribulation, the last 7 years before Jesus come back, which is also called the time of Jacob's trouble, the last 3.5 years, there's going to be a war. The war that's waging in the heaven right now is going to be finalized, and Satan's going to be thrown down to the earth and trapped in a body. And the body he's going to be trapped in is what's known as the beast, the one everyone calls the Antichrist. Revelation chapter 13 calls him the beast. He's going to have a fatal wound that is fatal, but then he's gonna live. But when he rises up from that fatal wound, it's gonna be Satan that's inside that body. Well, Satan is gonna wage a war against the descendants of the woman in Revelation chapter 12, the tribulation saints, the tribulation believers. These are pretty much Jewish believers who are Christians. because you know the church, when the church first started, they were all Jewish. So there's going to be war waged against them, and he's going to. That says that Satan is going to open up a flood and flood so that he could flood them all out. But there's going to be a place prepared for them, and it doesn't. The Revelation chapter 12 doesn't mention exactly where this place is that is prepared for them, but a lot of good reputable Bible scholars believe that it's a place called Petros, and Petros, it's over there by the Jordan. I got to refresh my memory, or you know, if anybody in the chat room and that took any Bible commentaries on Revelation, and particularly Revelation chapter 12, they've heard of this place called Petros, which is full of a bunch of different caverns and underground spots. Well, a lot of people believe that this place called Petros is going to be a place that's prepared by God to escape the flood that's going to be unleashed by Satan to drown out all the Jewish Christians. And since a lot of Bible scholars believe this, a lot of Bible scholars have put their money together and went down to that place and put a bunch of different Bibles and translations of just about every language in there. They, just filled the Bibles up and put them down there. So when that time comes, because another thing that we really haven't talked about, because it's kind of controversial, is the rapture. A lot of people believe by this time the church itself will be raptured, but there will still be Christians on the earth, but at this point there will be no more use for a church, so to speak, because this is the 70th week of Daniel, which is about to take place, and that is all about Israel. And this is this last 7 years is going to be called the time of Jacob's trouble, and those Israeli Christians are from pretty much all around the whole planet are going to come together, and there's going to be war raged against them. Worse than what you can imagine Nazi Germany would have been about. A lot of people say so. They say this war that's going to be raised against the Jewish people, and particularly the Christians, is going to be even worse than what happened in Nazi Germany. And see, you have a Antichrist. That term doesn't only mean against Christ; it means and instead of Christ, because you have what's called the synagogue of Satan. Now Satan himself is on the earth ruling as a man, and there's going to be 10 kings at this time. So that's how we know we're not at that time yet, because it's going to be reduced down to where the whole entire world is going to be ruled by 10 kings. But Satan himself, the beast, is going to be the ruler of them all, and he's gonna be the one that wages war and cause the whole world to get the mark of the beast. And this time, it's a time mentioned in Thessalonians, I believe, where God says that if it were possible, even the very elect will be deceived. But the elect won't be deceived because they're supernaturally protected from being deceived, because they know what the truth is. They know how Satan fakes everything, and there are a lot of people believe that the Antichrist, or the beast himself, when he receives that fatal wound, that he's going to be dead for 3 days before he rises back up with the spirit of Satan in him, so causing like a fake resurrection type deal, to where everyone says, now this is the Christ, and they're going to be the most religious zealots that there is. How can not anybody believe that this is not the Christ? You know what I'm saying? And you're going to commemorate your belief that this is the Christ by taking his mark. And You know, that's pretty much where we're at. But when he wages back to your question, when he wages a war against these believers, the chosen, and the faithful, that they're called in Revelation chapter 12, that place prepared for them is going to save them from whatever flood that he releases from them. So, and it reminded me when you were talking in the last transmission about how the Christians went underground and were able to have a place prepared for them where they actually had water underneath the desert. And I believe it. I believe that's probably a precursor to what, is to come in the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I very much appreciate your educating us in doctrinaire scripture, which is something we don't hear much in this program. And of course, you're actually you're our local expert on that, our in-house expert in that regard, more so than I, to tell you the truth. So thank you, Derek. And with that, what I'm going to do is bring on Mr. Peter Moon. And
Douglas,
yeah, honey?
Douglas,
Yeah,
I'm
babe.
sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to shout out to... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to shout out to a few people, few listeners. Okay, so it's Miguel Andahar.
Yeah.
And then I think it's Randall Music. Long time ago, like I don't remember, a few weeks ago, I wanted to shout out to him, but I forgot. I keep forgetting. So him, Miguel Andahar, and Randall Music, and Sarah Shields, and Maria Michaela. What was Maria Michaela? I know her. Grigorich. I'm so sorry. I get tongue-tied. And Veronica. And big hug. And just be well and stay positive and enjoy life. And come here, join every night. Twice a night to Douglas, and it's a beautiful place. I truly enjoy it, and I will be again here soon if Douglas want me to.
Of course.
Other than that, have a wonderful night, everyone, and I love to listen to Peter. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night, honey. I love you.
Good night.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Derek. Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
And with that, Derek, we're going to have you introduce Sedgway over to Peter Moon. Let me bring him on so you can do just that. And one of the things that we'll have to get your way would be kind of a, shall we say, kind of a background on Peter Moon, kind of like a mini, shall I say, intro. So let me give this for you. Now, Peter's with us, right, Peter? That's you?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, fabulous. You are the man. And so here we are. So what I'm going to do is give this to our man, Derek Talley, and I'm going to send this to you in the private messenger, Derek. Can you access your private messenger?
Yes, I can.
Okay, there we are. So take a look at that, and that'll be kind of like your intro for Peter Moon. Why don't you read that out loud and give us kind of an intro for Peter?
Okay. Douglas Dietrich, official biographer, the investigative editorial author, and Project Montauk maestro, Peter Moon. Everyone, please welcome Peter Moon to the program. How are you, Peter?
I'm good. Mostly good. Thank you, Derek.
Mostly good? Oh my God, it must have been a hell of a day. Oh shit. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Before Peter starts talking, I do want to remind everyone, visit the TimeTravelEducationCenter.com. Pay respects to Peter at Facebook.com/Peter.Moon.566. But most importantly of all, above all else, SkyBooksUSA.com. Go there, and that's where you can access everything Peter Moon. And with that, we turn towards Peter Moon. Now, I hope you don't mind my sharing. Here in these very grim and terrifying times. It's amazing how relatively stable, comparatively speaking, both Peter Moon and myself are, as well as Derek Talley, and as well as Selena Khan, and as well as Lena Shea. We're very fortunate people. We're very blessed, and we need to thank God on our knees for that. Whatever our faith, we need to thank divinity and creation. And with that, I do want to bring Peter on, who thankfully will help me through the next hour or so, as long as he feels able to, to participate. And what I'll do is I will personally look up an email he sent myself, so that he and I will both be on the same page, in which he had sent me some further confirmation of the death of Michael Aquino. And so that is one of the reasons I brought him on. But it's also because today's date in history is very much relevant to what we're writing the book about. Today was, of course, the 75th. Oh, excuse me. Today is the Eveday. Tomorrow being the 75th commemorative date of the test site at Trinity, where they detonated the plutonium bomb, the domestically produced American Fat Man-styled bomb, in disambiguation from the Axis-produced, quote-unquote, little boy, much more standardized and mass-produced ordnance as far as uranium bombs could be mass-produced in terms of that type of atomic bomb. The plutonium bomb produced by the Americans was much more powerful in terms of the energy it unleashed, which is very ironic because the Americans deployed it in such a manner as to totally waste its energy when they dropped it in a panic over Nagasaki, which was not the target, which most people don't know. The main target, the actual target, was the Japanese National Armory at Kokura, where the Americans met too much fierce resistance and retreated in panic. And dropped the bomb because the bomb had been penetrated and was about to blow. So they had dropped it in a panic over Hiroshima. So there's a whole story behind that our man Daniel Arola has produced videos on. So that's just a brief introduction. I will speak more to this anniversarial date, of course. Right now we're going to bring on Peter Moon, and he and I will just do some small talk to segue us into his kind of covering for me. I mean, I'm here all the way with him. Every step of the way I'm riding shotgun. But he's kind of here to save my ass, as he often is. And tell us, Peter, a little bit, if you're willing to do so, about you're playing the part of homeowner, and this is a role that you've been playing for a while, and it's a role in which, unless it's just too much to relive the horror, how did the painting go? How did the house painting go inside of
I'm painting my kitchen and living room. Today is the kitchen, and it's taking much longer than I would have liked, and the back seized up. So I'm going to be camping out in the living room until this is done.
Oh my God!
I'm just going to camp out, and right now I'm taking a break because it seized up. The back seized up, so I just have to let it rest. I got some ice back there. This is a pleasant break, and then. Because I got the tape on. You can only leave tape on for so long, masking tape.
Right.
So, but what's the most interesting aspect about finishing this, and it's not just the paint I have to finish. I mean, the living room, I have to basically, put a few fixtures in, do the entryway, and then put a floor down. Mm-hmm. Once that is done, by my own decision, I will be ready to meet the great alchemist who appears in the book Transylvania Moonrise. His name is Eleanor in the book. I was told I would meet him. That was about 9 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I said to myself, I'm not ready to meet him until I finish this house, for whatever reason under the sun.
Right.
So I don't even feel like meeting him now. You know what I'm saying? Because I got too much stuff on my plate, including Douglas's books. But I'll be happy to meet him. It's just like a focal point. I said, I can't meet this guy until I finish this, for some reason. It's just one of these things in life, It's a stable reference point that maybe I know better instinctively than anyone.
Right.
So there's a lot of that. So that's a good issue. That's a good thing to look forward to. But so anyway, that's the mundane stuff. I've been very busy with your book, with reading Radu's next book, editing it, proofreading it, so I can put that up for sale on Kindle in a week or two.
Great.
And also working out contract with you, which I'll share with you when I finish it.
Wonderful. And so Selena's making a joke. She says, "Is Peter selling his home? I'd like to sell his house and then donate the commission to DDD." It's very cute. She's just joking.
No, I'm not selling the house. In fact, I should be here for a while.
Yes. Oh, God willing.
At least a short while. At least intermediate while.
Yes.
And I'm also beginning the negotiating of doing a documentary series on Montauk.
Right.
I can't even discuss Douglas Dietrich at this point in the discussions because it's premature. Right. I don't need to tip over the apple cart. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Too much information.
Yeah, understood. Maria Gregorich says, "Tomorrow is 1 year from my mother passing away. I still can't believe it. God bless you, darling. And I remember that period of time, very traumatic. So I thank her for bringing that up." And
that's 10 years ago or 9 years ago?
1 year, just 1 year ago. Her mother died last year, actually.
Oh, her mother died. I thought you meant your mother. Okay.
Oh God, no, my mother. Yes, isn't that incredible? Considering, well, well, we'll go. No point in bringing that up. I was going to say, well, considering Maria's age as compared to my age, it's amazing how long her mother lived, right? But then again, her mother probably gave birth to her when her mother was 18 or something. Whereas, when I was born, my parents were the age of most people's grandparents, which I've gone into in the past. And but tonight we're going to, go into such subjects, somewhat, just touch upon them. But mostly we're going to be talking to Peter Moon about different things that he finds relevant. Now, just let me take a look here at what I was able to call up on my search. Let me see. Here we are. Confirmation of Aquino's death. So here we go in one of those. It was Godlike Productions, the Godlike Productions forum, which, of course, these are the people who set up that ambush for me after I was interviewed for a number of times on their program. Then they set up an ambush, which we have available either in my archives at least. It might even still be on the Maggot channel. And anyhow, it's recommended people to listen to that, as it's recommended people listen to any thing that we publish. Anyhow, so it starts off with Man's Lobe. All these people have these occultic names where it's all kind of like, how would I say, vaguely kind of like Central European names that kind of like, who would I think of at such a period of time? Like Rudolf Steiner. It's kind of like names that remind you of Steinerian type names. Manslobe, M-A-N-Z, surname spelled L-O-E-B. Of course, these are probably all, how would I say it, just pseudonyms. But, he says, "Is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino dead?" And that's when, the response is, apparently Manslobe is the one responding. He died on June 29th, 2020, which is pretty much when I sat state, saying, "I'm friends with his son Dorian, who confirmed this." Of course, I noticed nobody's asking. Well, then again, somebody does ask. An individual, appropriately enough, named Anonymous Coward. And the first guy claims to be the United States. Second guy claims to be the United Kingdom. By the way, you can almost guarantee none of these guys are where they say they're at. So the guy says, why did this guy from the United Kingdom, who calls himself Anonymous Coward, then why does his own website say that he died September 1st? Also, there have been no interviews with Aquino since August of 2019. And that's when he links, of course, to heifer.org, which is spelled XEPER.org, but it was always pronounced as Heifer by Michael Aquino. And that's when Anonymous Coward continues by saying, referring to Michael Aquino, his best works lie in the afterlife, with the rising threat in the east. And so, by the way, that is a subdued reference to myself. This is what Aquino often referred to my gang stalkers. He referred to me as their target, the rising threat in the east. So he looked at me as almost one with the Dietrich artilect. So he always posed that as the ultimate target, G. And then finally someone in Romania, or at least claiming to be there, named Noah, N-O-A, probably in this case from Romania, because Michael Aquino had to have obligatorily someone in Romania. And they said, "Rest in peace, sir. Thanks for not giving you," or not giving up, is what I think they're trying to say. But they might mean thanks for not giving you, which would be probably a code word for giving a fuck. So with that, we turn over to Mr. Peter Moon. And aside from all of this and the gravitas of the commemorative date, which I'll go more into later in the evening whenever you decide to take your leave of us, what else is on your mind that I'm sure there's plenty going on that's relevant? There's just, in fact, too much going on. And like you yourself said, you were glad to take a break the other day. Tell us a little bit about your day at the beach. There must be some adventures to share.
This is pretty mundane stuff. I went to the beach on Saturday with Paula.
Yeah.
And usually one beach for the weekend is good. And then I played football on Sunday morning. And this is probably what did my back in. I played in it was like about 10 supreme athletes showed up in their 20s, mostly black guys.
Oh my God.
And this was like, so I'm like, I'm 67 and I played with them and I held my own.
Oh my God.
I can't say that I outplayed any of them, but I held my own. I did my job and I had and we played a long time. And then I said, I'm gonna go to the beach and it surprised Paula because she was gonna meet, 2 couples of her friends. And so we ended up, and that was a fiasco. We had a good time. We finally had a good time. I don't think we got there till about 5. But what happened was we had the police, the New York State troopers, clogging up the parkway, parking like an asshole, like parking in the middle lane with just his tail light into one lane. You could go around him if you wanted to, but you'd piss him off if you did that. And then there was an unmarked car, it was a police car, in front of him, blocking off the inside lane. So you could actually cheat and go around both of them if you wanted to, but that's not. And so all the traffic, and he was directing all the traffic. So then some SUV went around, which must have been with his okay, and then he pointed to us and says, "Go the stupid way. Go, and you're gonna be lost in city traffic." So as soon as he did that, as soon as he pointed us in the stupid way to go, he let the rest of the traffic go. And I said, "Look, you can make a U-turn here and get on the on-ramp and we'll be right with them." So we did it. But there was no excuse for the way they behaved as policemen. There was no excuse. This was not a riot. This was not loss of life. But I often noticed, and these were state highway patrolmen, I often notice that police will take a confused situation where there's a traffic incident, if not an accident, and they will make it more confusing.
Yes.
And they will clog up traffic worse than they should.
Right.
They don't make things easier.
It's true.
And I said, this did not bring about any sympathy towards policemen. So it's like this was the last turn off until you get to the beach, which is several miles away. There's this long parkway to get to the beach, and there's nothing happening. Why did they stop traffic? There was no explanation unless they were looking for contraband of some sort. So it didn't make any sense. And then once we got to the beach, we found out that our 2 friends, ones were coming from New Jersey, ones were coming from out east. They couldn't come to our beach because it's a private beach that they wouldn't allow outsiders to come to. Don't have residency in the town. So then we all went to Jones Beach, and that was a fiasco, just trying to get us all on the same page. But we did, and we actually had a good time, staying probably till almost 8. And it was a nice day. So Yeah, the police were aggravating, and I just, rather than, it's not good to get angry at police.
Right.
It's not good to get angry at anybody. I said, you know what? I'll just write this off to Mercury retrograde. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
So it's done. It's finished.
Yes.
And when I see police, I'll try to be as friendly and cooperative as I can, because you don't want to be.
True.
And they got enough. Last time I confronted a policeman, he came to give me a ticket. And this was in Brooklyn, because I had made a left turn when I wasn't supposed to, but I didn't decide to make it until after I passed a sign, which I didn't see. So in my own mind, I was kind of innocent. And he was scared to come to my door and take my license.
Right.
He was like standing off. He didn't know who the hell I was. I mean, he didn't really see me, you know. And he had a female cop with him, and he was afraid to even approach the car. Not because of me, but just because of the nature of his job in downtown Brooklyn. Yeah. So, he gave me a ticket, and I noticed that I was able to hire an attorney, which you do when you get a ticket in New York or anywhere. You hire an attorney for $150. The ticket would have cost at least that with insurance. So you hire the ticket, hire an attorney. Most of them cost $350. I found one in Queens for $150 on the internet. What they do is they delay it.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, by the way, I have a picture of the intersection, where there's no U-turn sign. It doesn't say no left turn sign. Of course, I took it from another angle. But he didn't specify on the ticket. He specified the intersection. He says, well, this can only help us. So after it goes through for about 1.5 years, they drop the ticket. They just obliterate it.
Right. Wow.
And it doesn't go on your insurance. And if you fight it, it delays going on your insurance by at least a year. So I would recommend anybody who gets a ticket, hire an attorney.
There you go.
Even if it's expensive.
Yeah.
So that was, and then I treated the policeman with consideration and respect.
That's what we should. Anyone should do that just for the sake of self-interest, if nothing else. So, yes. So thank you for sharing that. I think that's good advice and an important story. And I like the way you're very humble about it, that there was really not much to talk about with the beach and all the rest of that. But, it's these personal touches to a person's life that people really care about. They want to hear this. We're an extended electronic family. And many people, of course, are here because they're fans of yours. And it's because of that you and I work well together. And I look forward to Friday. Mr. Moon and I are going to be speaking personally and privately about aspects of the manuscript. And that'll be fun. And so we'll go over a number of things. And this is always an opportunity, of course, to just get to know each other better. And in terms of what we're speaking about tonight, as you know, of course, we've just got so much going on. It's truly overwhelming. But what's been catching your attention lately? And don't be afraid, of course, to talk about things that you've been working on, aside from our book, of course. As you said, there were other things you were working on with the that you just don't want to overload us with information, but don't be afraid to bring things up. And so if you can catch us up on a little bit about what's impressing you in the world as emergent or urgently needing our attention, or deserving a lot more attention than it's getting, please, by all means, go ahead and share that.
I think what came up big in my life, there was we just went through 3 eclipses.
Yeah.
And we also had the Jupiter Saturn Pluto conjunction, and on June 30th.
Yeah.
We had the big incidence of that eclipse on or whatever, the conjunction of June 30th, July 1st, was the reporting of Michael Aquino's death
Right.
and the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell. These two were the big incidents in my world.
Right.
Now, Ghislaine Maxwell, we don't need to talk about because that's a developing story,
Right.
which could go any which way. But the eclipses they're always profound. Like, say, for example, my daughter I noticed them because she would always move in or out of the house on an eclipse.
Wow.
She'd get kicked out of her mother's house and move in with me. Or then she'd leave my house and go off to Australia or somewhere, wherever. But she'd leave and come on eclipses. So she's now leaving her mother's house once again on the eclipse. It's like, but that's her. We have very similar charts. We're both Capricorn with Virgo rising. But anyway, what on the eclipse of, I think it was the 21st, it said you will have a new partner coming into your life. And I was getting a lot of messages from a producer that works for a media company.
Wow.
That wants to do a documentary series on the Montauk Project. And so I resisted it because I thought this is going to be a huge distraction. This is coming during Mercury retrograde. I don't want to do this. It's too much. But he's appearing just like the new partner should. And so I had a long talk with him, a long interview with him, and he's going to present a trailer to do a series with me as a co-producer. Of course, things have to be worked out contractually, and this has been dominating my attention to a certain degree for the last week. And because the negotiations and the interface with this person went very well, far more surprisingly better. The interesting, if not unfortunate thing, is that he hadn't even completely read the Montauk Project. That was the only exposure he had. So I had to get him up to speed with a talking to him for an hour or more, and getting him to read the Silver Anniversary edition of the Montauk Project, which gives both the occult investigation and the journalistic investigation. So this was, and I also told him I'm so sick of this story being mistold or not told that I have no enthusiasm for it anymore. It's like it's been, my name has been omitted. There's been this great avoidance of me. Yeah. Am I really that powerful? Am I really? This has gone on since day one with my involvement with Preston Nichols. It's like avoid me at all costs. And in the beginning, the excuse was I'm just the ghostwriter. And that suited me very well. I was very happy with that. I didn't want to be involved on the front lines at all. I was directing things from behind the scenes, basically selling books, right, and doing my own investigation. And I don't know if I would have been a significant character as a writer if it was not for my meeting Marjorie Cameron and all of that major revelation and synchronicity. So, but anyway, there's not only been a huge dance around the Montauk Project, but there's an even bigger dance around me.
Right.
Like, what is this? I'm just a person who published and wrote a book. That's all. And it's almost the way I think it, and maybe you could add some insight to this, the gray matter inside of people. The gray matter, you were talking about this the other day, but all of these labyrinthine aspects of the human mind are represented in magic by Goetia, 72 pathways that correspond to the different channels inside the human brain. But it's as if this matter that people are not aware of, it's like it's like I'm operating in certain areas where they're censored. They shut it out. They shut it out. I think Selena was kind of mentioning, introducing you to people. It's like some people are not ready. They're not ready for Douglas Dietrich. They're not ready for Peter Moon. And the whole idea of doing the book with you is to make people more ready for Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah. We definitely.
Yes, it's like there's a certain amount of overt censorship that occurs around me, but there's also a certain amount of covert censorship that occurs around me that has to do with whatever the brain linkage is that these people have. It's not functioning, so it shuts. It's an automatic shut off. It's just like automatic shutdown.
Yes, yeah. And it's very frustrating, and this is why you and I can relate to each other. We've both been essentially blacklisted in so many ways, and yet you seem to be blossoming, and through yourself, I am as well. So things are changing.
That's the astrology. This is the astrology. When you have your second Saturn return, which is at about age 59, 60.
Wow.
It's that means you reap what you sowed. You get your due rewards. And this is a part of the life pattern. And so, I've reached age 67 and these things are starting to manifest. One of the things that manifested was my wife, Paula, age 62. I got married by age 61, 5 years ago, and whatever it was, she blossomed into my life at that particular time. So things have been very, very good, and they seem to be getting better. So this is a good thing. So all of this stuff that's transpired has been. It is what it is. It does, in the end, it's just a story to be told, and it's a remarkable story. But we live in a world where data of any kind, whether it's remarkable, whether it's fantastic, whether it's good, whether it's mundane, it can just be ignored by the sheer amount of data that's flying around in the world.
Right. Much of it misinformation. And of course, the people just eat that shit up. I mean, it's one of those things that's one of our primary frustrations, is how people seem to prefer that which is preposterous to that which would make their universe make so much more sense, or the context of their reality.
But if you notice the way Richard Dolan responded to you on that video, yes. And he says, Douglas is a very nice guy.
Yes.
But this whole idea of World War II, the Japanese wanted, this is absurd. This is ridiculous. That's him just being so indoctrinated into quote unquote reality.
Well,
in other words,
go on.
Everything you said to him to refute him made complete sense, but it's so programmed into reality, and because he has to appear as some sort of authority in his own eyes, he refutes you. But it's like, because if he were to really look at the hard facts, it throws his world upside down. Yes. Aside from the fact of whatever affiliations he has.
That's where it really comes down to, because I was going to say there are plenty of people like that, as the way you describe it, who would just simply be shutting down, and they would be reflexive, and they would be reactionary, and this to kind of project that onto Richard Dolan, however, is to basically exonerate him, and that's something that cannot be done, because the situation was not at all something that was of that nature. Richard Dolan knows everything.
I only saw the clip. I only saw a clip.
Yeah,
you were there.
If you were to suffer through beyond the clip, you wouldn't need to, of course, watch the entire what did they call it, speakers panel, which is a couple hours. But if you were to go a bit before where he starts talking about me, and then you'd get some more of the context, because the camera does that much. It follows the people asking questions and follows the speakers on the panel. And ironically enough, it was, this is why I've always been, until recently, where I got more and more hard on Sean David Morton, simply because it's, he did commit crimes, and Sean David Morton is not innocent. I'm very skeptical about his getting out of prison, as was suggested by one of the sources that you had read, which was Benjamin Fulford, who is just like, Benjamin Fulford is like, anything he says is just bizarre, because
they're letting everybody out of prison now. Everybody except John Ford. It's like,
good point. I mean, your point's well taken. Now that I think about what you say, yes, that's true. I mean, it's almost like in that context, with coronavirus ripping through the prison population, they may very well let someone like Sean David Morton go. Yes, so it's a good point. So that is something that was kind of beyond what it was at the time that Benjamin Fulford said what he said. I don't believe we were even that deep into. I don't think coronavirus had really hit at that point, but it was something that everybody knew would rip into the prisons, because they're enclosed spaces, and so yeah, I can see that, and that may happen. We'll find out. But in terms of the reason I was hard on him, the further time got away was because he had changed in a sense. Well, maybe he had never changed. He was always sleazy. But he became stupid enough where he began cooperating with Michael Aquino. And to put this into some perspective for people so they understand what I'm saying, and again, they don't think that this is some kind of personal fantasy on my part. When I was at Revolution Radio as a platform, the idiot who ran Revolution Radio was a white trash piece of shit named Mike Ringley. And Mike Ringley was he was just awful. I mean, there's no describing him. He was a train wreck. And but Mike Ringley, he very certainly was mind controlled. He was in his own way an Edomite. All of Revolution Radio was set up as just basically controlled opposition. And so it was just a place to stick me where then they could do their best to just suppress everything I said. I had to follow many rules there that I've never gone into publicly, having to do with catering to Michael Aquino. Now, of course, Mike Ringley was always in denial of himself, saying, I will never allow Michael Aquino to be interviewed on this station. I mean, he was adamant about this. I will never allow Michael Aquino to be interviewed on this station. But then the day he got deathly sick and had to retreat for a day to recover with a influenza, then he called Sean David Morton to make certain he wasn't going to bring on Michael Aquino, because I had warned Mike Ringley that Sean David Morton had every intention of doing so, because Sean David Morton was convinced Michael Aquino would keep him out of prison. And he did, for a long period of time. For the longest period of time, Michael Aquino did keep him out of prison. Now, I'm talking about Michael Aquino did what he does, which is he'll go to bat for you for an extent, but there's only so far he's going to go. And this was in a situation where Sean David Morton was claiming to be a diplomat who had diplomatic immunity from all American laws. Now, just so people understand this, because
this explains something.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I had a friend who she witnessed it was a really weird housing court case in New York City. Uh-huh. One of her friends, they were trying to evict her friend. Mm-hmm. I knew the friend, and it was like completely satanically controlled.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go into the details because it's too onerous. It was interesting though. And the attorney representing the person who was being victimized was so good. He knew New York housing law inside outside. And he basically said, look, if I win the case, it's not going to cost you anything. The billing, it'll be billable for about $120,000, but I'll only bill you $30,000 if you lose. But if you win, I'll bill $150,000, and the landlord's going to pay it. She won the case. because this incredible attorney, but he knew every trick in the book. So they'd have these satanic judges, and finally, I was told some old jolly guy like Santa Claus. He kept trying to steer it wrong, but he couldn't. It was just so flagrantly what they were doing to this person. So anyway, one of the people that got involved was a attorney for the Securities and Exchange Commission. He knew the woman, and he was outraged by the way the New York City Housing Court was conducting itself. So he was like an advocate, like a real high-powered SEC attorney. And when the Sean David Morton had a judgment against him for $13 million.
Yeah.
Long before he was ever corralled in. And this attorney, who I never met, but I said, this doesn't have, he did not understand how somebody could have a judgment in the SEC and nobody was acting on it. He said, this does not happen. Well, You've just explained it.
Yeah, thank you. And that's our lovely lady Selena Khan is asking, who is, basically the basic question, who the hell is Sean David Morton? And she's saying, is he anyone famous? So I gave her a
infamous.
Yeah,
infamous.
Infamous. Yes, thank you. Good term for it. So just to give just a little bit of background here and some context, because it's morbidly entertaining. Sean David Morton is a convicted felon who was found guilty on April 7th of 2017 of at least, he was found at least one count of conspiracy to defraud the United States as an entity. As a fucking entity, to defraud the United States. And 2 counts of filing false claims against the United States, and 26 counts of passing false or fictitious financial instruments. And so he didn't even appear for his sentencing, and he was a fugitive until he was rearrested along with his wife on probably around the 21st of August in 2017. And
I think he was getting off of a cruise that he was a featured speaker on.
Oh no, that was the first time he was arrested. Yes, he was a featured speaker on the Conspiracy Cruise, the 2016. That was the Conspiracy Cruise that was spelled Conspira, and then with a capital S, S-E-A, as in Conspira. Sea, as in the open sea. I mean, pun,
So clever.
Yes, so clever. So clever. Yes, trademarked by Brian William Hall. He was arrested on reaching land. As soon as they dropped anchor, Sean David Morton was getting off the ship, and he was arrested then and there. And but there's a reason he was let go, was because in around 2015, he interviewed Michael Aquino. Now, we'd have to look up the exact day, because believe it or not, I don't remember the exact month or day he had brought Michael Aquino on, but I do remember that the flu was going around. Mike Ringley was deathly sick, called Sean David Morton specifically to confirm he wasn't going to bring on Michael Aquino, and Sean David Morton said, oh no, I'm sick too, and I'm not even going to be on, I'm going to play a rerun today. But as soon as Mike Ringley was gone, not Vero Barrera, excuse me. There's a wonderful lady who's in the chat room oft times. Her name is Vero Reina Barrera, or Veronica Reina Barrera. She's a wonderful senora. Love you dearly, honey. Not her. There was some bitch who worked at Revolution Radio as kind of like a sponsor. In other words, she didn't work there, but she helped pay Revolution Radio's bills. And for that reason, she was given like full run of the radio programs and given unlimited power. Her name was, she called herself Vaubear, but her name was, I forget, it was something very similar to the other lady's name that I mentioned, but it was Vero Barra, something like that. Vero Barra or something like that. Very strange name. And probably a pseudonym. And she called herself Vaubear. But she basically brought Michael Aquino on for Sean David Morton to interview. So she brought him on right away, like she had him like on speed dial. And so she was told, oh, hey, Mike Ringley's sick, this is when we bring you on. Now, then Sean David Morton interviewed Michael Aquino for, the duration of his program, which was like 3 or 4 hours long. And then, so it's like...
Did he say anything interesting?
No, of course not. No, of course not. The one thing that's in common with all of the Michael Aquino interviews that anyone who listens to them will quickly realize is that he says absolutely nothing of interest. He said absolutely nothing of interest. The overwhelming majority of the time, he would just talk on the most just inane bullshit. He would just
boring. He's very boring.
Yes. He's just would talk about obtuse, esoteric, just crap. So that you would get the impression, why is anyone interested in this guy? Like, what is this guy? There's nothing there to hold any interest. I mean, if you didn't know his background, you would just. But good examples of where he can be interesting only from the detached perspective is if you knew his background. Would be an example like the poor dear Solaris Blue Raven, who I like as a person, and I feel terrible. And I hope someday I have an opportunity to speak to her and allow her to throw a cup of hot coffee on me or something. But she was someone who is a victim of a mind control program, and she's very open about that. As a matter of fact, you might say that's the basis of her career as it stands today. And so she had a background that we don't need to go into. But what happened was she had a DVD that she and her boyfriend at the time produced, and this guy was a real piece of shit. And he was just another mind control victim who was obviously assigned to fuck her life up. It was just awful. This to give you an example of this guy was just this stupid quote unquote artist, and then he's like, with this girl who obviously has issues with authority because she's been basically persecuted. She does not trust the police, and then this guy helps her make this DVD, and I think he was just trying to fuck her over, and they called it Eye of the Remote. That was the name of the DVD, Eye of the Remote, and it's a nonsensical title. And the DVD cover looks like a giant fucking anus. If you ever saw the DVD cover, it looks like an anus. And so is this guy making a joke on her, just fucking her over, where, oh, here's an anus, get it, the pink eye of the remote, like she's remotely controlled. So she was using this term in a way she really couldn't articulate, but she's really saying that she was remote controlled for a period of her life, as in she's a remote, like it's the name for a targeted individual, like a TI, a targeted individual. Remote would be another term. This person's a remote in that they're remotely controlled. So she felt she had been through a period of her life like this, hence the title, but it was all fucked up the way it was presented to make it. You can
see the book on, you can see the image of the book.
Yeah.
Online, easy to find.
Yeah, the anus. Yeah, and so then this guy, as soon as he does this with her, he starts producing shit for the FBI, like FBI recruiting films. And so I told her, you've got to get rid of this guy. And she did ultimately, because he was physically abusive. So to her credit, she got rid of him. By the way, she's no sap in terms of physical ability. She was a black belt in karate or something like that. So she was a martial artist. It wasn't like she was capable of defending herself, but in trying to physically abuse her, he destroyed their home. So the guy was just a complete asshole. I met him personally, so I can attest to this. So the point is that she and I had a relationship, and we consummated physically at a few of the conferences. Then what happened was that mostly because she was hiding from her boyfriend, and but then and I met her up in Colorado, and it was wonderful. And then what happened was I got involved with Christine Joanna Hart, who said she was trying to be rescued from Michael Aquino. And at one point, when Christine Joanna Hart was trying to publish a book about being controlled by Michael Aquino, though she was portraying this in novel form as allegory, then she needed a title and a cover, and I provided those, and the title was inspired by Solaris Blue Raven's title, only I gave her the title I Am a Remote. So she used that I Am a Remote, and of course Solaris found this out along with other things that Christine and I were doing, and she was devastated, and so Solaris was just, she after that said, I'll get back at you, and she interviewed Michael Aquino. This is what and this is what I can't get, is why is it that everybody responds to me when they're heartbroken or by doing that? What is that about?
That's self-destructive. It doesn't hurt you, it hurts her.
Thank you. I
also see her, we're doing an interview here with Miles Johnson.
Yes, of course, which is the same thing. Yeah, that's just like a Kino sock puppet. And so then what happened was, if you listen to that interview of Solaris Blue Raven interviewing Michael Kino, it's just so sad because she's basically going into the belly of the beast. This is the man who had initially inducted her, and in Christine Joanna Hart's case, there's less sympathy to be had with Christine Joanna Hart because Christine Joanna Hart never left Michael Aquino. It was all a front. It was all, she's just portraying herself with the usual, I'm trying to escape from this man. But it was all just totally under his thumb the entire time, which became self-evident enough, quickly enough. Of course, by that point, I, had been involved with her in a different way, and that was another reason Solaris was so angry. But so the point was that when Solaris got to the point where she was interviewing Michael Aquino, you can hear how she just submits. It's awful. It's so sad because Michael Aquino is basically like, on there, and he's like, hey, let's talk bullshit, and and she's just whatever he wants her. It's just like that. It was just awful. I'm not exaggerating. It was just like whatever he wants her, and it's like, and then he's trying to make it sound like when she was asking about, Justin White described it the best because Justin White suffered through the interview, and he said it was like, she's like trying to ask him about, some people say you use this kind of remote control technology like what was used on her. And, and his response was like, oh, yeah, I can barely handle a cell phone. Us older folks, I much prefer the old flip phones they had with the push buttons, but I can't you imagine me trying to use that kind of technology. I mean, really, it's like, to hear him, literally in that sense, making fun of her almost. It was like it's just awful. And then when towards the end of the program, it was like somehow it came up finally that he was involved in several mind control programs. And then she says, oh, you must have something to say about that. By that time was the end of the interview. Yeah, pity we don't have any time left. Isn't that interesting how that happened? Yeah, like he had her under hypnotic sway. I mean, it's just awful. I mean, you just want to kill the man. And so there you have that. That was that horrible experience. But it brings us back to Sean David Morton. So we all knew each other. We'd all been at the conferences together, and of course, the connecting asshole was Lorian Ann Fenton at that time, whom Peter Moon had personally met, and can attest to the fact that I'm not exaggerating. Lorian Ann Fenton's not a human being. She's an ambulatory drop cushion or something. She's like a marshmallow seat, and she ambulates not on legs but on two little stumps that you never see because there's so much fat covered. Look, I'm not exaggerating. Peter Moon will describe her physically, and it's not, this is like a human being shaped like a snow cone. So
Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yes.
She was what was it? Very bloated. She was more bloated than I think fat, and I think the condition had to do with her thyroid, if I recall.
So she says, yes. I mean, it could be any number of issues, but anyhow, yes, whatever it was, it's totally non-functional as a human being, essentially crippled. Unable to walk very far. We won't overdwell on that. People get the point. But if she, basically I used to make a joke that she had to have a regular change in lovers because she rolled over in her sleep. But all that aside. So when it came to Sean David Morton, he was equally corpulent and kind of like the male equivalent of her. And, the two of them couldn't be in the same room at once because, the pull of the gravity would create kind of like a black hole effect or something.
One thing about Sean is that I had a friend who he used to stay at her place in New York. It was like he'd get a free room there.
Uh-huh.
She finally, I think, put a stop to it. and she made it very clear she was not interested in him,
Uh-huh.
but she let him stay there.
Oh, God.
But she said he had to have a sexual fix every night.
Yeah.
It was like he had to have it.
Mhm.
Like he was addicted to, and I believe it was with female.
Yeah.
But it was just like addicted.
Yeah. Yeah. Just one of his addictions, the other being food. It was he was just because you wonder, when the guy stole so many millions of dollars from all these elderly people claiming he was a financial psychic, you went, where did it all go? I mean, it's like, if Peter Moon or I had several $1 million, we'd be hard pressed to spend that in a lifetime. It'd be, we just couldn't imagine. I mean, how many truffles can you eat? It's like, how many lives can you interfere with?
Let me clarify this. Yeah. He would go on the air and he would promote investments. Mm-hmm. This is flagrantly and blatantly against the law.
Yes.
Unless you are a registered investment advisor. Stockbrokers can't even go on the air and promote that sort of thing. A stockbroker is a registered representative, which is different than a registered investment advisor.
Thank you.
And so when you do that, and I don't think he was registered for anything,
right,
except for diplomatic immunity.
Yes. Go on.
And that was a self-registration. So in other words, you don't do this stuff. And for Art Bell to not only entertain him, but to allow this, to me, he's equally guilty to allow this to take place. Now, Art Bell, I never listened to Art Bell, so I really can't say, but I was told that he always remonstrated Sean for his false financial predictions, but he'd still have him on.
Yeah.
And that he would that these investments, he would solicit them, and he would get a lot of money from New Age conspiracy type audience, and they would listen to him and believe him. And first off, what he was doing was illegal to do that. And I would gather that he just took the money and put it in his own account, registered in Cyprus or some obscure country, under diplomatic immunity or something, and just, it was never invested. It was just confiscated.
Yes. That's exactly,
So what he was doing was flagrantly criminal, and nobody would stand up and say anything, except for, I always said it, I wasn't in an opportunity to say it publicly. I know that I once spoke to Carrie Cassidy, and she had lost at least $60,000, maybe more, with his investment.
Oh shit! She's lucky. She got off light.
And when I told her, that was the last time I spoke to her. It was about the conference that didn't happen with David Anderson.
Right.
She said that something about she had Sean appear. Yeah. It was supposed to be me, David Anderson, and Preston. So by the time it was done, she recruited David Wilcock, Sean David Morton, and Richard Hoagland.
It's like the anti-team. It's like the antithesis of what was supposed to be there. She brought
exactly. So, but anyway, I said something about Sean, or maybe there was a judgment against him, and I said this to her, and she says, "Oh, wait, no, you don't understand. There's more to it." And she mentioned that she'd lost the money, but she still was like enabling him.
Right.
And there is, under some guise of, sovereign law.
Right.
And the sovereign law, I mean, if you can rip somebody off and take their money and say, I'm sovereign, well, okay.
Yeah. Right.
But that's not what, I mean, it's people are so polarized against the existing law and the existing structure of the government that they make everything about the government bad. It's not all bad.
Thank you. Thank
Just
you.
certain parts of it. And this is like, why? How can people be so hypnotized and be so be such an advocate of idiocy? And this is a big problem. One of my friends once said, she said that this world promotes mediocrity.
Yeah.
It likes mediocrity. Deepak Chopra, mediocrity.
Yeah. Yes.
Michio Kaku, mediocrity.
Yes.
And you could go on and list them. The people that recite the news, mediocrity.
Yes. Yeah. And this is what leads people to be victimized by those who are willing to prey on that. And so Sean David Morton was, in that sense, an apex predator. To let people understand the gravity of Sean David Morton's crimes, he made it into criminology textbooks. So in criminology textbooks, there is a place for Sean David Morton. In a sense, he made criminal history. So this was a man who pulled off some fairly serious crimes in terms of depleting elderly people of their life savings and leaving them to die homeless in the streets and starving, or living in their children's home or in a rest home or something like that. It's like, this is what he condemned any number of people to, who were naive enough to fall for his bullshit. And so this is not a nice person, and I've gotten increasingly harder on him as the years have progressed, basically coming to the conclusion that he's right where he belongs, in prison. But he made that choice definitively for me when he interviewed Michael Aquino. In terms of the Solaris Blue Raven, it's more like a complete tragedy. And so I do hold Celine has asked me in the message box if I have feelings of love for her. Well, it's mostly at this point in my life, it's affection and regrets. I have what I would call affectionate regret. I really regret doing what I did that made her feel that she was wronged. But it's also important to remember there were two things behind it that had me do what I did at the time, which was, for one thing, it's like saying, the problem with Solaris Blue Raven's approach was that if she wanted to be perceived as a remote, the only way to make her case more relevant would be to emphasize the fact that other people were in her position. So you don't want to be terminally unique. Now, I have that problem. It's not something that where I'm indulging myself due to a conflation of just convergent factors in the universe. My situation is one where I am terminally unique. I am one of those people that is in basically a situation that is outstandingly exceptional enough, whether positive or negative, where there's no one else like me. It's sui generis. But with someone like Solaris Blue Raven is trying to get people to appreciate her, understand her, the only way that that's going to happen is by showing there's others like her. So it would be kind of like someone saying, I suffered in an internment camp, and they wrote a book saying I was an internee. And then they get pissed off when somebody uses that term internee on their book title. But if other people are not also internees, then your victimization becomes less relevant. So
let me bring up a point here.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this before, but it's worth mentioning again. When I published Stuart Swerdlow's book, Montauk: The Alien Connection, there were a lot of people that would either write in or call in or just iterate. They go, "Oh, me too. I'm just like Stuart." and I would say to myself, I didn't say it to them. I might have said it to Stuart's wife. These people are not like Stuart. They're full of shit. But then, over time, I met enough of his students to see that it was the case. They were like him. They might not have been aggrandized because he's a public speaker,
right,
but they were very much like him. And they were insightful. They were usually well heeled in terms of their position, that they made money because his clients, would have to pay money, so they weren't poor,
Right.
and they were maybe his age, a little younger, and they were professional people who were part of some program, and they could totally relate to what he had to offer. And in other words, how many of these people are out there? Just like with Preston would talk about the Montauk boys as sleepers that are going to come out of the woodwork. There are a lot of those people out there. Mm-hmm. And I never try to indulge people's fascination with their own paradigm like that. Because the paradigm is usually disabling. Mm-hmm. Almost always disabling.
Yeah.
And if I adopted that paradigm for myself, I don't know what the hell I'd be doing. I'd be in some other world. I wouldn't be functioning and doing what I'm doing.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and
so and also, whatever the merits or demerits of these people might be, I'm not judging them. And many people who have these experiences or think that their experience with a UFO or abduction, they're not unique. They are a dime a dozen.
There.
And this is not disparaging their experience, but they're so common as to be not noteworthy, except unto themselves. Or what do you want me to do about the fact of X, Y, Z? And in the case of yourself, yes, you are unique. And it's always good to be an individual.
I don't know about that, but it is.
It is good to be an individual and to be unique. It is indeed. It is indeed a compliment, and you don't want to be like everybody else. Sometimes you want to blend in with the crowd.
Yes. But
that's the worst epitaph you could have on a gravestone.
That's true too.
He was just like everybody else. He did what he was told. He did what he was told.
Well, that would be funny, at least. Yes, no, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, and I take it as complimentary. It is what it is, and it does, however, for whatever reason, and of course, Peter Moon and I could psychoanalyze this till tomorrow morning, but it angers so many people. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that there is someone who is, in their own case, terminally unique. It is something that does anger people, and I notice that that is probably what I get the most negative comments about on the internet, would be from people who are just angry that I have the audacity to presume that, to say that I am terminally unique, that there is no other case like mine, and so they hate that, and that of course is, as Daniel Arola would say, it's their problem, it's not mine, but it is what it is, and it triggers what it triggers. But in the case of what had happened with Sean David Morton and what we were discussing with that, to kind of put that in perspective, and what had happened with oh my God, what was her name again in the Project Camelot? I'm sorry,
Carrie
Cassidy. Yeah, Carrie Lee Cassidy, and so many of his victims. You have these people where he took advantage of this hatred of the system as it is, and these people have indoctrinated themselves through all the alternative media to believe that the system is their greatest enemy, and so they do what they can against it. And one of the things they do is this kind of bizarre support they offer a criminal like Sean David Morton. And so Sean David Morton, of course, was not only doing what he was doing with Art Bell, he was doing what he was doing with George Norrie, until at some point George Norrie was ripped off, and then George Norrie barred him from Coast to Coast AM.
George Norrie was stupid enough to invest with Sean David?
I got that impression. To tell you the truth, no, I have no evidence of this other than George Norrie's behavior. George Norrie's behavior, which I met him several times personally, and Sean David Morton I met several times personally, and I saw the two of them interact more than once personally, and on a personal level face-to-face, where I was there when they were interacting. The impression I got was that George Norrie was personally pissed at Sean David Morton. It wasn't like a moral, like, how could you rip other people off? It seemed to be more personal, like, you ripped me off. That was the impression that I got. So, yeah. And I was surprised, too. I was surprised, too. But it probably has something to do where Aquino spread the pain around so that everybody had, like, equal, it's like a tribal experience where everybody shares the same drug that blows their mind. You pass around the psilocybin, the magic mushroom, and everybody takes a little bit and it poisons their brain cells, and the dying brain cells produce enough toxin where you have these supermassive hallucinations, and everybody has a shared experience. And then they say, oh man, we're consciously bonded. We all did this together. It's a tribal experience. I think that's what Aquino was doing by passing Sean David Morton around, so everybody could feel the stupid pain and the pain that they had financially lost because they were stupid. And then I guess that's a bit of a bond there or something. Only speculating, but that's the bemusing way I look at it. But at any rate, with Sean David Morton, the trip that he had was that he had produced his own passport. He claimed, and I'll get back to, all the train of thought, but these are necessary tangents. He had produced his own passport saying he was a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria. Shades of what Lena Shea and I were speaking of earlier. And so here's this idiot saying he was a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria, and yet the fix, meaning the scam that diplomats have the world over, is such that he got away with this. Now, I was there, and I can attest to this, because there was a flight that I was on with Carrie Lynn, and Sean David Morton, and basically we had gotten there late because of so many different factors that always happen. They began to go through Carrie Lynn Cassidy's luggage, and she had a lot of luggage because she's a producer. And so she said, we don't have time for this. We're going to miss the flight. And so, of course, they said, we don't care. And they were going through her luggage in slow motion. And we were going to miss the flight. And Sean David Morton went up to the TSA agents. And this is after 9/11, mind you. And he flashed his passport from the sunken continent of Lemuria. And he said, I am a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria. And
he said sunken continent?
Yes. And here's my proof, my passport, and you have to let me and my friends go onto this plane.
I can understand him, but I don't understand how it applies to her.
He extended his diplomatic immunity to all of us. Said,
I didn't know they could do that.
I didn't know. I had some hint of that from Aquino in the past and things he had mentioned. I had never seen it personally in action. And they just shut all of her luggage and said, we are so sorry to have bothered you.
Yeah, I think they have to be extra careful.
Yeah.
But they got scammed.
Yeah, of course.
Where was this?
It was at the air flight in. We were going from the Los Angeles airport, and we were going to another one of those bloody conferences, and it was just out of that airport that they.
It was domestic, though.
Yeah, it was domestic. It was international as it counted, because we were going into Canada at the time, so it was international. So that was one of the flights we took out of that airport, and so it was ultimately an international trip. So it was that had to be. That's why he used the diplomatic thing too. He said it's an international flight. I have diplomatic immunity. That was how it all worked, and they just, they let it go like he was legit. And so he had that level of confidence, and this is why he thumbed his nose at the U.S. government. When the U.S. government said, you've got to appear for these hearings, he would say, I have diplomatic immunity, I'm immune, and go fuck yourself. And, and
it worked just enough to get him in trouble.
It worked enough to get him in trouble, but then that's when he turned towards Michael Aquino. When he brought Michael Aquino on, he had told myself, and I told him he was a fucking idiot. It was just like what I had told the other idiot who had the show called Dreams or something. That was he was that author that I can't even remember his name now. Jesus Christ, I'd have to go back and whatever notes I took on this sort of thing at the time, because I actually produced like an e-card for him when he died, just out of because he was a fellow Revolution radio host. But he was Martin Hemmingson. He was the guy named Michael Hemmingson. He was a guy who had his own show called The Art of Dreaming. And so let me see if I can look that up, Hemmingson, and see if I got his name right, The Art of Dreaming. And that may be totally scrubbed from the internet at this point. But he was like some idiot who had written a book with David Webb. It was Michael Hemmingson, The Art of Dreaming. Some of his shit's still on YouTube. And so Michael Hemmingson, he had co-written a book on the Temple of Set with David Webb, who is supposed to be, in many ways, the heir apparent to Michael Aquino. So David Webb was old. He had been around forever. He had written old books on the occult. He's not that old, but compared to myself, he's ancient. And so he's not as old as Peter Levenda, but if anyone is like up there with Peter Levenda in running the Temple of Set at this point in history, it would be this David Webb character. And so he and Michael Hemmingson wrote this book on the Temple of Set. And at the time, he was co-authoring the book with him, and they had just finished up on it and gotten it published. Michael Hemmingson started trying to incite a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself. And I told Hemmingson to his face, because we met personally a few times. And I had been friendly with Hemmingson, just like I had been with Sean David Morton up to a point, because both of these guys, they seemed friendly enough face to face.
They're affable.
Yeah, they were affable. They're not overtly hostile. Hemmingson then quickly turned and became hostile. He became trying to incite a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself. And I said, it doesn't play like that. I said, nothing is going to happen to me because of this. Something will happen to you. And I told him, you're going to die. And I said, Michael Aquino will kill you. And I said, do you not get this? After having worked with David Webb, did you not understand how the Temple of Set works and what you're dealing with? And, why are you doing this to yourself? Anyhow, to give people a little bit of context here, just very briefly, Michael Hemmingson was bisexual. He had a young daughter who was living with him, and I mean young. His daughter was we're talking 5-6 years old, 9 at the oldest. And he had a wife with whom he had produced this child who was Mexican and had moved back to Mexico. And at some point, because, and I say with all due righteousness, this woman did what she did, which was illegal, but the right thing to do. Because Michael Hemmingson was bringing home men and women to have sex with in front of this girl. So this is the kind of guy who was co-authoring the book with David Webb on the Temple of Set, which stands to reason as to why that went down. So Michael Hemmingson basically has this wife in Mexico who hired some man to abduct the girl and bring her back to Mexico. And they abducted the girl, brought her back to Mexico to stay with the mother. And as far as I'm concerned, she is on the side of the fucking angels. Michael Hemmingson told myself personally, I will never go down to Mexico to get my daughter back, because I know that the Mexican police will kill me. which is, of course, give me a break. Everybody, you got to understand this. Mexico's an ardent Roman Catholic nation. They may be full of criminals and they may be full of mafioso. I think men on either side of the law would have taken Michael Hemmingson apart gladly, going down to Mexico, trying to get his daughter back from his wife. Anyone on either side of the law would have done her that favor. They wouldn't even have asked for money. They would have done it for free. And but this guy, Michael Hemmingson, was never going to go back to Mexico. Sure enough, he kept poking Michael Aquino and myself, and Michael Aquino responded. And before you know it, Michael Hemmingson's body was found in Mexico, ripped to pieces. And this was because the dumbass idiot kept doing what he was doing to Michael Aquino. And, he said, I want to make Aquino lose his pension. And I said, the only body's going to lose anything is you, and you're going to lose your life. And that's, exactly as I said. He wound up, and that what they said was, these are coroners in Mexico. These coroners in Mexico said, well, he fell down several flights of stairs. Okay, the way they described it, because he had so many broken bones and contusions, they said, well, he rolled down the stairs. This is what you do when you're a dead body, right? Or an unconscious man. You roll down one flight of stairs and then roll down the other and then roll down the other because, your body just keeps doing that, right? I mean, being facetious, you get my point. This individual was obviously beaten to death. And body was so bad that, the family did not display it at the funeral. They didn't display, his face was just mashed into a bloody pulp. Okay, by the way, when you fall down the stairs, that doesn't happen. You may crack open your skull, you may break your arm, you don't break all your limbs and your face doesn't smash to a bloody pulp when you roll down several flights of stairs. It just doesn't work like that. So what happened to him was what he brought upon himself. By the way, he was born the same year as me, 1966, but he died in 2014. So talk about an idiot. I mean, this guy was my age. But he kept claiming he was much, much younger. And if you ever looked at his original Wikipedia entries, which, of course, would be changed by anybody who can go in there and change them, you would see his age would say something like, it'd say he was in his 20s. But this guy was born the same year as I was. So, at any rate, there you have...
Classic case of somebody having no idea what they are getting involved with.
Yeah. And you wonder, how is someone that fucking stupid? I mean, here's the guy who's if you're writing a book on the Temple of Set, how could you not get an idea of what you're dealing with? How could you not get an idea of how dangerous these people are? How could you not?
Oh, that's Tracy Twyman all over again.
Thank you. Yes, there's an example of, these people are, what is wrong with them? Well, in Tracy Twyman's case, I think she was like a mind control stooge, that she was just an asset who was hypnotized, programmed into thinking she was an independent asset, that she had control over her own life, which was just her lying to herself, or rather, she was programmed to think she was independent when she was totally not. Michael Hemmingson may have been an example of that, but he struck me as just far more stupid. That he was just this stupid individual who thought of himself, flattered himself an investigative author. And without any common sense, but at any rate, he obviously knew to be afraid of going down into Mexico, and yet he didn't know enough to be afraid of Michael Aquino. So I think the trouble with some of these people is they don't really believe it. But if he had written a book on the Temple of Set, he should have. But maybe he bought all their propaganda. He probably bought into all the propaganda where they say, well, we're just an esoteric society of researchers into the occult, that we're really just all about the esoteric. I mean, look at us, we're just nerds. I mean, hobbyists. It's an adult Dungeons and Dragons. We just roll the dice in a role-playing game, It's like that. But of course they chose the guy to author the book, somebody who's having sex with strangers in front of his daughter. So, that alone should tell you something. But
what the problem is with so many of this societies, occult societies, is when the boundaries go down. It's all about boundaries, and where you end up in a situation which is orgiastic, and it seems like the whole agenda for an orgy is to get Jeffrey Epstein blackmail on people.
Yes. Yes.
That seems to be the underlying purpose of the orgy. If there's anything going on there that might be considered transcendent, it seems to be a carrot, and at the best is incidental, and it's really not. There's nothing transcendent about it. It's and of course people can feel empowered by breaking the taboos of society.
Right.
And the taboos of society are, they're designed to, if you break them, they're designed to spin you in.
Yes. Yes.
And there's a whole aberrant psychology to that. However, when you're dealing with human beings and you get involved in these situations, you don't want it's not the taboos. It's the people you're with. They can't be trusted.
It's so true, and basically this was the trap all of these people had fallen into. In the case of Sean David Morton, what had happened was when you had all of these people who were being taken advantage of by him, the one thing I had to say was that when it came down to what Peter Moon was describing with Richard Dolan, if someone is to look at the speakers panel like several minutes before probably what's on the spliced and edited segment that people usually access just to get the punchline, you'll see that there's all these white men, and I'm using that term pointedly. There's these white males who stand up and ask what are obviously scripted questions, and they're meant only to initiate an attack on myself. So one of these white men stands up, and because my presentation had been so earth-shattering over at that conference, the conspiracy conference where the speakers panel was taking place, and Richard Dolan had every reason to feel, if one were to attribute this to some kind of personal response, you would think, well, Richard Dolan had every reason to feel like he needed to put me in my place. But that really wasn't the case, though there might have been elements of that. It really was that this was scripted. It was a scripted ambush, and that this had been intended. Now, I will dare say, Brian William Hall, the man with the trademark name who had organized the conference, had no idea about this, that this was above his pay grade. It was just above and beyond his head, his ability to fathom. This was just beyond his ability to cope with. And but that there were several things that happened at that conference, but there at that speaker's panel, one of those things that happened is these white guys stand up, and one of them asked a question about, oh, what about Douglas Dietrich? And that's when, Richard Dolan started with this response. By the way, with any speaker's panel and with any normal, shall we say, professional grade of behavior, you don't answer questions like that no matter who you are or what you're doing. It would be like if Peter Moon was at a conference and Peter Moon was sitting there, and then somebody says, oh, what about Peter Moon? Like, it's like some kind of like, I want you to give me a judgment on this person as a human being, as an individual. Then anybody with any modicum of social behavior, shall we say, any civilized modicum of socialization is just going to say, well, Peter Moon does what he does, and whatever, and move on. You don't start attacking the individual, which is what Richard Dolan does. And then I respond the way I did that, as we see, comes up with that Dietrich destroys Dolan. But before the conference ended, there was another white guy who stood up and tried to launch another attack, and he said, oh, is it possible the government could send some intriguing young Amerasian man to seduce us all down, a false path that will lead us all to perdition, damnation, and that's when Sean David Morton just shut him down and said, oh, we don't have time for this personal attack bullshit. So Sean David Morton was kind enough to me in the beginning where I had basically I counted him as a friend. I've dealt with criminals all my life, and I've had friends who have been criminals. So his criminality in and of itself didn't necessarily bother me, except to the point where I found out it was leaving elderly people homeless, at which point there would have been a severance, but the reality was he made an enemy of me when he interviewed Michael Aquino. In his case, it was just, because I told him, this isn't going to get you anywhere other than to buy you some time. But it bought him time. So when he was arrested, as soon as he got off the ship, he did not spend a day in jail. He was never, detained. The phone calls were made, and he continued to thumb his nose at the government until Michael Aquino decided, okay, I've done my part of the bargain, and this is where I relent, and just let the chips fall, which they did, and they, that's when they, dragged Sean David Morton kicking and screaming into the courtroom, where hysterically, I don't know if Peter Moon is aware of this, hysterically, Sean David Morton tried to use his sovereign law bullshit to beat the courts, which, he did the equivalent of a filibuster and just went on for hours and hours and hours, with the jury falling asleep and everything, telling everybody about sovereign law and how he didn't belong here and he was a sovereign citizen and that none of the laws applied to him. And, and of course nobody in the jury was going to buy that. So
one of the worst things you can do in the court system we have is to show no respect or regard for the institution of the court.
Thank you.
Even if it doesn't deserve it. Mm-hmm. If you're in their stadium,
yeah,
you have to play by their rules.
Thank you.
Otherwise, this is why L. Ron Hubbard would never go to a courtroom again.
Yes.
They don't play fair.
Well, they've got you in their court, and they, you're in their game, and so yeah, there you go. And I mean, I can understand that. And at the same time, if you are there, then by all means, you be respectful. I mean, you don't pull that kind of shit Sean David Morton tried, and it didn't work for him. That gives us a good kind of outline of in general what people need to know about that. But the one thing you'll notice in the speakers panel is that Sean David Morton is very respectful to me, and he handles as the master of ceremonies, he handled these people attacking myself quite well. And so he was what he was. He's not. It's just what a waste. What a fucking.
Yeah, but if he allowed personal attacks on you, then he'd have personal attacks on him because people would go after him.
Good point. I mean, good point. So there you go. It's kind of like, yeah, yes. Speaking of personal attacks, I want to bring this up while we're gifted with Peter Moon here, because I brought this up earlier with Peter Moon. And I think this is important to educate people so that they can get a better comprehension of where I'm coming from. And Peter Moon can add his own insight into this, which I think is always valid. There's no denying that Peter Moon's background in Dianetics, which we disambiguate from Scientology, gives him some psychological insight that has served him well. So there was this one idiot who the other day, it was in the Peter Moon episode that I had with Peter Moon the other day. Let me look up exactly which episode that was. That was the 12-hour episode with 1,300 views, 1,360 views of July 1st, the first of this month. So people can look up the July 1st episode, and this is the episode on which this comment was posted. I deleted it because it served no constructive purpose, but it will serve its constructive purpose in the sense of my relating it to people as an educational tool. So basically, I've got this idiot who basically is called Nick Hartley, and I believe that's his real name, and his YouTube channel is Nick1973 Kiss, as in Kiss, because his whole channel's dedicated to the fucking Kiss concerts he attended all his life. And so he's a big fan of Gene Simmons, which ironically enough, that there's certain times I've been told I look like almost everybody, but some people have said I look like Gene Simmons, which I only pray is not the case. But anyhow, so this guy is probably born in 1973, so as far as I'm concerned, he's born yesterday. But he wrote, and this is so common, a lot of people start off with this bullshit. This is how, it's kind of like Richard Dolan when he says, "Oh, you're a nice guy, Douglas, don't take this personally." When, of course, he's attacking very personally. He's launching a personal attack. This guy says, "Damn, I used to be a fan of Douglas, but he sounds so bored and disinterested here." This was on July 1st when Peter Moon was with me. And says lots of ho-hum, yawning and sighing, and that awkward, loud laughing over anything and everything. Bizarre! And his incessant yelling when making a point just puts him in the same category as all the right-wing radio talk show nuts. What happened? You know, this is the sort of thing where basically you notice there's no way to attack anything I'm presenting or anything that I'm saying, so the attack is not even on myself as a person, because they've gotten tired of that and that really goes nowhere. So it's just how I present myself. So then the attack is on how I present myself. But, you know, this is the point I was making with Peter Moon, that I really need people to appreciate, because I do need to reiterate this constantly so that people understand. It's kind of like what Peter Moon saw when he reviewed the original Roswell presentation delivered in a fucking Denny's on a wall where there's not even a screen. I mean, this is what I was stuck with, because there's no one who was helping. No one would do anything to help, and I'm just getting this together as much as I can. I'm doing it all basically on my own. And what I am is basically a fugitive. You're talking about somebody who's the spy who came in from the cold. I am a public informant. I am not an entertainer. I try to be entertaining, but this is only so far you can go when you don't have budget. So what these people are wanting is somebody who has the secrets. They want somebody who is, quote unquote, a whistleblower to tell them what they don't know. They're presented with myself. This is a gift from the fucking gods. And I'm here, and I give you this information, and you bitch about how I'm speaking, how I present it.
No, this is not what this is. This was a personal attack, and it was a Richard K. Cole attack. Only it wasn't as flagrant as Richard K. Cole, but it was still flagrant.
Yes, there's that.
It was just an attack. This was not a dissatisfied customer that was looking for something to gripe about. This was a personal attack.
Yes, you're right. And it's still, however, I do feel obligated to point out to people the fact that one of the things that people do have to realize, and I think that and maybe a lot of people understand this. Maybe I'm not giving people enough credit. But this is what I do notice a lot, is this kind of attack. So when there's this kind of attack that I hear from a lot of people, a lot of trolls talking about how, oh God, Douglas is opening the show and he's yawning. And it's like, God, which part of the fact that I'm a damaged, complexly, post-traumatically stress-ordered individual do people not understand? That this is not a professional production. This is not a production where I'm nationally syndicated and we have staff other than volunteers who are doing their best, working when they have time, and that's if they have time at all. And then when I get on here, I tell people I'm trying to work towards a formal opening. We try to do that at the top of the hour. And of course, before then, I'm barely awake. I'm trying to oxygenate. None of this is an excuse in terms of like, oh, I'm trying to defend myself. Far from it. How would I say it? I've owned the fact that I operate almost slovenly, because that's presenting myself as I am. I'm not here to present you a facade. I'm not here to present you anything other than what I am, which is basically a public informant who is abusive of many narcotics in an attempt to forget much of what I've been exposed to. And yet people want that because we want to hear all the ugly shit that's gone down. And yet they want this, and there are people out here who are that stupid. There have been people who complained about my presentation in the Denny's because there was no screen and all this shit. It's like, well, that's what I had to deal with at the time. That's all I had. And yet people are expecting, oh, why wasn't this a more professional presentation? See, this is the point. You're dealing with somebody who's basically a fugitive, and yet they want the professional grade sponsorship type presentation that David Wilcock gets. See, these people, you can almost tell when somebody is presenting you a load of shit is when they've got full backing of money behind them and they're presenting you this slick presentation. Most of the time, that alone should tell you, I don't need to be watching this. Nothing will be of any substance that emerges from this. But from myself, you are getting the facts. And one of the reasons you know that is because I have nothing behind me. It's like with Peter Moon, we're blacklisted. Nobody's sponsoring us. This is why we're dependent on each other. We have each other because there's so much else working against us. So that's why, that point does need to be made.
That's one thing that the medicine man, the Montauk's, told me. He says, I'm an outcast. He says, and Roosevelt is an outcast. Roosevelt was my Qigong teacher. He's an outcast too. Roosevelt Gainey was so good in martial arts that nobody wanted to have none of the martial arts people really wanted to have anything to do with him, because he was superior, and people would whisper shit about him, and of course he could deal with that very directly if he chose, and there's very amusing stories about that. However, in other words, the outcast was a badge of distinction.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it is, and because you have to consider what you're outcast from, and when you look at what you're outcast from, we want to be a part of that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really not something worth being a part of. I mean, you take a look at Daniel Brinkley, who I personally like, and who I've brought up what he did for me, and like I said. It's one of those things where he's been attacked, and in the end, it's kind of like he's given in. It's just, but look, the guy's almost, he's died enough now where he knows he's on the last life he's got. And so,
now he's died again by going on with Wilcock. He's died again.
Good point. Yes, he's died a death from which there be no reanimation. Yes. Oh my God, that's just awful. Well, my dear grandsire, you have performed wonderfully tonight, as always. I should let you get some rest. I'm curious, do you avail yourself of painkillers? When your back goes out like that, do you ever try any, painkillers, chemical, pharmaceutical?
I don't. I try to avoid them, if at all possible. I took a squirt of some CBD oil that's pretty old. Might have helped a little bit.
God, I hope so.
But I will. I'll work myself out of this, and I will have an interesting night, if not an enjoyable one.
Oh my God! Well, our prayers are with you.
No, I mean, it's like I have painkillers if I need them. I have cold pack is inflammation, anti-inflammatory. Cold pack, very important.
Okay.
And what I really want to do is try and get some more of the painting done if I can.
Oh God!
By morning. So I will be camping out on the couch in a like I'm in the jungle or something.
Oh my God! I feel so bad.
It's kind of fun. I got a huge screen TV. I got everything I need here.
Okay, but that's.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's like camping out.
Okay. Well,
it'll all be fun. It'll all be fine. It'll all be an adventure. It's just like going into a different mode of life for a few days.
Yes. Well, definitely. Okay, we're with you in spirit, and if you happen to be awake and you feel the need to interject at any time, now that I've brought you on the call, you can always jump.
I'm gonna go off Skype, and I'm gonna tend to some other things here.
Understood.
I'm not gonna stay with the broadcast.
Right. I will ask you to listen to it in the morning and look forward to your review. Listen to what you can in the morning. I mean,
what are you going to talk about?
Well, the first thing I think the most important thing that would be relevant would probably I'll speak a bit about the Trinity site.
Anniversary, right?
Yeah, and so I'll start off with that, and that would probably be the most important thing for yourself to listen to. And then you and I will be speaking Friday anyway. So beyond that, though, everyone else will be listening to me go through that to the Arca narrative of what happened with Hong Kong, and then go on to some of what was going on with China, and then some of how that brings us back to the COVID-19 subject, which will bring us to the economy, which will bring us to the coming election, and just the stresses going on in American society as we get nearer to that date, which is going to be things look really on thin ice right now. Everything looks like it's ready to snap into something.
What I will say is that is the day after the election is the third Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto conjunction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the third in a series, which means the resolution of the situation. And, you know, you could look at that from different perspectives. I would imagine it would be more related to the COVID issue, whatever, and all the underlying issues. Mm-hmm. And it'll, you know, and also it implies a winner of an election. Mm-hmm. Or perhaps, you know, so, but might be best not to worry about it until then, because I don't think there's, you know, when Pluto's involved, there's not a lot you can do about it. You just have to cooperate.
Right. You're
coerced and you cooperate. Mm-hmm. And you know, we'll see how this thing goes. But I will encourage people to look out 3 years into the future.
Yes.
For August 2023, when there's some, you know, it's 3 years away, so we could be in for some challenging times.
Holy shit! And what is that?
There will be some more Douglas Dietrich books to read, so that will help balance. That will help balance the negativity.
All right. Well, we all love you dearly, and share our love with Paula. And I remind everyone to go to the timetraveleducationcenter.com and pay respects at
everybody.
That was wonderful. So thank you so much. And of course, it's always a struggle to make certain everything goes as smoothly as possible. You'll notice, of course, in the photograph in tonight's image embedded in thumbnail, those who might know a little bit about dermatology would see that there's actually a dermatological stress condition which has manifested, as it does every once in a while, on my right eye. And it goes away, of course, by my applying garlic to it. I take raw garlic buds, which I learned from a Chinese herbalist who ran a Chinese herbal apothecary many years ago, to take the antiseptic, the disinfectant garlic buds and cut them open, cut a garlic bud in half, and rub the garlic raw directly onto the eyelid, and that condition disappears within a very short period of time. And this is where many prescribed or pharmaceutically, industrially produced pharmaceutical creams proved themselves just to be worthless. And so this is a condition that every once in a while has manifested throughout my life, and of course I know how to make it go away. But it's definitely one of those things that is kind of a byproduct of my peculiar genetics, which we've been going somewhat into with Lena Shea when she's brought up questions about them. And it's some people have compared it to kind of like a snake shedding his skin or something like that, but you know, I take that in stride. I don't know if that is the case, but I'm not antithetical to people presuming such. But other than that, dyed my hair back to what would be deemed a more natural birth color. Everyone who knows me, of course, knows my hair is just shock white ever since the night of the broken circle. You know, all part of the struggle that has been my life, Mein Kampf. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And he's, of course, the property manager of the YouTube Maggot channel, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/C/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He, of course, is Team Dithrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay some monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That would be tinyurl.com/MMAGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough contributions, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. Roll of the eyes there. And, of course, he is the bridge between the Akashic Records and the material worlds, cyberspatial realms, where I have been scrubbed therefrom no less than 3 times and able to reestablish myself as the virtual person dealing with yourself tonight. Via the fact that this individual, John Warrington, took it upon himself on his own initiative to download much of what I've produced over the years into his own hard drives, and thereafter was able to help me reintegrate myself online with a full legacy and presence intact, or nearly intact, each and every time. A wonderful human being, and in that very sense, my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself being scrubbed from the internet along my legacy and therefore hope for your future, or the annihilation of all life upon the surface of this world, which the cult of the kings of Edom seeks to realize. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on mine biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known to all and sundry, spread the word, both far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Mezza Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Linzu Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath the Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities Onsite the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Twain Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale or personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled Bizarehd, mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Guldiers, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, well, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But finally, above and beyond all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, there will be some links that Lena Shea will be pinning to the top of the website homepage. Make certain to scroll down till you find the 3D graphic modeled representation of 3 Aero dreadnoughts, easy to recognize as what the Americans used to term flying hamburgers. And click upon that image so you can access all the other images that we simply cannot publish in the book. We can only publish a few color images, basically on the cover and on the back of the book. We'll have a few images that are black and white. The only way to access the full depth of colorized renderings is on the website via that link, which is portaled through the image representing 3 Aero dreadnoughts what Americans would call flying hamburgers. And with that, don't forget to read the text. Oh my God, do not neglect to read the text. Those are responses to naysayers and decriers, where I eat them alive with the facts. Make certain to avail yourselves of the facts. Now, when it comes to what happened with the deployment of the plutonium bomb, this night tonight, now it's midnight already on the Atlantic seaboard. It's already the 75th commemorative date, well, rather a remembrance day, of Trinity detonation. Trinity Site's detonation day. Remembrance, and it's still the Eveday thereof here on the West Coast, on the Pacific seaboard. But on the Atlantic, it's the very day itself. And 75 years agone, they blew the world's plutonium bomb, the first plutonium bomb on Earth, domestically developed by the Americans, at what was codenamed Trinity Site, in desecration, blasphemy of the Holy Trinity. Now, here on the Pacific, we're still on eventide of that blackest day in the annals of recorded human experience. The day all humanity lost, dated the 16th in July, 3/4 of a century agone, when the Americans, knowing they had lost their genocidal race war, portaled in the Antitheon, the anti-gods, parcel abortive destruction of God's creation, the very world, via deployment of their domestically assembled plutonium bomb in their own alchemical disintegration and recreation of primordial matter in the image of contra-divinity, in the name of the Cosmo-Develocrators, the cosmic desecrators. So, this was a time when the Americans were so cognizant of the fact that they had lost the war that they were designing their own suicide ram planes to ram the incoming Japanese aero dreadnoughts and super battle dirigibles. And so they felt that by destroying God's creation, the very world, by setting loose a chain reaction through the plutonium bomb that would never end, a billiards upon billiards effect that would cause the disintegration of God's world, they would remake the world in their own image under the guidance of their anti-gods, whom they did portal in to our universe via this first act of desecration on a site they deemed Trinity in blasphemy, in which their primary alchemists did recite, "Now I am become death." Now, the 75th anniversary of what's known as the Trinity explosion was not the world's first nuclear weapons test or deployment by a long shot, but it was the world's first plutonium detonation. And it's three-quarters of a centennial comest as tensions over nuclear devices intensify. But back then, it was 1 a.m. anti-meridium the first hour before noon on the 16th of July in 1945, when J. Robert Oppenheimer met with Army Lieutenant General Leslie Groves in the parched landscape of Jornada del Muerto, Dead Man's Journey, a remote desert in New Mexico. Now, what's important to remember is that General Leslie Groves was the same satanic motherfucker who took a golden shovel and on September 11th, 1941, just months before Pearl Harbor, turned that golden spade into the dirt as the groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of the Pentagon. And it was at that time he said, we're going to start the biggest war the world has ever seen. And we're going to need the biggest office building in the world from which to manage that war. And it was at that time that it was known that a satanic culmination would ultimately come, in which the sacrifices would be made in that building that would help to close a circle in the stage of American descent beneath hell and beyond redemption. This was the future that General Leslie Groves so wanted, and which he has since made a reality. It was on the very anniversary of the groundbreaking ceremony for the building of the Pentagon that you had the September 11th attacks in 2001. And at that time, when there should have been thousands of people in the building, 60 years later, nobody was there. All evacuated because everyone knew the attack was coming. The only people operative in the Pentagon building were the accountants and the auditors who were trying to investigate and ascertain where billions and billions of missing United States dollars had gone. An overwhelming amount of it into the black budget of occult investigations and rituals, satanic child abuse. Aquino had personally, in his lifetime, handled billions of dollars of investment into black hole projects, which would result in the torture and murder of countless children and adults. All of this is what was made possible. Indeed, what was demanded by General Leslie Groves, who literally helped to set the groundwork. So, when you're dealing with the horror of what we're presented with today. Think of the fact that these men knew they were going to face justice when the Japanese won the war. Now, they had no idea Emperor Hirohito's plans were less genocidal than theirs. That the last thing he wanted to do was kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Emperor Hirohito knew that he could drag the war very quickly to a military victory for Japan that would leave Japan militarily victorious, but dirt poor. Like Vietnam at the end of the Vietnam conflict, where the United States was defeated with no material gain or territorial aggrandizement for Vietnam itself. No, Emperor Hirohito knew better than that. So he forced Japan's enemies to sue for peace and open their goddamn markets, which had been the point all along that the Americans had fought against. So when Hirohito won the war, he was not interested in bringing these criminals to justice. His main point was to free the Japanese civilians who had been interned in concentration camps and were facing mass extermination, and then to force the Americans to help Japan reconstruct and ultimately attain preeminence in position over the Americans themselves. All of which he succeeded in doing as one of the greatest leaders in human history, along with Alexander the Great. And yet a man so pragmatic that the recognition of that fact was not even what he sought. But then again, he'd been a man who had been worshipped as a god throughout his life. So it'd be very important for you to realize that when the Americans realized they were at the end, they were losing it, they decided they were going to destroy the world. That they, by destroying the creation of God Himself, they felt they would render themselves as the new gods of the universe, that they would take God's place, and that the anti-gods, the entities of entropy, incarnate, would help them reassert themselves over the world as the new gods. This is the depth of evil that the American military junta represents. And so, we have a situation now where all of us must come to terms with what happened that day, so long ago, 75 years ago. So when it comes to relating what happened then, all of that context provides you some understanding of what was going on in the background when a group of engineers and physicists was about to detonate a nuclear device packed with 13 pounds of plutonium. Now, I'm told the OBS studio just reconnected, so I need to know if you've been hearing me all this time. I'd appreciate it if I would get some feedback. I'll need people to respond. Do let me know if I'm being heard. Very important that I hear that before I go on. with tonight's monologue and arc of narrative, getting a heart from Selena Khan. I'm assuming that that means that I was heard, and so that being heard. So I thank her for that, definitely. And so, with that in mind, we'll go on with the show, so to speak, after I check into live chat. God bless you, young lady, and kiss to Selena Khan. And that does mean I'm being heard, right? She's going to answer now, thank God. And let me check the live dashboard while she enters that. She says, keep burning the airwaves. That's Jameson Reese. And STYCS Moves says yes. And Yormosi says, yes, I've heard you. Derek Talley says, loud and clear. Jameson Reese says, Doug, your audio is good. Thank you, all of you. Definitely, deeply appreciate it. Foxy Black says, I'm always tuning. Thanks for the knowledge. Keep up the awesome work. Stay safe. Thank you, honey. You too, baby. Okay. So with that, we'll return to transmission. And I look forward to, of course, the completion of the message by the lovely Selena Khan. Now, so when it comes to the site that was originally known as Alamogordo, or Stallion's Gate, changed to Trinity at the ground zero for the sake of what's called desecration in infernal ritual. You basically had this group of engineers and physicists preparing to detonate a nuclear device packed with 13 pounds of plutonium, itself a strategic weapon as it was perceived, that the United States government hoped would bring an end to the world. And that would be the end to World War II by their own conception. Now, some scientists on the project calculated and confirmed that the project they were embarking upon was about to light the entire world on fire. There were others who felt that the plutonium bomb, in disambiguation from the uranium ordnance built by the Axis, would prove itself a complete dud. And so they went ahead as planned, and Mr. Oppenheimer, who had been tasked with designing the plutonium bomb for the Manhattan Project, had not slept, probably for several nights prior to the test. And at 5:29 a.m. local time, the device exploded with a power equivalent to 21,000 tons of TNT and set off a flash of light that researchers have since confirmed was visible from Mars. Now, this was the first plutonium deployment in history, and less than a month later, the United States would drop a nearly identical weapon on the city of Nagasaki in the Japanese Empire, in blind panic, in retreat away from ferocious Japanese defenses that had prevented them from dropping it on the National Armory of the Empire of Japan, Onsite Kokura. And that bomb they dropped in panic because the bomb bay that it was positioned in had become flooded with high-octane aviation fuel, and the bomb was about to catch fire and blow with any spark that would come from an incoming Japanese bullet, the very Japanese bullets that had punctured the fuel tank. More were coming from the same sources. Therefore, they went into full retreat and dropped it over the first city in sight. That bomb, named Fat Man, fell 3 days after the Americans dropped the uranium bomb stolen from the Axis, which they had never tested because they knew it would work, via Axis deployments earlier in history, and that they had nicknamed that little boy, in disambiguation from the fat man, the American, that was dropped on Hiroshima to far more destructive effect, because the much more destructive American-produced bomb dropped on Nagasaki was dropped in a panic over an area that was well protected, and therefore its projection of force could not be delivered to full effect. The majority of the plutonium bomb's force being deflected by the mountains surrounding Nagasaki, which was in a valley. That was one of the factors behind why the underground factories producing Japanese bombers with pressurized cabins that could fly all the way from Tokyo to New York were still being constructed by the Mitsubishi plants in lead-lined production facilities underground by young ladies who had no idea that a nuclear bomb had even been dropped over their heads. Their production continued unabated, and the Japanese would have easily bombed America had the Americans not sued for peace. Knowing that the Japanese bombers were en route, the Americans decided they would end the world first and blew their own nuclear weapon in an attempt to destroy the world from home. All of this was part of the cycle of self-defeat brought upon themselves by their own aggressions. Now, since the Trinity test, as they called it, 75 years ago, at least 8 countries on Earth have conducted more than 2,000 nuclear bomb tests. More than half of those tests have been conducted by these United States. A legacy of the Trinity explosion, as the United States and several other nations have continued to refuse to ratify the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapon test explosions. So the test itself, as it was propagandized to the public to hide its original purpose to destroy the world, instead unleashed the next best thing, a nuclear age, a whole new class of destruction. Many of the scientists who witnessed the blast quickly realized what they themselves termed the foul and awesome power they had set free, as they recorded in their own diaries and annals. Mr. Oppenheimer, of course, recited a Hindu scripture. "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Part of the ritual to usher in the age of the anti-gods. Kenneth T. Bainbridge, the test director, was less poetic, instead being quoted to say, "Now we are all sons of bitches." The top secret test was both seen and heard for miles. Nothing secret about it. The goal of the test, as rendered to the public, was to see if the military could harness plutonium into a weapon that would destroy entire cities. The effects of radiation were not well understood by most scientists on the project at the time, and the preparations that were made to keep civilians safe reflected that level of ignorance. They placed crude monitors around the small towns within 40 miles of the testing site. A scientist who was 7 months pregnant and her husband, who was also a scientist, were sent to a motel in one of the towns with a Geiger counter a device used to detect radioactive emissions, to measure the radiation. If the needle hit a certain mark, she was instructed to alert officials so they could evacuate the town. But officials did not warn any of their residents. Many of them ranchers, Navajos, Mexican settlers and their descendants who raised cattle and drank water from cisterns, about the test at all. Should anyone have asked about the blast, officials had proposed several cover stories, including telling the public that a remote ammunitions depot had exploded. They took some effort to, quote-unquote, protect the public. Now, would any of us consider their protections adequate today? Not at all. It's not considered adequate to set off a nuclear bomb, not tell anyone about it, and set up a pregnant scientist in a motel with a Geiger counter to monitor radiation. And of course the blast itself stunned bewildered residents of small towns within a 100-mile radius of the site itself. Tina Cordova, a founderess of the Tula Rosa Basin Downwinders Consortium, which has urged the government to conduct more research about the aftermath of this blast and to compensate the affected communities, confirms it produced more light and heat than the sun itself. And based on census data at the time, her consortium estimates there were tens of thousands of people living within a 100-mile radius of the blast. And ash fell for days afterward in the landscape, and in every direction, and in amazing quantities. All warnings went unseen and totally ignored. The day after the blast itself, the day after Trinity, Leo Szilard, a Hungarian physicist who worked on the Manhattan Project, sent a petition signed by 70 scientists to President Harry S. Truman urging him to, quote-unquote, give Japan a chance to surrender before dropping the bombs. The petition cautioning, thus a nation which sets the precedent of using these newly liberated forces of nature for the purposes of destruction may have to bear the responsibility of opening the door to an era of devastation on an unimaginable scale. Now, it was not the first plea to reconsider the attempt to use a nuclear bomb to end the war. A month before the test, a committee which included Dr. Szilard and was headed by the German scientist James Flock issued the Flock Report, urging the United States to first demonstrate the power of the weapons to members of the United Nations, which itself shows you there was a United Nations during World War II. That it was a United Nations war effort, which many people to this day deny. And this report I'm citing said that such a demonstration would say to the world, you see what weapon we had but did not use. We be ready to renounce its use in the future and to join other nations in working out adequate supervision of the use of this nuclear weapon. Now, Mr. Truman himself never saw Dr. Szilard's petition, and he most likely never saw the Frank Report. So, it's almost impossible. I myself will tell you, as a professional historian, to even conceive of a set of developments in 1945 that would have avoided dropping those bombs. Truman was basically under orders from the last administration, which he had taken over from, to deploy them no matter what. There was no question that this was going to happen. Possession of a weapon, well, production of a weapon, precludes use. So, the United States, of course, was using this as part of what was supposed to be the forefront of many more atomic bombs to come in the ultimate extermination of the Japanese race. Of course, among others who were involved with no foresight of results, there was regret over the repercussions. Now, the bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima are believed to have killed up to about 200,000 people, with many of those victims succumbing to radiation poisoning in the weeks that followed. It being important to remember that on the island of Okinawa, more Okinawans killed themselves to avoid rape, torture, and cannibalism by the invading American Marines, who were committing all of those atrocities and more that cannot even be categorized, classified, or described. More Okinawans killed themselves to avoid such horrors as inflicted by the United States Marine Corps, which has nothing to be proud of. Every Marine on Okinawa deserved to die a horrible death, and you should take nothing but satisfaction from those that did. Therefore, more Okinawans killed themselves during so-called Operation Iceberg, the April Fool's Day invasion of Okinawa, and the months thereafter, than Japanese died in the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima put together. The impact of those bombs, strategically, was nothing. As I said, full production continued in Nagasaki underground of weapons that would soon be bombing the United States. Yet from the humanitarian perspective, scientists, many were totally shocked when the Japanese reported radiation sickness at Nagasaki. And while scientists were concerned about the possible effects of radiation on their own staff, as cited by Professor Wellerstein, who has written about what the United States knew about the long-term consequences of deploying the weapons, they still showed little interest in calculating what that damage could be for the Japanese. The blast and fire effects of the atomic bomb would greatly overshadow any radiation casualties. And the destruction of the cities would haunt Mr. Oppenheimer himself, who worried he had set a course for a future apocalypse. And to Mr. Truman later that year, he went on record to say, "Mr. President, I feel I have blood on my hands." Now, the true effects of the test on the people who lived near this test site remain completely classified. In fact, the United States government refused to conduct any investigation at all into the effects of the radiation, even after the communities downwind of the blast saw a massive spike in infant deaths in the months after the explosion. In fact, no infants were born alive, as confirmed by Joseph J. Schonka, a scientist and one of the authors of a 2010 study about the effects of nuclear testing for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Joseph Schonka concluding that the Trinity site downwinders had not been treated in either a fair or just manner. Now, Madame Cordova, who grew up in Tula Rosa, New Mexico, confirmed that cancer had been pervasive in the towns near the Trinity test site, where everyone can name someone who died of the disease. And in fact, everyone in area has cancer and will ultimately die from it. And they've been doing so for generations. And so, Madame Cordova, who has survived herself the inevitable thyroid cancer, that all women having more fat retention than men in order to be able to feed babies, all women gather more radiation in their bodies. And this cumulative radiation is processed through the thyroid. So all women in any test sites all over the world, from Australia to the United States, get thyroid cancer. And if a woman gets thyroid cancer, it's almost 100% certain it's going to be traceable to these nuclear weapons and the winds that carry the radiation. And Ms. Cordova has survived not only that, but the deaths of several relatives who all succumbed to various forms of cancer. And so she has gone on record to say, we know that the government basically walked away and has taken no responsibility for the suffering and the dying of Americans. Well, they took it as a sacrifice to the anti-gods. And of course, in addressing that price, members of Congress from New Mexico have introduced legislation that would expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which compensates uranium miners and people who live downwind from nuclear testing sites to include the residents who lived around Trinity site itself, which has never been included. And so in 2014, the National Cancer Institute began interviewing people who lived in the towns near the testing site to try and document the effects of the blast. At the time, the Institute saying it anticipated publishing the results within the next few months. Those results have never been published. And these annals of technology bring us to one of the aspects of those madmen who decided they would become as gods. And as God had declared, "Let there be light," so too did the scientists assert that they were the anti-God's own via the creation of the first light at Trinity site. The light of a nuclear explosion is unlike anything else on Earth. This is because the heat of a nuclear explosion is unlike anything else on Earth. And 75 years ago, today, by this point in time, to anyone on the eastern seaboard, was when the first plutonium weapon was deployed in an attempt to end the world, and all witnesses called its light cosmic. Where else, except in the interiors of stars, do the temperatures reach into the tens of millions of degrees? It is that blistering radiation, released in a reaction that takes about a millionth of a second to complete, that makes the light so unearthly that it gives it the strength to burn through photographic paper and melt the human eye. The heat is such that the air around it becomes luminous and incandescent and then opaque. For a moment, the brightness hides itself. Then the air expands outward, shedding its energy at the speed of sound. The blast wave that destroys houses, hospitals, schools, and cities. And so, the so-called test was given the evocative code name of Trinity, although no official record will ever tell you why. You're left as a civilian, in place of someone like myself who actually destroyed government documents. The urban legend that J. Robert Oppenheimer, the head of the United States government's laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico, and the director of science for the Manhattan Project, which designed and built the bomb, chose the name as an allusion to the poetry of John Donne, whose surname was spelled D-O-N-N-E, because Oppenheimer's former mistress, Jean Tatlock, a student at the University of California, Berkeley, right across the bay from myself in Golden Gated San Francisco, when he was a professor there, had introduced him to Dawn's work just before she suspiciously committed suicide in early 1944. Of course, there were those who knew them both who were convinced Oppenheimer had murdered her, because Oppenheimer later claimed not to recall where the name came from at all. The source of the name was top secret, and it simply was from that same general who built the Pentagon, was in charge of its production. That same Leslie Groves, who said, this name is to desacralize, to blaspheme the Creator on high, for we has become as gods, and we shall take his place. The operation itself was designated top secret, which in and of itself was another problem, since the whole point was to create an explosion that could be heard for hundreds of miles around and seen for 200. How to keep such a spectacle under wraps? And so, Oppenheimer and his colleagues considered several sites, including a patch of desert around 200 miles east of Los Angeles, an island 80 miles southwest of Santa Monica, California, and a series of sandbars 10 miles off the Texas coast. Eventually, they chose a place much closer to home, near Alamogordo, Espanol for Stallion's Gate, New Mexico, on an Army Air Force's bombing range in a valley called the Jornada del Muerto, the Journey of the Dead Man, an indication of its unforgiving landscape. Fresh water had to be driven in, 700 gallons at a time, from a town 40 miles away. To wire the site for a telephone connection required laying 4 miles of cable. The most expensive single line item in the budget was the construction of bomb-proof shelters, which would protect some of the more than 1,250 observers of the so-called test. The area immediately around the bombing range was sparsely populated, but not by any means barren, because it was within 1,200 miles of Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and El Paso. The nearest town of more than 100 people was fewer than 30 miles away, and the nearest occupied ranch was only 12 miles away. long distances for a person, but not for light or a radioactive cloud. One of Trinity's more unusual financial appropriations later on was for the acquisition of several dozen head of cattle that had had their hair discolored by the explosion. The Army made preparations to impose martial law after the test if necessary, maintaining a military force of 160 men on hand to manage any evacuations. Photographic film, sensitive to radioactivity, was stowed in nearby towns to provide medical legal evidence of contamination in the future. Seismographs in Tucson, Denver, and Chihuahua, Mexico would reveal how far away the explosion could be detected. And this date today, by now, on the 16th of July in 1945, the planned date of the test, the weather was poor. Thunderstorms were moving through the area, raising the twin hazards of electricity and rain. The test weapon itself, known euphemistically as the Gadget, was mounted inside a shack atop a 100-foot steel tower. It was, in and of itself, a Frankenstein's monster of wires, screws, switches, high explosives, radioactive materials, and diagnostic devices, and was crude enough that it could be tripped by a passing storm. This had already happened once, with a model of the bomb's electrical system. So rain, or even too many clouds, could cause other problems. A spontaneous radioactive thunderstorm after detonation. Unpredictable magnifications of the blast wave off a layer of warm air. It was later calculated that, even sans the possibility of mechanical or electrical failure, there was still more than a 1 in 10 chance of the gadget failing to perform optimally. So the scientists were prepared to cancel the test and wait for better weather when, at 5 in the morning, conditions began to improve. At 5:10, they announced that the test was going forward. At 5:25, a rocket near the tower was shot into the sky. The 5-minute warning. Another went up at 5:29. 45 seconds before 0 hour, a switch was thrown in the control bunker, starting an automated timer. And just before 5:30, an electrical pulse ran the 5.5 miles across the desert from the bunker to the tower up into the firing unit of the bomb itself. And within 100 millionths of a single second, a series of 30 charges went off around the device's core, compressing the sphere of plutonium inside from about the size of an orange to that of a lime. Then the gadget exploded. General Thomas Farrell, the deputy commander of the Manhattan Project, was in the control bunker with Oppenheimer when the blast went off. And immediately afterward he wrote, "The whole country was lighted by a searing light with the intensity many times that of the midday sun. It was golden, purple, violet, gray, and blue. It lighted every peak, crevice, and ridge of the nearby mountain range with a clarity and beauty that cannot be described, but must be seen to be imagined. It was that beauty the great poets dream about, but describe most poorly and inadequately." And that was when we knew we were better than God and deserved to inherit the universe. And so 27 miles away from the tower itself, the Berkeley physicist and Nobel Prize winner Ernest O. Lawrence was just stepping out of a car. And he later wrote, "Just as I put my foot on the ground, I was enveloped with a warm, brilliant yellow-white light, from darkness to brilliant sunshine in a single instant." And James Conant, the president of Harvard University, was watching from the VIP, the very important personnel viewing spot, 10 miles from the tower itself. He so writing, "The enormity of the light and its length quite stunned me. The whole sky suddenly full of white light, like the end of the world, which I knew had come in one way or another." Trinity was filmed exclusively in black and white and sans any audio. In the main footage of the explosion, the fireball rises out of the frame before the cameraman, dazed by the sight, pans upward to follow it. The written accounts of the test, of which there be many, grapple with how to describe an experience for which no terminology had yet been invented. Some eventually settle on what would become the standard lexicon. Louis Alvarez, a physicist and future participant in the Hiroshima bombing, viewed Trinity itself from the air, and he likened the debris cloud, which rose to a height of some 30,000 feet in 10 minutes, to a parachute which was being blown up by a large electric fan, noting that it had very much the appearance of a mammoth mushroom. Charles Thomas, the vice president of Monsanto, a major Manhattan Project contractor, observed the same. He so writing, "It looked like nothing less than an enormous mushroom. Colossal mushroom," was his words. The stalk was the thousands of tons of sand being sucked up by the explosion itself. The top of the mushroom was a flowering ball of fire. It resembled nothing less than a giant brain, the convolutions of which were constantly changing, mutating, transmogrifying, as it contemplated we, ourselves, its creators, and therefore the new masters of the universe above God. Now in the months before the test and all this manifest hubris of men who thought they had inherited creation through the destruction of primordial matter, the Manhattan Project scientists had estimated that their bomb would yield the equivalent of between 700 and 5,000 tons of TNT. As it turned out, the detonation force was equal to about 20,000 tons of TNT, 4 times larger than the expected maximum, which they thought in and of itself would trigger a chain reaction of molecules smashing molecules that would ultimately disintegrate the world. And the light was visible as far away as Amarillo, Texas, more than 280 miles to the east, on the other side of a mountain range. Windows were shattered in Silver City, New Mexico, some 180 miles to the southwest. Here again the written accounts converge. Thomas saying it is safe to say that nothing as terrible has been made by man or God before. Lawrence observing there was restrained applause, but more a hushed murmuring, bordering on reverence as we realized we were now the gods. Farrell saying the strong, sustained, awesome roar warned of doomsday, and made us feel that we puny things were blasphemous, as most certainly we proudly were. For now we knew we were better than God. Nevertheless, the plainclothes military police who were stationed in nearby towns reported that those who saw the light seemed to accept the government's explanation, which was that an ammunition dump had exploded. Trinity was only the first American detonation of the summer of 1945. 12 more followed in early August over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing as many as 250,000 people, but still less, again I must emphasize, than all the Okinawans who killed themselves, literally killed themselves, not even counting those murdered, tortured to death, gang raped to death by the American Marines, in order to avoid such violations. And by October, Norris Bradbury, the new director of Los Alamos, had proposed that the United States conduct subsequent Trinities. For there was more to learn about the bomb and our new powers as gods, he argued, in a memo to the new Coordinating Council for the Lab, and without the immediate pressure of making a weapon for war, another TR might be fun! With the FUN, every single letter F, U, and N in the uppercase. A year after the test at Alamogordo, new ones began. At Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, where my father was. They were not given literary names. Abel, Baker, and Charlie were slated for 1946. X-Ray, Yoke, and Zebra were slated for 1948. These were letters in the military radio alphabet, a clarification of who was really the master of the bomb, and therefore considered itself the master of the universe. By 1992, while I was killing people in the former Yugoslavia, the United States government had conducted more than 1,000 nuclear tests, and other nations, Communist China, France, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union, had joined in the frenzy. The last above-ground detonation took place over Lap Nur, a dried-up salt lake in northwestern China, in 1980. We'd be some years away, in other words, from the day when no living person will have seen that unearthly light firsthand. But Trinity left secondhand signs behind, because the gadget exploded so close to the ground. The fireball sucked up dirt and debris. Some of it melted and settled back down, cooling into a radioactive green glass that was drubbed Trinitite, and some of it floated away. A minute quantity of the dust ended up in a river about 1,000 miles east of Alamogordo, where in early August of 1945 it was taken up into a paper mill that manufactured strawboard for Eastman Kodak. The strawboard was used to pack some of the company's industrial X-ray film, which, when it was developed, was modeled with dark blotches and pinpoint stars. The final exposure of the first light of the nuclear age. And when that was seen, and the military was informed thereof, because Kodak was a defense contractor, it was said that General Leslie Groves himself investigated the matter and said, "Truly, we have overcome the Godhead. I said, 'Let there be light,' and by my own order, I created light, greater than God himself. These were the forefathers of Michael Aquino. These were the men who were the fathers of the age of the anti-gods, who were portaled in by their own rituals to plague us evermore. Now, Jameson Reese on Staten Island entered a comment on our latest transmission preceding tonight's, which I will read. He says, "We are truly at a critical juncture. I really enjoyed the details about China and Russia. Russia is literally imploding due to the short-sightedness of Putin. Russia's fall will be a climatological fall, which is inevitable. It's quite interesting about the diesel spill because no major news outlets were discussing it. I had known about it because I happened on an article by chance on the Weather Channel website. It's a sad time when the Weather Channel becomes a better news source than most mainstream and alternative outlets, but no surprise. All they needed to do was light the fuse. The white supremacists and neo-nationalists within these United States are doing the rest, most tragically. Getting through to such persons who are cultists of the treacherous scum seem impossible. It's like trying to converse with someone made of antimatter. Russia's lack of diversity be its own doing. By focusing purely on unearthing fossil fuels, they are going to open Pandora's box. Also, this is inescapable because, collectively, humankind took too long to address climate change, especially America, which is entrenched in its war against science, facts, and rationality. The biggest threat facing these United States, aside from it imploding under the weight of its own bigotry, is its own runaway capitalism in which corporations under our Supreme Court be treated as though they were individuals. They possess more rights than people, and in their greed have no care about the national security threat posed by appeasing Red China that is exploiting unwary consumers for their private information. People placed too much stock in nuclear and physical warfare to see the Trojan horse right beneath their fingertips, literally. Information war is more subtle and, in that respect, more deadly. In a true fascist state, the governing bodies would heavily restrict the corporations, and I am certain in a place such as Taiwan, no corporation sourced from that empire would get away with outsourcing to China, and bending over to take it up the rump by Xi Jinping, whom I'm going to start calling Emperor Palpatine. Individuals who give their data away on such services may as well paint a freaking target on their backs. I have no doubt that Communist China poses more of a threat than revisionist Russia because they have the technological edge over us, whilst revanchist Russia is still using room-sized computing mechanisms with vacuum tubes and shit. He puts an XD there for the laughing face, and goes on to say it is actually a trident or three-pronged attack from the trash of the Russian trash can, the Chinese, and the dull imbeciles who eat their turds for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and perpetuate every piece of disinfo put out there as though it's reality. It's literally like an adult lying to a child who doesn't know any better, and that child running with and reshaping their entire lives around it. Honestly, were I not the person who has the capacity to depersonalize and distance himself to observe the situation from an outsider's lens, I would cry, due to how pitiful it be. Of course, being detached as I am, the humor in it be the irony, in that the most arrogant country on the planet is now reduced to a laughing stock that is literally too dumb to see or know what everyone else is laughing at. Of course, this doesn't only describe this nation, but Trump himself. America will come to learn racism, institutionalized bias, and enslavement does not work. Like a neophyte who conjures something he is not ready for and gets his ass handed to him for his hubris and arrogance, so too will the American Empire if it does not move fast. When and if Trump be replaced. Now, that brings us, of course, to the subject of Hong Kong. On Monday, opening this work week, around 600,000 Hong Kong citizens braved scorching conditions, a new wave of coronavirus infections, and government warnings they would be breaking the law to cast their ballots in the primary election for the city-state's Democratic opposition over this weekend. The opposition camp is hoping to seize a historic majority in the parliament. It's been less than 12 weeks since China implemented the restrictive new national security law in the supposedly autonomous city-state, and the government has already hinted that it may use the law to bar potentially dozens of opposition candidates from the general election. However, this last weekend's massive voter turnout has inspired cautious optimism. You see, American allies once seemed cowed by China. Now they're responding with rare coordination. Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping surprised the world with a speech at Davos in 2017, defending free trade and joint action on climate change, as then American President-elect Donald Trump argued for precisely the opposite. It might have been an overambitious pitch by dictator Xi to position China as the world's next leader, but it also seemed a genuine sign at the time that Beijing was committing to the international rules-based order. Today, the warmth in the room at Davos has turned to freezer chill, beyond gone, but actually obliterated. The coronavirus pandemic has since transformed the world, and now some of those leaders who were so impressed by dictator Xi's vision for the communist Chinese empire are complaining of Beijing's state secrecy, misinformation, and the muzzling of whistleblowers during the initial stages of the coronavirus outbreak. Facts that the Chinese Communist government firmly denies and decries as merest allegations. Beijing is used to such diplomatic skirmishes, but something has shifted. Countries that once condemned Red China softly have become louder and their actions bolder. They're clearly coordinating their Red China responses, looking for strength in numbers. This coordination has been most obvious in their strong reactions to China's imposition of the controversial national security law, which undermines Hong Kong's promised autonomy, a status that was supposed to be guaranteed until 2047 by a legal agreement with the United Kingdom. The language used and actions taken by Western powers to condemn this law has in many cases been the same. Take the Five Eyes, an intelligence-based partnership between the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. 4 of its members issued a swift joint statement condemning China for passing the law and defending Hong Kong as a bastion of freedom in a rare open show of unity. I am tragically saddened to report that only New Zealand opted out of the statement, which itself be disgraceful on what was otherwise an inspiring leadership displayed by its female Prime Ministress to this point. The United Kingdom has confirmed it will open a pathway for citizenship for Hong Kong residents with the right to a British national overseas passport, which includes potentially around 3 million Hong Kongers. United Kingdom Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab said he had raised the issue of burden sharing with the Five Eyes if there be a mass exodus from the city itself. And so, Australia has already extended visas for Hong Kongers in the country, also opening a route for citizenship, whilst Canada is looking at ways to boost migration from the city. Australia has suspended its extradition treaty with Hong Kong, as has Canada, while the United States, United Kingdom, and New Zealand are all reviewing their own respective treaties. And the European Union's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, also warned this Monday that the Eurobloc was coordinating its response, though he said nothing concrete had been decided yet. The safe havens and extradition suspensions have irked officials in Beijing, who have promised to hit back with countermeasures. Already they've warned Chinese students not to travel to Australia because of discriminatory attacks against Asian peoples, whilst Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian told the United Kingdom to step back from the brink and recognize the reality that Hong Kong has returned to Red China. Of course, allied countries have most likely been discussing their China strategies for years, but such concerted action is rarely so blatant. Earlier this month, a new alliance of lawmakers was established from 16 countries and the European Union, called the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, the IPAC. It organizes actions on Red China for its members to promote in their own countries. Its members include the United States Senators Marco Rubio and Bob Menendez, as well as lawmakers from the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Switzerland, the Japanese Empire, the Czech Republic, and Uganda, among others. One of its current campaigns urges member countries to drop extradition treaties with Hong Kong to shield people from Chinese authorities. Another urges member nations to offer Hong Kongers safe havens through visas. Yuka Kobayashi, an ethnic Japanese assistant professor in China and international politics at SOAS, the School of Oriental and Asian Studies, University of London, who advises governments and organizations on communist China, has gone on record to say, if you see that countries are going beyond the United Nations, with parliamentarians now going beyond the borders to create a united front against the communist Chinese Empire, I've never seen anything like that. That's quite remarkable. A lot of countries were previously accommodating to China, but are not so accommodating anymore. And Kobayashi Yuka, well, that's her surname first and her first name thereafter, which is the proper way to present it in the Nihongo, or Japanese language, of course, has pointed to the way several countries have banned Red Chinese tech company Huawei from their high-speed internet infrastructure as another example of this international unity on Red China. She herself concluding that if these are now coordinated, it is going to pose serious challenges to the Communist Chinese Empire. Yesterday, the United Kingdom barred the Red Chinese technologies giant Huawei from its 5G fifth generational network in a major victory for the Trump administration, which I am happy to support, which has been, in this regard, which has been pressuring key American allies to do so for months. And the United States, more appropriately the American Empire, Australia, and the Empire of Japan had already effectively banned or planned to phase out Huawei's products from their high-speed wireless infrastructure, concerned that allowing the company into their grids would make its sensitive personal data vulnerable to the Communist Chinese government. These decisions may not have been made together necessarily, but these states are closely watching one another's decisions and, in some cases, following suit. Huawei has gone to great lengths to show, or rather pretend, it is not an arm of the Chinese Communist government, claiming it would never hand over personal data to the Red Chinese authorities, but all experts concur it would be legally obliged to do so under any circumstances. India also cited security concerns when it recently banned social media video platform TikTok and dozens of other Red Chinese-owned apps, even though the decision was broadly seen as an act of retaliation following deadly clashes between the Asian Indian and Red Chinese troops at a contested border yestermensis last month. And the United States itself, rather the American Empire, is finally mulling a TikTok ban for security reasons. That brings us to Red China and the world order. With Communist China's extraordinary rise has come a willingness from Beijing to take the leading role in some of the institutions at the foundations of the current world order. The Red Empire's rapid economic expansion is inextricably linked to globalization, so gaining access to the World Trade Organization, the WTO, and taking part in the G20 are important platforms for Beijing. Signing the Paris Accord on climate change has also furthered China's global credentials, particularly as the United States has pulled out. But some of its key decisions this year show the limitations of Red China's commitment to global norms. Beijing has taken its most assertive foreign policy to a new level of aggression in recent months, as the world remains focused on getting a grip on the pandemic sourcing from the Red Empire itself. Its recent clashes in the Himalayas killed more than 20 Asian Indian soldiers in the first deadly outbreak at the contested border in more than 40 years, in which India, following orders, the Indian soldiers never resorted to use of their loaded firearms, and instead, without firing a shot, engaged the Communist Chinese in hand-to-hand combat, using everything from razor wire wrapped around clubs and stones to bayonets, in which many of the Indian soldiers were forced into retreat by the greater numbers of Chinese off a cliff. India reporting that dozens of Chinese soldiers were also killed in that melee, but officials in Beijing refusing to confirm any number. And Red Chinese naval vessels, warships, have since also confronted vessels from other Asian nations in its seas to its south and east, while alleged Beijing-backed cyber attacks on these United States and the Australian Commonwealth have only worsened relations. Beijing has routinely denied the state is behind such cyber attacks, but accusations of recent attacks on American pharmaceutical and research institutions making progress on the coronavirus was for all of us a textbook example of how difficult it can be to censure Red China. Communist China is so important to the global economy that whenever criticism is thrown at the Red Empire, it's almost always coupled with a recognition of how important Chinese ties are. FBI Director Christopher Wray, who blamed China for the recent cyber attacks on our own medicines manufacturing plants. Said the Red Empire was the greatest long-term threat to our nation's information and intellectual property and to our very economic vitality. But in the same breath, he made clear relations with Red China were incredibly important, saying confronting this threat effectively does not mean we should not do business with the Red Chinese, does not mean we shouldn't host communist Chinese visitors, it does not mean we shouldn't welcome Chinese students or coexist with the Red Chinese Empire on the world stage. It does mean that when Communist China violates our criminal laws and international norms, we are not going to tolerate, much less enable. Now, Zhao, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman, then responded that Ray's remarks amounted to political lies. Zhao so saying that Ray's remarks show a disregard for facts and is full of political rumors that exposes deep-rooted Cold War mentality and ideological bias. Well, Australia has also shifted its China stance. It's a balance the world is still struggling to work out, because the Communist Chinese Empire is so integrated into the global economy, it has enviable leverage during disputation, whether it be over trade, contested territories, sovereignty, or even ideology. Never has this been so obvious. The coronavirus pandemic highlighted just how profoundly the world relies on Red China's supply chains for everything, from the cars we drive, the medications we take, and the phones we communicate to each other upon. It also brought to the fore individual countries' dependence on Red China to consume their exports. The disruption has forced much of the world to consider diversifying its supply chains and export markets. Australia is exemplary of this. China is Australia's largest trade partner in the years 2018 through 2019, but the year before yesteryear through yesteryear itself, Huawei trade was worth 235 billion United States dollars, more than 2.5 times that of Japan, Australia's next largest partner in trade. Red China spent 153.2 billion United States dollars on Australian exports alone, a 32.5% share. But the Communist Chinese Empire, after Australia led calls for investigations into the origins of coronavirus, Beijing slapped an eye-watering 80.5% tariff on barley imports from the country. That's painful. Red China usually buys up around half of Australia's barley exports. Beijing has also put tariffs on some Australian beef, and its ambassador to Australia, Cheng Jingye, suggested Chinese people could boycott Australian wine, tourism, and universities in an interview with the Australian Financial Review. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison's call for a coronavirus probe into the virus's origins is a rare show of leadership on global affairs from his country. It's also surprising because Australia's geographical proximity to Red China makes the threat of a military conflict very real. Tellingly, Morrison recently announced a boost in defense spending. He's so saying, we want an open, sovereign, Indo-Pacific free from coercion and hegemony. We want a region where all countries, large and small, can engage freely with each other and be guided by international rules and norms. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has repeatedly said the country has been open and transparent in its dealing with its coronavirus outbreak. An obvious and boldly lie. Not all countries have been so bold. The European Union may be coordinating a response to the national security law, but it's been all too slow to act. On Red China, United Germany's Angela Merkel can't seem to find the right words. She has been praised by some business leaders for her pragmatic approach to the Red Empire and for encouraging growing trade relationships, but she has also drawn criticism in Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany itself, for being too soft on Red China and for being too close to Beijing. While she's backed the European Union's pledge for a united response Monday opening this work week, she also said there was no reason not to remain in dialogue with China. Her quandary is understandable. Trade aside, there'd be other strong arguments against alienating the Communist Chinese Empire. The world needs Red China's cooperation on the environment. It's the world's biggest carbon emitter, after all, and has been willing to take its part in a global effort to fight climate change. So only Red China can provide the answers to some questions on the coronavirus's origins. Answers that health experts know could help prevent another pandemic. And if Communist China does develop the first coronavirus vaccine, the rest of the world will undoubtedly want access thereunto. So sidelining Red China simply isn't a realistic option, but much of the world is showing it is finally determined to reshape relations with Beijing by standing together. But let's dispense with any idea that Donald Trump himself cares about democracy in Hong Kong. The American president spent 3 long years dazzled by Xi Jinping and told the Chinese communist dictator but yesteryear that he'd keep quiet about Hong Kong's protests while they were talking trade. But the coronavirus crisis has quickened a reordering of the global balance of power itself, and now Trump has a political incentive to be the tough-on-China populist he promised to be way back in the 2016th year on the annals of the Christian calendar. And with a world fixated on public health, and the American empire's reputation shredded by its world worst response to COVID-19, Beijing sees openings. It's spitting back at U.S. rhetoric, planting its flag everywhere in the South China Sea, bringing Hong Kong to heel and smashing it underfoot whilst piling diplomatic pressure on Australia to surrender. Meanwhile, the president needs a scapegoat for his poor handling of the pandemic, and Red China maketh the perfect American election year villain. This week alone, the American empire comprehensively rejected Beijing's territorial claims in the South China Sea and stripped Hong Kong of trading privileges. And America's friends, like Grand Britannia, which just dumped China's Huawei from its new 5th generation 5G network, are being forced to choose which side they want to be on. Trump isn't worried about plunging the world's most important bilateral relationship into years of tension. He does whatever is good for him at any given moment. But things may not improve if Joe Biden taketh the oath of office next January, whomever the commander-in-chief be. America needs a new China policy if it hopes to preserve its power in the Pacific and avoid a confrontation with the new superpower far earlier than expected. Because the world may find itself in a new geopolitical epoch when it finally emerges from this pandemic. Now I'm going to check on a incoming message from Sammy Romero. Shout out to our dear brother in battle, who says, "Hi Doug, been enjoying your last couple of transmissions. You never disappoint on being our Vulcan intervention. Thank you, dear brother in battle. All my love to you and yours." And, of course, in checking into the live dashboard after that, things seem to be going smoothly. Jameson Reese has much under control. And So then in terms of the confrontation, oh my goodness, Selena Khan is messaging myself. Let's take a look at what she says. Been to Pearl Harbor many years ago with the understanding the USA won World War II. Oh my God, what a dumb fuck I was. Oh no, honey, don't be like that. Don't be hard on yourself. I mean, how are you to know with all that endless propaganda that is just ceaselessly played and replayed, iterated and reiterated, just chronically. It's, people hear this as the background noise, like birds chirping. It's like part of nature to them. How could you think otherwise in an environment like this? The entire American control system is based on a fantasy of World War II. If they can't maintain the lie, everything falls apart. Our book will be part of that process. Now, in light of everything that I've just discussed, and I thank Sammy Romero for thanking Daniel Arola about his video he produced on the doo-doo plutonium bomb that hit Nagasaki. That, and by the way, Daniel put up that link to Dietrich Destroys Dolan, in which he got a snippet from it, in which Dolan was saying, wow, 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 and he says that's the sound of the bottom-feeding frequency of the shame, blame, and guilt trip plane of existence for emotional insurance with his fans, basically. Yes, he was talking about that in light of the Richard Dolan's behavior. And so thank you, Daniel Arola, for producing these wonderful snippets. I'm glad he has access to software where he could do that now. I know that the software was kind of difficult to come by for a while. Now, in light of everything that I've just articulated, unfortunately, Trump delivered the most incoherent speech on China I've ever fucking heard. I mean, yesterday, America was in need of a rallying cry. And yet, just 24 hours, 48 hours are gone by now. President Donald Trump stepped up to the mic in the Rose Garden of the White House and delivered gibberish. Yesterday, the day before yesterday by now for those on the Atlantic seaboard, it had been perhaps America's grimmest day so far in the pandemic. I don't know if we've bested that or worsted that since then, because I haven't had a chance to check. But yesterday, here on the Pacific coast, for those in Central and Eastern time, it's probably the day before yesterday, Florida had just recorded its highest daily death toll, and Texas hit a new peak in case diagnoses. More than 136,000 Americans had, within the past 48 hours, well, by the time thereof, died of COVID-19. And officials were warning that the coming autumn and winter will be the most difficult time yet. To say Donald Trump failed to deliver the needed solace would be kind. Trump's China speech wasn't even about China. Instead, in his strange, rambling public appearance at the White House yesterday, day before if you're on the Atlantic seaboard, nominally on the Sino-American conflict and the situation in Hong Kong, the United States Executive Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump repeated numerous falsehoods before launching into a wide-ranging attack on the presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden. Amid the Trump administration's failures in responding to the coronavirus pandemic, It is now engaging in a badly coordinated attempt to turn Red China into the main 2020 election issue. The efforts contradict Trump's frequent praise of Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping and his alleged appeal to Red China to help him in the election. Among Trump's claims, that Red China has been flatlining for years before joining the WTO, the World Trade Organization, circa 2001, although Red China's annual gross domestic productive growth between 1980 and 2001 was oftentimes in double digits. That the United States had never been granted the most favored trading nation status, seemingly confusing a WTO category and the designations used by the United States itself for partners, and that hundreds of billions of dollars were taken out of the United States Treasury in order to rebuild China. What the fuck? The incoherent speech came after a week of rising tensions between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, with the Trump misadministration having de-recognized Hong Kong as a separate territory, imposing visa bans on some Chinese technologies workers, and officially opposing China's sweeping claims in the South China Sea. Now, Trump has still held off on targeting individual Chinese officials. And so what is Beijing's perspective? Well, let's put it this way. If you had a fantasy about World War II Japan, which has been propagandized by the American Office of War Information, that many Americans bought into, that the Japanese were the aggressors and hostilely expanding, and basically finally checked by their surprise attack on the United States. Take all of those fantasies from Japan and transpose them to Red China, and you'd be right. When it comes to what Americans say happened with Japan, that would lead to Trump's conflation of rebuilding, which most people would say was done in terms of the Japanese Empire. Even the Japanese would say they forced the Americans into reconstruction, and his transposition of that onto Communist China. He is thinking of the reality that Communist China today represents the Shibboleth, the projection Americans beam upon Imperial Japan of the 1940s. And so the Chinese leadership holds all of those explosive ideological presumptions that Americans project onto pre-World War II Japan. The first being that Washington is unfairly hostile to Beijing, seeking to crush Chinese economic hopes and failing to recognize its rights as a natural leader in region. The second is that the United States is a failing, decadent, degenerate, decrepit superpower with corrupt leaders who cannot stand up to Chinese determination. Now, all of that is true, but these ideas aren't new. They echo the projected convictions that the Americans have propagandized led the Japanese to Pearl Harbor, as opposed to the reality of course, America's sanctions and attempted containment, indeed quarantine, of the Japanese economy. Trump's swing between crawling personal appeals to communist dictator Xi and bellicose rhetoric detached from any reality on the ground reinforces both ideas in the Chinese leadership, the minds thereof. It makes the communist Chinese one-party dictatorship more convinced that the United States is its natural enemy and that they can win in a long-term conflict with an empire led by a lunatic like Donald Trump. The most consequential changes to the leadership are the relationship between the world's foremost powers in 5 decades are taking place under Trump leadership, or lack thereof. His appearance, ostensibly planned to unveil new punishments for Red China over its expansion of powers in Hong Kong, went immediately off the rails and turned into a rambling rant mostly focused on his rival, presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden. On America's tragic day, here's a sample of what was on the president's mind. My son is very good at this, and he sent me some notes he took. These are very condensed. These were the important points, if you could call them such, on Biden's record. Here's 2 quotes. So Biden was here for 47 years. The last 8 years, not long ago, as vice president. Well, we're doing a good job on highways, but why didn't he fix them 3 years ago? Why didn't he fix them? We have bridges that should have been fixed. Why didn't he fix them? All right, this other quote. If we had listened to Joe Biden, hundreds of thousands of additional lives would have been lost. And if you look at the job he did on swine flu, I looked at a poll, and they got very bad marks on the job they did on the swine flu. H1N1, he calls it. N1H1. H1N1. Actually, the Obama administration got better polling on H1N1 than Trump is getting for the coronavirus, but, you know, who's going to let that fact stand in the way? Oh, here's a gem on climate change and eyesight. So Democrats want to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, and they want to seek an even higher level of restraint. In other words, make it worse than it was. That basically means no windows, no nothing. It's very hard to do. I tell people when they want to go into some of these buildings, how are your eyes? Because they won't be good in 5 years. I mean, these are, my son took these verbatim. These are verbatim. They're not paraphrases. My son actually slowed down the tape so he could write the words down verbatim. They don't even make any sense. And that's not his transcription. It's Trump's speech. And on Trump's own popularity, the 2016 election, and crustaceans, Trump has this to say. You look at the lakes, you see thousands of boats with Trump signs, American signs. You've got the Trump Pence sign all over. You look at what's going on, you look at bikers for miles and miles, riding up highways proudly with their signs. Followed up by this gem. We got in, and we had 306 to, I guess, 223 electoral votes, which was a tremendous margin of difference. You remember? They all said he cannot get to 270. I went to Maine a number of times where we just freed up lobster fishing and fishing because they took away 5,000 square miles from Maine. I just opened it up. And after that remarkable self-congratulatory remark, there was a familiar and completely false explanation of why some American states and union are being swamped by a new wave of coronavirus cases. Think of this. If we didn't do testing, instead of testing over 40 million people, if we did half the testing, we'd have half the cases. If we did another, you cut that in half, we'd have, yet again, half of that. That's math for you. I mean, like, can't argue with that. Can't go anywhere with that. That's... I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, there you go. But we've got, they're riding proudly, waving their flags. That's the takeaway, I guess. They're how exactly did he say that again? I mean, there's no way I can reiterate that and do that justice. It's incomprehensible. It's literally just senseless. His words. But there you go. I mean, if we got a single takeaway from it, it's I mean, what the fuck is the takeaway? It's that there you go. For miles and miles, riding up highways proudly with their signs. That's it. So that brings us to coronavirus. The United States set another single-day record for coronavirus cases, recording 67,000 new cases yesterday. I just looked that up now while I was meandering over Trump's quotations. It's just another indication that infection rates aren't just persisting, they're accelerating. Worldwide, coronavirus cases have soared by more than 1 million in just 5 days. A single fucking work week. As a result of rising cases, the borders between these United States and its two closest neighbors, Mexico and Canada, will now remain closed to non-essential travel through at least late August. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she is also willing to delay August's congressional recess to get another relief bill in the can. There is some hopeful news on the medical front, however. The COVID-19 vaccine, being developed by the drug company Moderna, has been found to induce immunoresponses in all the volunteers who got it in a phase 1 study. However, a lot more research and testing is needed. I mean, we don't even have a COVID-19 vaccine, and yet the conspiracies are here. Even as vaccines for the disease are being held up as the last hope for any return to normalcy, misinformation about them is spreading. In March, when a woman in Seattle volunteered for a COVID-19 vaccine trial, rumors immediately began circulating that she was a crisis actress who had received a fake vaccine. She is, in fact, very real, and so is the prospective vaccine she got, as the Associated Press, the AP, asserted in a follow-up story. In Oxford, England, another volunteer for a separate COVID-19 vaccine trial became the subject of a fake news story that purported she had died after a shot. She, too, was forced to clarify the situation. She is very much alive. There be no COVID-19 vaccine in release, but there are already COVID-19 vaccine conspiracies. Even as vaccines for the disease caused by SARS-CoV-2, or Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, Coronavirus Mutation 2, are being held up as the last hope for a return to normalcy, misinformation about them is being spread by the Russian rumor mill. More fraught scenario for science communication is difficult to imagine. A novel vaccine, probably fast-tracked, in the middle of a highly politicized and badly mishandled pandemic. Peter Hotez, a vaccine scientist at Baylor College of Medicine, who has himself become a frequent target of vaccine skeptics, has gone on record to say, "I was initially optimistic that when people felt the need for a COVID-19 vaccine, the anti-vaccination movement would undergo a period of retreat. It's actually had the effect of reinvigorating the anti-vaccine movement." Hotez points to a number of recent missteps that have given vaccine skeptics ammunition. Unrealistically rosy timelines for a vaccine, the appointment of a former pharmaceuticals executive with $12.4 million United States dollars worth of vaccine company stock options to lead the White House's new vaccine initiative, from which he is now divesting. Even the name of the Trump administration's vaccine initiative itself, Operation Warp Speed, a ridiculous metaphor that plays right into the hands of the anti-vaccine lobby by emphasizing swiftness rather than safety. But the United States government has mismanaged the broader COVID-19 response as well, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's botched testing plan and the flip-flopping on face masks and the president's continued boosting of an unproven drug. Heidi Larson, an anthropologist and the director of the Vaccine Confidence Project, thus observest that how people think about vaccines is very much going to depend on their trust relationship. Governments can either totally mess up and they'll lose their confidence in government, and therefore when a vaccine cometh along they're not going to trust it, or governments can do a pretty good job and that will help boost confidence. The ultimate legacy of this pandemic, then, could be a broad erosion of trust in authorities, endangering public health efforts into the future. It's happened before. The 1976 campaign to vaccinate every man, woman, and child during a swine flu outbreak is discussed ruefully in the official chronicles of the CDC itself and the World Health Organization. In February of that year, a young soldier in New Jersey died after being infected with a new form of influenza, which scientists at the time believed was related to the 1918 flu. So, fearing another global pandemic of mass murderous proportions, the government drew up plans for a mass vaccination campaign. President Gerald Ford was photographed getting his shot at the White House. And to get vaccine manufacturers on board, the government agreed that the companies themselves would not be liable for bad reactions to the vaccines. Now, the government officials in charge of that very program would write decades later that its unintended, unmistakable, subliminal message blared, "There's something wrong with this vaccine." This public misperception, warranted or not, ensured that every coincidental health event that occurred in the wake of the swine flu shot would be scrutinized and attributed to the vaccine itself. When vaccinations of the public did begin, doctors noticed an uptick in cases of a rare neurological disorder called Guillain-Barré syndrome that is usually associated with an infection. At least 250 people died. By the time the vaccination campaign was suspended, 45 million Americans had already gotten the shot. Meanwhile, the feared pandemic never came, and the episode went down as a debacle that damaged government credibility. Today, decades later, vaccine skeptics still bring up the specter of Guillain-Barré syndrome. The 1976 flu vaccine, like every seasonal flu vaccine, was at least based on a previous version, tweaked to protect against the current year's strains. A COVID-19 vaccine, in contrast, would be completely new. Bruce Gallen, the president of global immunization at the Sabine Vaccine Institute, confirms that with vaccines, unlike many other products, like iPhones, novelty is not necessarily a desirable characteristic. Although vaccine researchers have been able to leverage research on related coronaviruses that cause MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, and SARS, the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, to get a COVID-19 vaccine into trials, clinical trials quickly, no human coronavirus vaccine has ever been approved. The novelty of such a vaccine could make even people sans reservations about other vaccines hesitate. A COVID-19 vaccine would also enter a world where the pandemic itself has been deeply politicized, where simply wearing or not wearing a mask, for example, can be seen as a political act. In 2017, Ashley Landrum and Dan Kahan wrote a paper considering the introduction of Gardasil, the vaccine for HPV, the human papillomavirus, in what they called a polluted science communication environment. Gardasil was fast-tracked for approval in 2006, which at first limited its use to girls and young women, for whom the risk of cervical cancer from HPV warranted an expedited process. But this choice also landed the vaccine in the middle of a culture war over the sexuality of young girls. Now, 6 years and much controversy later, Gardasil was also approved for males in 2009. So it's a great example of something that didn't have to be politically polarizing, but because of the way it was introduced into the public sphere, you have political polarization. It's clearly the same thing that happened here with COVID-19. Now, vaccine skepticism in and of itself is not necessarily partisan because it draws from the lunatic elements of both the left and the right, but the politicization of COVID-19 could affect skepticism of a COVID-19 vaccine asymmetrically. A recent Reuters Ipsos poll found that 24% of Americans have little or no interest in getting a coronavirus vaccine. When asked about a scenario in which President Trump affirms that the vaccine be safe, 14% said they would be more interested, but 36% said they would be less interested. Now, how exactly a COVID-19 vaccine will be received at all is likely to depend upon its perceived risks and benefits, which will depend, in turn, on its effectiveness and the point in the pandemic cycle at which it arrives. The 1976 vaccine debacle was, after all, exacerbated by the fact that the feared flu pandemic simply didn't happen. The risks of the vaccine clearly outweighed the benefits at that particular juncture in historical experience. And now, at this point in human history, expectations are astronomically high as vaccines are now positioned as the only way we can ever get back to anything resembling normal. If they aren't 100% effective or are significantly less, there is bound to be mass disappointment. And that might also extend to perceptions about vaccines more generally. While most childhood vaccinations, such as those for measles and polio, are more than 90% effective, the seasonal flu vaccine is usually only 40 to 60% effective. You can still get the flu, if probably in a milder form, after you get a flu shot. This is one of the reasons why convincing people to get flu vaccines is so hard in the first place. Because of how the coronavirus infects the respiratory tract and how immunity against coronaviruses specifically works, a COVID-19 vaccine might mitigate but not prevent the disease. And the less proactive the vaccine is, the more difficult it may be to encourage uptake. This could be especially true for children, who are unlikely to get seriously ill from COVID-19 in the first. Neil Johnson, a professor at George Washington University who has studied vaccine discussions on Facebook, observeth the recent online conversation has oftentimes turned to concern for kids. For example, he says, if my child is only going to get a red toe or possibly a sore throat, then why should I run that risk? Well, the vaccine's timing could affect its reception too. Now, the Mr. Larson that I cited earlier, who has been involved with studying this kind of phenomenon of the anti-vaxxers, and whose own Vaccine Confidence Project, VCP, has been regularly surveying people in Europe throughout the pandemic. Says the numbers have changed slightly over time. In mid-March, 7% said they would refuse to get a COVID-19 vaccine, which dropped to 5% 12 weeks later when COVID-19 deaths spiked, and rose to 9% when talk turned to loosening lockdowns. So, she says the public is in general pretty sensible in how they make their decision, and they are weighing their different perceived risks or benefits. If the pandemic seems as if it's waning, fewer will be willing to take a chance on a new vaccine. In recent years, experts have attributed the rise in vaccine hesitation, ironically, to the fact that vaccines have been just too successful. We rarely see what happens when we don't vaccinate. The COVID-19 pandemic has given us a visceral reminder of what it's like to live with a disease with no cure and no vaccine. And perhaps this, some suggest, could scare parents into vaccination. Or it might not. Matt Morton, a political scientist at Oklahoma State University, thus concludes, how quickly do we forget? How long does it take for us to say, okay, that wasn't so bad? By the time a vaccine is finally on the market, the worst of the coronavirus crisis may very well be over. The strictest shelter-at-home restrictions will likely be lifted as well. All the misinformation aside, a vaccine, instead of being like a savior, will feel like too little too late. Meanwhile, the White House is taking aim at the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, after days of disastrous news regarding the resurgent spread of coronavirus, for which, as I did articulate, he'd be just as responsible for as Donald Trump, which I articulated at length in the transmission preceding tonight's. And over this last weekend, a White House official told CNN that several White House officials are concerned about the number of times Dr. Fauci has been so wrong on so many things. Now, President Trump and Fauci are not on speaking terms, so this latest maneuver isn't exactly any surprise. The presidential election is in less than 4 months. It is a race between President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, but that contest will just have to wait, because for the moment, Trump and his White House are trying to create a matchup with a different opponent, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the 79-year-old scientist and director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. The politics of this particular strategy might be among the worst political decisions the Trump administration has ever fucking made. Trump's fight against Fauci has only one winner, and his name is Joe Biden. However, even that fact can't hide the ominous reality of the pandemic itself. Virus hotspots like Florida are reporting record numbers of cases and worryingly high rates of positive test results. In areas where the virus be most prominent, hospitals are running out of remdesivir, the drug showed to reduce the seriousness of COVID-19. All of this is not just a medical issue, a public health issue. It's a socio-psychology issue. It is demonstrative, or rather evident of, the role of cognitive dissonance in the pandemic. The minute we make any decision, I think COVID-19 is serious, or no, I'm sure it's a hoax, we begin to justify the wisdom of our choice and find reasons to dismiss the alternative. Exempli gratiate. As a person who was a researcher into cultic studies, I can verify that members of Heaven's Gate, a religious cult, believed that as the Hale-Bopp comet passed by Earth circa 1997, a spaceship would be traveling in its wake, ready to take its true believers aboard. Several members of that group ergo, purchasing an expensive high-powered telescope so that they could, might get a clearer view of the comet, they quickly brought it back and asked for a refund. When the manager asked why, they complained that the telescope was defective, that it didn't show the spaceship following the comet. A short time later, believing that they would be rescued once they had shed their earthly containers, i.e., their very bodies, all 39 members killed themselves. Heaven's Gate followers held a tragically misguided conviction. But it be an example, albeit extreme, of cognitive dissonance, the motivational mechanism that underlies the reluctance to admit mistakes or accept scientific findings, even when those findings can save our very lives. This dynamic is playing out during the pandemic among the all too many people who refuse to wear masks or practice social distancing. Human beings are deeply unwilling to change their minds. And when the facts clash with their pre-existing convictions, some people would sooner jeopardize their very health, and everyone else's, than accept new information or admit to being wrong. Cognitive dissonance is a medical term coined by Leon Festinger in the 1950s, which describes the discomfort people feel when two cognitions, or a cognition and a behavior, contradict each other. I smoke is dissonant with the knowledge that smoking can kill me. To reduce that dissonance, the smoker must either quit or justify smoking, like it keeps me thin, and being overweight is a health risk too, you know. At its core, Festinger's theory is about how people strive to make a sense out of contradictory ideas and lead lives that are, at least in their own minds, consistent and meaningful. One of the giants in psychosociology, a man named Aronson, who was a protege of Festinger in the mid-1950s, advanced cognitive dissonance theory by demonstrating the powerful yet non-obvious role it plays when the concept of self is involved. Dissonance is most painful when evidence strikes at the heart of how we see ourselves. When it threatens our belief that we are kind, ethical, competent, or smart. The minute we make any decision, I'll buy this car, I will vote for this candidate, I think COVID-19 is serious, no, I'm certain it's a hoax, we will begin to justify the wisdom, quote-unquote, of our choice, and findest reasons to dismiss the alternative. Before long, any ambivalence we might have felt at the time of the original decision will have morphed into certainty. As people justify each step taken after the original decision, they will find it harder to admit they were wrong at the outset, especially when the end result proves it self-defeating, wrong-headed, or ultimately harmful. The theory inspired more than 3,000 experiments that have transformed psychologists' understanding of how the human mind works. One of Aronson's most famous experiments showed that people who had to go through an unpleasant, embarrassing process in order to be admitted to a discussion group, designed to consist of boring, pompous participants, later reported liking that group far better than those who were allowed to join after putting in little or no effort. Going through hell and high water to attain something that turns out to be boring, vexatious, or simply a waste of time creates dissonance. I'm smart, so how did I end up in this stupid group? To reduce that dissonance, participants unconsciously focused on whatever might be good or interesting about the group and blinded themselves to its prominent negatives. The people who did not work hard to get into the group could more easily see the truth. How boring it was! Because they have very little investment in joining, they had very little dissonance to reduce. The term cognitive dissonance has since escaped the laboratory and is found everywhere, from op-eds or opinion editorial columns and movie reviews to humor columns, as in the New Yorker's Cognitive Dissonances I'm Comfortable With, which was exceedingly entertaining, but few people fully appreciate the mechanism's enormous motivational power and the lengths people go to in order to reduce its discomfort. Exempli gratiae. When people feel a strong connection to a political party, leader, ideology, or belief, they be more likely to let that allegiance do their thinking for them and distort or ignore the evidence that challenges those loyalties. The social psychologist Lee Ross, in laboratory experiments designed to find ways to reduce the bitter conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, took peace proposals created by Israeli negotiators, labeled them as Palestinian proposals, and asked Israeli citizens to judge them. And he confirmed that the Israelis liked the Palestinian proposal attributed to Israel more than they liked the Israeli proposal attributed to Palestinians. If your own proposal isn't going to be attractive to you when it cometh from the other side, what chance is there that the other side's proposal is going to be attractive when it actually cometh from the other side? Because of the intense polarization in our country today, a great many Americans now see the life and death decisions of the coronavirus as political choices rather than medical ones. In the absence of a unifying narrative and any competent national leadership, Americans have to choose whom to believe as they make us decisions about how to live. The scientists and the public health experts, whose advice will necessarily change as they learn more about the virus treatment and risks? Or President Donald Trump and his acolytes, who suggest that masks and social distancing are unnecessary or simply optional? The cognition, I want to go back to work, or I want to go to my favorite bar to hang out with my friends, is dissonant with any information that suggests these actions might be dangerous, if not to individuals themselves, then to others with whom they interact. How to resolve this dissonance? People could avoid the crowds, parties, and bars and wear a mask. Or they could jump back into their former ways. But to preserve their belief that they be smart and competent and would never do anything foolish to risk their lives, they will need some self-justifications. Claim that masks impair their breathing. Deny that the pandemic is serious. Or protest that their freedom to do what they want be paramount to their actual physical safety or those of anyone around them. And so, a woman at a Palm Beach County Commissioner's hearing said, "You're removing our freedoms and stopping on our constitutional rights by these communist dictatorship orders." And said another, "Masks are literally killing people." I mean, really? Really? Masks are literally killing people. Oh my God. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, referring to masks and any other government intervention, said, "More freedom, not more government, is the answer." Oh yeah, I mean, with that you can justify raping kids, killing your own relatives while they sleep to get the insurance money. I mean, more freedom, not more government, right? I mean, Talk about a slippery slope. Vice President Mike Pence added his own justification for encouraging people to gather in unsafe crowds for a Trump rally by saying, "The right to peacefully assemble is enshrined in the First Amendment of the Constitution." Just another reason to get rid of that First Amendment. And so today, as we confront the many unknowns of the coronavirus pandemic, all of us are facing desperately difficult decisions. And by the way, for anyone who's new and the first time heard me say get rid of the First Amendment, I've articulated all the reasons for that before. It is purely illusory. There is no freedom of speech. I am effectively censored, as Peter Moon was commiserating with myself upon with his own experiences earlier in this very transmission. The concept of freedom of speech is total fucking bullshit. Get rid of the fucking amendment so you can realize that and deal with it. We do not have the freedom to shout fire in a crowded theater. We cannot simply say, stick 'em up. It is a legal insanity in the first. Speech must be limited because words cast spells. That's why they call it spelling. They are far more dangerous than firearms loaded with ammo. Now, when it comes to the life or death decisions, literal life or death decisions we're facing now, the questions I can think of are many. When is it safe to get back to work? That's if you've got any work to get back to. When can I reopen my business? Well, if you haven't already declared bankruptcy. When can I see friends and co-workers? Start a new love affair? Travel? What level of risk am I prepared to tolerate? The way we answer these questions has momentous implications for our own health as individuals and for the health of our community. Even more important, and far less obvious, is that because of the unconscious motivation to reduce dissonance, the way we answer these questions has repercussions for how we behave after making our initial decision. Will we be flexible, or will we keep reducing dissonance by insisting that our earliest decisions were right? Although it's difficult, changing our minds is not impossible. The challenge is to find a way to live with uncertainty, make the most informed decisions that we can, and modify them when the scientific evidence so dictates, as our leading researchers have already been doing and are doing even now. Admitting we were wrong requires some self-reflection, which involves, in turn, living with the dissonance for a while, rather than jumping immediately to a self-justification. Understanding how dissonance operates reveals a few practical lessons for overcoming it, starting by examining the trois dissonant cognitions and keeping them separate. We call this the Shimon Peres solution. Peres, Israel's former prime minister, was angered by his friend Ronald Reagan's disastrous, in political terms, of popular cultural misunderstanding, official visit to a cemetery in Bitburg, Germany, where members of the Waffen-SS, the weaponized Schutzstaffel, or Secret Service of Adolf Hitler, were buried. When asked how he felt about Reagan's decision to go there, Perez could have reduced dissonance in one of the trois most common ways, thrown out the friendship, or minimized the seriousness of his friend's action. He did neither. He said instead, when a friend makes a mistake, the friend remains a friend, and the mistake remains a mistake. Perez's message conveys the importance of staying with the dissonance, avoiding easy knee-jerk responses and asking ourselves, why am I believing this? Why am I behaving this way? Have I thought it through, or am I simply taking a shortcut, following the party line, or justifying the effort I put in to join the group? Dissonance theory also teaches us why changing your brother-in-law's political opinions is so hard, if not impossible, especially if he has thrown time, money, effort, and his very vote at them. He can't change yours either, can he? But if you want to try, don't say the equivalent of, "What are you thinking by not wearing a mask?" That message implies, "How could you be so fucking stupid?" and will immediately create dissonance. "I'm smart" versus you're saying, "I'm doing something stupid," making him almost certainly respond with defensiveness and a hardening of the belief, "I was thinking how smart I am, that's what, and masks are useless anyway." However, your brother-in-law may be more amenable to messages from others who share his party loyalty, but who have changed their mind, such as the growing number of prominent Republicans now finally wearing masks. Senator Lamar Alexander from Tennessee said, "Unfortunately, this simple life-saving practice has become part of a political debate that says, if you're for Trump, you don't wear a mask. If you're against Trump, you do. The stakes being much too high for that." This nasty, mysterious virus will require us all to change our minds as scientists learn more. And we may have to give up some practices and beliefs about it all that we now feel so sure of. The alternative will be to double down, ignore the error, and wait, as Trump is waiting, for the miracle of the virus disappearing. Well, that brings us to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, because this is how Trump is going to make it disappear. You see, hospitals now have to send their data on coronavirus patients to the Trump administration directly and exclusively instead of the CDC. Michael Caputo of the Department of Health and Human Services confirmed the change, saying the CDC's system for gathering hospital data be inadequate, and the administration itself will implement a new, faster, and complete data system. Yeah, one that eradicates it from the record that the CDC will participate in, but no longer control. President Trump and CDC officials have been criticizing each other for months over their respective coronavirus response failures. And this week, 4 former CDC directors blasted the administration's efforts to disregard and politicize guidelines from the agency and stated officially and on the record that the president is attempting to undermine the CDC's attempts to address the crisis at all. And whilst cases are spiking around the world, as well as in places like the Japanese Empire and the Asian Indian subcontinent, America should be preparing for a double pandemic. You see, COVID-19 has already steamrolled the country itself. What happens when another pandemic starts before this one is over? 7 years ago, the White House was bracing itself for not one pandemic, but trois. In the spring of 2013, several people in communist China fell sick with a new and lethal strain of H7N9, hemagglutinin 7, neuromodase 9, avian flu. Whilst an outbreak of MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, a disease caused by a coronavirus, had spread from Saudi Arabia to several other countries. Beth Cameron, who was on the National Security Council at the time, testified that we were dealing with the potential for both of these things to become pandemic simultaneously. Most thankfully, neither did, but we shouldn't mistake historical luck for future security. Viruses aren't sporting. They will not refrain from kicking you just because another virus has already knocked you to the floor. And pandemics be capricious. And so, Nadia Travau, a virologist at the National Institutes of Health, has confirmed that despite a lot of research, we haven't found a way to predict when a new virus will arrive. As new diseases emerge at an ever-quickening pace, the only certainty is that pandemics be inevitable. So it'd be only a matter of time before trois emerge at once. We have to prepare for a pandemic to happen at any time, and any time can be when we're already dealing with one pandemic. Now, I myself first worried about the possibility of a double pandemic in March. 4 months agone, it felt needlessly alarmist to fret about trois rare events happening simultaneously, but since then, federal fecklessness and rushed reopenings have wasted the benefits of months of social distancing. About 60,000 new cases of COVID-19 are being confirmed every goddamn day, and death rates are rising. My worry from March feels far less far-fetched. If America could underperform so badly against one rapidly spreading virus, how would it fare against two? COVID-19 has made clear what happens when even powerful, wealthy empires are inadequately prepared for rare but ruinous events. Months into this pandemic, international alliances are strained, resources are diminished, and experts be demoralized. The longer this fiasco drags on, the more vulnerable America becomes to further disasters, inbound hurricanes, wildfires, and many other viruses that liest in wait. SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus that causes COVID-19, is just one of many coronaviruses that exist in bats and other wild animals. Several strains of influenza with pandemic potential are lurking in pigs and poultry, and some have repeatedly infected farmers over the past decade. Wild mammals harbor an estimated 40,000 unknown viruses, a quarter thereof which could conceivably jump into humans. Zoonotic transferal and changing climate and shrinking habitats have brought those viruses into ever closer contact with people and livestock, whilst crowded cities and air travel hasten their spread. Jessica Metcalf, an infectious disease ecologist at Princeton, so says that if another pandemic happens, it will follow the same path the first one took, carved out by the world we ourselves have wrought, created, as if we were anti-gods. This is the chaos the men at the Manhattan Project so wanted to spread. Now, certain traits increase a pathogen's pandemic potential. Those that spread via bodily fluids like Ebola, or contaminated food and water like norovirus, or insect bites like Zika, be slower to spread around the world. By contrast, respiratory viruses like influenza, which spread through coughs, sneezes, and exhalations, could conceivably travel fast enough to overlap with COVID-19. Many countries are already on high alert for such viruses, primed by their COVID-19 ordeal in the same way that East Asian countries were primed at the start of this pandemic by their previous run-ins with SARS and MERS. But waning global solidarity be the problem. Alexandra Phelan of Georgetown University, who works on legal and policy issues related to infectious diseases, has gone so far as to say that our international laws are based on a bargain that countries will rapidly notify each other about emergent diseases, and in exchange will have protection against the economic impacts of sharing that information. That compact was violated during COVID-19 after the Communist Chinese Empire suppressed information about the outbreak and other countries quickly implemented travel bans. The American Empire is now on the receiving end of many such bans itself. Having failed to lead the best prepared empire in the world against one pandemic, Donald Trump has made it more vulnerable to another. He has, for example, frayed international bonds further by trying to pull the United States out of the World Health Organization. Whether he has the legal authority to do so still be unclear, but even if the threat be empty, some of the effects will be immediate. Lois Pace, the president of the Global Health Council, has since attested that American officials and experts will start disengaging from international institutions, and that, in turn, might encourage other nations to follow a suit. This won't just harm the World Health Organization at a time when it be most needed, however corrupted it be by Communist China, but will also further diminish America's already damaged international standing. In turn, an empire that has badly mishandled its own outbreak, that has bought up the world's stock of important drugs, and has petulantly withdrawn from global alliances, is less likely to receive warnings or support when the new crisis inevitably emerges. There is an optimistic scenario if a second virus begins to spread. The new pathogen finds it harder to move around an alert world, or is rapidly detected whenever it first arrives, and finally fizzles out because cautious citizens have their guard up. As long as people stay vigilant against the current pandemic, keeping their distance, wearing masks, avoiding indoor crowds, they should theoretically be guarded against a second respiratory virus. It used to be common for measles and pertussis to interfere with each other so that if one spiked, the other would subside. That might be because kids who got one disease would stay home, reducing their risk of exposure to the other. Sarah Kobe, an immunologist at the University of Chicago, confirms that it's nothing to do with the vaccine or the immunosystem, it's just people being careful. The same tests that are being employed to diagnose COVID-19 could also be tweaked to cover the new pathogen, should it arise. One company is already developing a fast multiplex test that could look for 4 respiratory viruses, the new coronavirus, 12 types of flu, and respiratory syncytial virus, acronymous as RSV, in a single nasal swab. And if the new pathogen be an influenza strain, existing vaccines could be tweaked to protect against it. That would take us several months, but the existence of a seasonal flu vaccine offers an invaluable head start. This future is easier to imagine in countries like South Korea, New Zealand, and United Germany, and most certainly my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, which have all successfully controlled or completely eradicated COVID-19. Or, in the case of Taiwan, gone so far as to have cured it. It seems less likely in empires like these United States, revisionist Russia, Brazil, and Asian India, which are all stretched and struggling to the point where they're going to snap. In such places, COVID-19 would effectively cloak the spread of any new respiratory virus with similar symptoms, which could have a chance to take off before we even realize that it had. A new virus would also be harder to spot because all the resources we would normally use to detect potential viruses of concern have been redirected to COVID-19. And so Lauren Sauer, who works on disaster preparedness at Johns Hopkins Medicine, has testified that she means everything from physical equipment like swabs and storage tubes to healthcare workers who administer and process tests to public health experts who analyze the data or conduct contact tracing. These are all either running out or burning out now. A second respiratory virus would further tax the same resources that the American empire has already failed to adequately marshal for COVID-19. And hospitals would also struggle. In many states, emergency rooms and intensive care units are filling up. A second virus would not need to be that severe to push them beyond their capacity, deplete the shrinking supply of protective equipment, or create a logistical nightmare. Say we had pandemic flu and COVID simultaneously. You have 12 groups of people who need to be sorted out and separated lest those with only one virus infect those who have only the other. Doctors and nurses would face complicated protocols about whom they could treat, having already run on fumes for months. Pace, the Global Health Council president, has gone on record to testify that people are spent. We be very resilient, but we have our limits. A second virus would be especially devastating if it targeted a different slice of the populace than COVID-19. Like SARS-CoV-2, many respiratory viruses disproportionately affect children, and the 1918 flu pandemic was especially deadly for adults ages 20 to 40 years. So, Zeynep Tufekci, a sociologist at the University of North Carolina and contributor to many medical journals, has testified that something that decimates children or young people is an entirely different ballgame. It would be economically devastating, and you'd no longer have an age group that's protected. The current debate about opening schools would be completely off the table. In such a case, 1 + 1 isn't 2, but 10. It's certainly possible for people to contract multiple respiratory viruses at once. And in early spring, some adults were indeed infected with both influenza and SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. Many of them ultimately spiraled into COVID-19 because the flu had so weakened their immune system. But it's hard to predict what happens when two severe pathogens hit the same person. Viruses reproduce by co-opting their host cells, and two of them might obstruct each other by competing for the same cellular machinery. It's also possible that one would trigger a generic immunoresponse, like inflammation, that would make it harder for the second to take its toll. Then again, it's also possible that two severe diseases would compound each other. The knotty heart of all these problems is the immune system itself, which be so complicated that even trying to comprehend it, much less predict it, is just an exercise in futility. It's simply miserable. Untangling those knots is especially hard in the midst of an active pandemic. Currently, the scientific community is hell-bent on studying COVID-19, but basic questions remain completely unanswered. Why do some people get sick and others do not? What's the full range of symptoms? Why do some people infect many, while many infect no one? Look at the energy it's already taking. And so, Nahid Badalia, an infectious diseases physician at Boston University, observes that the level of uncertainty is crippling. And that's just what one new virus creates. Scientists, much like the public health care and public health communities, are neither infinite nor indefatigable. Far from either. A second virus would more than double their burden because they would have to analyze the diseases individually as well as any interactions between them. Mysteries would linger, uncertainty would deepen, the vortex of confusion in which we have swirled for months would spin and spiral ever faster, taking us all down with it, and the entire system would collapse. Already a single pandemic has pushed people toward baseless theories about deliberately engineered viruses. Such conspiracies will burn even brighter if a second improbable event occurs. On the 6th of July, but little over a week ago, several reports noted that a case of bubonic plague had been detected in Inner Mongolia, a region of northern China now. That should have been considered neither odd nor even alarming. Plague is endemic among the region's rodents, as it is among those of the southwestern United States. A handful of Americans come down with the Black Plague every fucking year. The disease is treatable with antibiotics. And yet the bubonic plague story was widely read. Many a Twitter user writing, "Really? 2020? I mean, but fucking yesterday, a squirrel tested positive for plague in Colorado, prompting another wave of headlines." When it's like, dude, are you fucking serious? You hit squirrels with your goddamn cars every day, and if you were to walk out and pick up some of that roadkill, which I never recommend you do, don't do it, you could contract the Black Death, because the fleas would jump upon you that carry it, the ticks. The threats that draw the most attention are not necessarily the most dangerous ones. While Americans freaked out in May about so-called murder hornets, the worst locust outbreak in 70 years devastated croplands in East Africa and South Asia and threatened the food supply of over 1 billion people. While a single case of bubonic plague in Red China made headlines, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the heart of darkest Africa, was being dogpiled by dangerous viruses. Said nation just beat a 2-year Ebola outbreak in its war-ravaged east, only to face another Ebola assault on its western flank, along with COVID-19 and the world's largest measles outbreak altogether. The DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and many other countries are already living through what is functionally identical to a double pandemic. Several infectious disasters overlaying one another. The United States is barreling toward the same situation. Even sans a second pandemic front, regular seasonal influenza strains be inbound. And so, I'm pretty fucking worried. The same demographic of younger adults that accounts for many of America's surging COVID-19 cases would also drive a bad flu season. And the people who would normally prepare hospitals for such an eventuality have no time to do so. The idea that someone could conduct a drill in the midst of all of this is simply not realistic. All the people with preparedness jobs have turned into COVID responders. Things are getting dropped. Resultantly, the influenza vaccine could be less effective. Flu viruses change constantly and must be carefully monitored to make it certain that this season's vaccine be a decent match for currently circulating strains. It's hard to do that with COVID-19 sapping time and energy, which will hamper our ability to gauge and respond to what's happening in the middle of this flu season in turn. And so Emily Morton, who studies respiratory viruses at the University of Michigan, has attested that it'll also affect the vaccine of 2021. Other known and preventable diseases will also run amok if the current pandemic continues unabated. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that in Michigan, the proportion of 5-month-olds who be up to date on their vaccines fell from 68% in May of yesteryear to only 50% in May of this year. Childhood vaccinations have also declined in many other states as doctors' offices closed or parents canceled appointments. Global programs that fight HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus, malaria, and tuberculosis are being disrupted as workers get reassigned to fighting COVID-19 and supplies run out and labs become inundated. Vaccination programs were suspended in many countries, leading to rises in measles, cholera, and diphtheria. If such initiatives are paused too long, the world will lose decades of ground against polio, a disease that was almost eradicated. We've been very close to the end of polio for a very long time, and we're not far away from the scenario where it comes roaring back. Emily Mendenhall, a medical anthropologist at Georgetown University, has affirmed that when two or more diseases cluster, interact, and be driven by some bigger phenomenon, they are known as syndemics. COVID-19, for example, disproportionately affects people with heart disease and diabetes, but all of these illnesses be affected by inequity. America's legacy, in other words, of white supremacy means that black people are more likely to live in poor neighborhoods, to have less access to nutritious food and good health care, and to work in low-wage, essential jobs that must continue even under pandemic conditions. These factors converge to make us black people more prone to both chronic illness and COVID-19, which then exacerbate each other and kill blacks almost en masse. The syndemic concept is important because it reminds us that diseases are not just the work of viruses and other pathogens. They are also influenced by every aspect of a society, from cultural values that affect whom it cares for and whom it chooses to ignore, to political choices that determine how it responds when challenged. To truly prepare for pandemics, whether 1 or 2 or 5, the United States needs more than biomedical advances like vaccines and drugs. The American empire needs to plug all the holes. That would mean investing in long-neglected public health systems to ensure universal access to health care, and to dismantle racist policies that have foisted the burden of disease onto marginalized communities. Apparently, the world needed to hear this, but humanity can't leave infectious diseases behind. We're going to have to live with them. We're more pandemic-friendly as a planet now. And altogether, the pandemics can unite and combine to ensure us our extinction, if we don't act now to prepare. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published and scenes spliced from his documentaries that he's been trying to film. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, before I get to the economy, let me do a check into the live chat room. There we are. Dat dude, 873210. What do those numbers convey? He says, hello everyone. Hi Doug, checking in late tonight, sounding clear on my end. God bless you, sir. He has the peacock, and therefore my blessings. And Jameson Reese has been talking about the new strain of flu right around the corner, and so very up to date. Congratulations on that. Deeply appreciate his maintaining himself in such fashion, and for maintaining the chat room in order. Grand man like that is hard to find. So, moving on to the economy. The United States has had a massive leadership failure. That sounds like a cheap shot and easy, but let me explain. The notion of a trade-off between opening the economy and protecting public health has always been a false one. But in these United States, we are now seeing proof of that in spades. I mean, as in the ace of spades, the death card. Many of the states that rush to reopen are now reporting exponential growth in new COVID-19 cases and the inevitable, albeit lagging, I mean to say, increase in deaths as well. In other words, death follows infection. Its numbers not as enormous, but devastating to all impacted, which will ultimately impact all of us economically. And this impact on these red states in particular that followed Trump's advice will either lead them to shut down again or, more likely, create massive uncertainty that continues to depress travel, bars, restaurants, retail shopping, school reporting, or school reopening, rather, I mean to say, and more. For the economy, that may not lead to a second downturn, but more likely, if we be exceedingly fortunate, a very slow upturn. The V-shaped rebound that the economists were foisting upon us as a torch of hope. You can drop that fucking torch, or you're going to burn your hands. There's going to be no V-shaped rebound. Those right-wingers who praised Sweden's response to COVID-19 are looking pretty fucking stupid now. And we were stupid as an empire to take buttfuck Sweden's white trash policy as exemplary. Sweden reported more than 3,000 coronavirus deaths after gaining attention for lockdown measures deemed more lax than any of its hard-hit European neighbors. It seems 2020 was the year that the political right fell into a weird love affair with Sweden. This high-tax, welfare-loving country, as they used to denigrate it, with a universal healthcare system, took a unique hands-off approach against the novel coronavirus, much to the delight of libertarians and other pedophiles and anti-vaxxers, the fifth column of the Russian invasion, eager to sow distrust of governmental actions on Facebook. Even traditional conservatives such as Newt Gingrich and Tucker Carlson reflexively jumped at any chance to capitalize on the public's discomfort with social distancing and inconvenient business lockdowns imposed in this country. And so the Swedish model, as it became known, eschewed business closures and relied entirely on the personal responsibility of Swedish citizens to demonstrate appropriate risk-avoidant behavior during conditions of pandemic. Essentially, in Sweden, large public gatherings were banned, but bars, restaurants, shops, and many schools remained open with no specific guidelines regarding social distancing beyond voluntary common sense measures, of which any common sense the state itself did not manifest. So the protocol in Sweden was, in practice, not particularly different from those being put into place by Republican governors in states which relied on their citizens' good judgment, which they wouldn't have or they wouldn't vote Republican, rather than mandatory face mask orders and of the shutdown of certain businesses, which would have saved everybody. And so, for about 12 months into late April, the rest of the world could still gaze with wonder at the carefree Swedes who had inexplicably beaten the virus through their own volition, sans any irksome mandatory orders or restrictions. Though harshly criticized by many scientists and medical professionals within Sweden itself, the methodology chosen by Stockholm found some very visible champions. Folks like Anders Tegnell, the country's chief epidemiologist, declared rather presumptuously at that time that many countries are... Well, how do I do a Swedish accent? Many countries are starting to come around to the Swedish way. In the same interview, Tegnell candidly disavowed any knowledge in the economic consequences of Sweden's efforts. Sweden's champions in this country drew heavily from the libertarian right, including Republican Senator Rand Paul, who always seemed to include a favorable reference to Sweden in his scripted exchanges with Dr. Anthony Fauci. One would generally expect a snooty ignoramus like Rand Paul to make an idiot of himself every time he opens his goddamn mouth, but in this particular circumstance he was hardly alone. Indeed, for a brief moment, the Swedes seemed like the victorious heroes in the global war against COVID-19. Unfortunately, that is no longer the enlightened consensus. As reported by Peter Goodman for the New York Times, not only does Sweden now have a fatality rate 12 times higher than its Nordic neighbors, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, all of which imposed mandatory lockdowns and imposed quarantines under female leadership, as opposed to Sweden, which is led by some guy on a cock trip. Yeah, a man with something swinging between his legs, or at least it's assumed he's got something between his legs. Maybe he's compensating, but the end result, the takeaway, is that Sweden has nothing to show for these sacrifices from an economic standpoint. Human sacrifices. Humans sacrificed on the pyramid of economic expediency. Instead, this is what happened. Not only have thousands more people died than in neighboring countries led by women that imposed lockdowns, but Sweden's masculine economy has fared no better. And so Jacob F. Kierkegaard, a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, declares, they have literally gained nothing. It's a self-inflicted wound, and they have no economic gains to show for it. As far as comparisons with these United States, which at least managed to establish mandated lockdowns in Democratic-led states for significant periods of time, the per capita Swedish death rate is now 40% higher than even the American Empire's horrendous figures. Sweden's ICU, their intensive care unit capacity, was stressed, but never overwhelmed, a fact that also figured heavily in the early praise heaped upon the country's unique approach. However, as noted by Eric Mack, writing for Forbes magazine, a recent study of the Swedish experiment suggests a rather disquieting reason for that. It seems that once patients arrived at a hospital in Sweden and diagnosed with COVID-19, that prognosis, together with the patient's age, was factored into whether they'd be allowed an ICU admission at all. In other words, it has become evident that doctors were letting older COVID-19 patients simply die, a form of gerocide or mass murder of the elderly, the genocide of the old, sans admitting them for ICU treatment at all, so as not to overstrain their hospital capacities and make them look bad. As Goodman's New York Times article points out, Sweden's experience is relevant to what is now happening in these United States, where Donald Trump and his Republican collaborators have constantly framed the issue as one of economy versus safety, urging states to reopen their businesses as much and as soon as possible. Well, Sweden tried that. The result was that people still voluntarily chose to stay away from businesses for their own safety. They still chose not to dine out at the Swedish equivalent of Applebee's or Olive Garden. And they still chose not to patronize shopping malls and stores unless it was absolutely necessary. And the result was completely predictable. In addition to experiencing an abnormally high death rate, the Swedish economy is now no better off than any of its neighbors, and actually worse. The elevated death toll resulting from Sweden's approach has been clear for many weeks by now. What is only now emerging is how Sweden, despite letting its economy run unimpeded, has still suffered business-destroying, prosperity-diminishing damage, and at nearly the same magnitude of its neighbors. It's up higher. Part of the reason is human nature. The human will to survive is greater than the human will to shop. Unlike economic theory, the individual consumer is not genetically programmed to chronically consume. And Sweden's economy, just like the American imperial economy, is intertwined with those of other countries in region. Even though, as the Times itself points out, Swedes and other Scandinavians can actually afford to spend more money than Americans ever could during this pandemic, since they be secure in the knowledge that healthcare will be provided. Another factor dragging Sweden down was the unwillingness of its male leaders to change course once it became apparent that the economy was not going to suddenly bounce back. Exempli gratiae, Norway's economy is expected to revert to normality far more rapidly, Norway having locked down drastically, and thereby containing the virus with quarantining and testing, and is now reopening rapidly. In short, Sweden's great experiment didn't work at all. In fact, it backfired. And it be murderously apparent that those in these United States who are trying to portray reopening as some kind of necessary economic trade-off with human lives as the bargaining chips are leading us to a similar fate. I mean, you thought the economy was already bad? You had better fucking brace yourself. Major American companies have been getting ready to release their second quarter earnings, and the numbers are predicted to be even worse. Analysts predict that earnings for the Standard & Poor's 500 plummeted nearly 45% in the quarter, which would be the biggest drop since a 69% plunge during the depths of the Great Recession in the fourth quarter of 2008. Investors are hoping for a robust recovery early next year, there being fresh economic danger for low-income Americans as well. Many states implemented freezes on utility shutoffs when pandemic restrictions were at their peak. Even though the pandemic is still raging, those moratoriums are being lifted, which could leave countless low-income and unemployed households sans power, water, and other necessities. When the history of this pandemic be written, the United States will, perhaps rightly, likely get credit for the unprecedented scope and speed of its economic policy response in terms of federal stimulus, but most inescapably blamed for the massive failure of its healthcare response. That's what brings us to the next terrifying phase of the coronavirus recession. The American empire prioritized the economy over public health and got the worst of both worlds. Failed businesses and lost loved ones, empty theme parks and socially distanced funerals, a struggling economy and an unmitigated public health disaster. This is the worst of both worlds equilibrium in which the American empire findeth itself in. Since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, President Donald Trump has railed against shutdowns and shelter-in-place orders, tweeting in all caps that we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself, and pushing for employees to get back to work and businesses to get back to business. But the country has failed to get the virus under control through masks, contact tracing, mass testing, or any of the other strategies other countries have tried and found successful. That has kneecapped the nascent recovery and raised the possibility that the unemployment rate, which eased in May and June after reaching nearly 15% in April, could spike again later this year. The economy seized in unprecedented terms this spring as states and cities mandated lockdowns. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed, and millions of workers were furloughed or laid off completely. But instead of setting up a national viral control strategy during this time, as other developed nation states did, the American empire did effectively fucking nothing. Congress underfunded disease research and contact tracing efforts. Not a single federal agency coordinated the procurement of PPE, or personal protective equipment. Months into pandemic, health professionals were still reusing masks for days at a time. The Trump administration punted responsibility for public health management to the states, each tipping into a budgetary crisis. After a springtime peak, caseloads declined only modestly. Outbreaks seeded across the country. States reopened, and counts exploded again. Now I'm hearing a lot of sirens in the background outside. Either that or a lot of people are screaming. Now the economy is traveling sideways as business failures mount and the virus continues to maim and kill. New applications for unemployment insurance, for instance, are leveling off at more than 1 million a week, more than double the highest rate reached during the Great Recession, a sign that more job losses are becoming permanent. After rising when the government sent stimulus checks and expanded unemployment insurance benefits, consumer spending is falling again, down 10% from where it was a year ago. Homebase, a provider of human resources software, attests that the rebound has hit a plateau in terms of hours worked, share of employees working, and number of businesses open. The next terrifying phase of the coronavirus recession is here. A damaged economy, a virus spreading faster than it was in March, the disease itself continuing to take a bloody direct toll on workers, with more than 60,000 Americans testing positive a day and tens of thousands suffering from extended illness. The statistical value of American lives already lost to this disease is something like $675 billion United States dollars. The current phase of this pandemic is also taking an enormous secondary toll. States with unmitigated outbreaks have been forced to go back into lockdown or to pause their reopening, killing weakened businesses and roiling the labor market. Where the virus spreads, the economy stops. That's not just due to government edicts either. Some consumers have rushed back to bars and restaurants and resumed shopping and traveling. Young people who tend to get less sick from the coronavirus than the elderly appear to be driving today's pandemic. But millions more are making it clear that they will not risk their life or the life of others in their community to go out. Avoidance of the virus, more so than the shutdown orders, seems to be affecting consumer behavior. Places sans official lockdowns have seen similar financial collapses to those with them. And a study by University of Chicago economists proved that decreases in economic activity are closely tied to fears of infection and are highly influenced by the number of COVID-19 deaths reported in any given county. In other ways, the spread of COVID-19 is keeping Americans from going back to work at all. The perception of public transit as unsafe, for example, makes it expensive and tough for commuters to get to their jobs. Schools and daycare centers are struggling to figure out how to reopen safely at all, meaning millions of parents are facing a fall, juggling work and childcare. This is a national disaster. The former Department of Homeland Security official Juliette Kayyem has argued in Atlantic Magazine that the lingering uncertainty about whether in-person education will resume isn't the result of malfeasance, but other non-feasance. 4 months of stay-at-home orders have proved that if schools be unavailable, a city cannot work, a community cannot function, and a nation cannot safeguard itself. International comparisons are enlightening. Countries that successfully countered the virus have, by all evidence, enjoyed better financial recoveries. Countries that did not shut down saw major hits to their economy anyway. In Sweden, of course, authorities declined to enact strict public health measures as the virus took hold. It has seen significantly higher case counts and more deaths than any of its neighbors, such as Norway, and its economy has completely tanked. Or consider South Korea. With aggressive contact tracing and mass testing, it kept many of its commercial and educational facilities open as it quashed the pandemic. The country has tallied just 288 deaths from COVID-19 compared with the roughly 135,000 in these United States. The unemployment rate there is 4.2%, and the economy is expected to contract just a small amount this year, due in part to falling exports. In New Zealand, Prime Ministress Jacinda Ardern did a little dance to celebrate the country's reopening 1 full month ago, but she was merely, of course, following Taiwanese example. In mine true homeland and heartland of Taiwan itself, thousands of fans cheered from the stands at a baseball game last week, completely unafraid of a disease they've effectively cured. In France, one of the hardest hit countries in Europe, families are back to going on vacation, eating in cafes, visiting loved ones in hospitals. In the United States, outbreaks are shutting everything down yet again. The United States can still contain the spread of COVID-19 and save lives, or so epidemiologists argue. The country can still flatten the curve and lower the death toll. Simple, low-cost measures like requiring masks in public as mandatory would preserve as much as 5% of gross domestic product, as estimated by professional economists, as well as preventing thousands from getting sick. The supposed trade-off between public health and the economy doesn't fucking exist. And right now, the country is choosing not to save either. And one small personal data point. As of Monday morning, it's been 9 days since my son was tested for COVID-19 and still no results. I haven't been able to follow up with him in the past 48 hours. He may have gotten the results since then, he may have not. But I know one thing, no symptoms have manifested either, fortunately. And that lack of testing response, the lack of the result being relayed as of this point, as far as I know, demonstrably undercuts any notion that we can defeat the virus through testing and tracing. As the very Anthony Fauci I myself exposed as but another villain himself so recently said, if you're going to do contract contact tracing, and the test comes back in 5 to 7 days, you might as well not do contact tracing because it's already too late. Lots of folks can share that blame. I'd put the commercial testing services Quest Diagnostics and LabCorp high on my list for their recent delays. They've had months to ramp up for this moment. But at the end of the day, as every chief executive officer, like Sugar Daddy, the husband of my son, so understands, it be leadership that matters most. The United States, the American Empire, has had a massive failure on that front. That brings this back to being a family issue, our extended electronic family, and what we do for each other. Because there's no going back to normal. Once we accept and grieve that our old way of life is gone forever, we can build a better future. More than 4 months have now passed since the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus a pandemic. Initially, shock and denial gave way to coping with humor. There were a plethora of jokes on social media about introverts thriving and extroverts languishing under these dystopian conditions. There was wistful reminiscence of the last time we hugged a friend or sat down to eat at a restaurant, and planning for what we'd do when things went back to normal. Those reminiscences became tragic memoriams when those last times indeed turn out to be the last times for so many people. Now, I personally knew all too many Americans who thought that the coronavirus would quickly run its course and that after a month or so things would return to normal. Of course, that assumed there was ever a normal that still awaits us someday. Yet as the days turn to weeks and the weeks have turned to months, the novelty of staying home has worn off. The partisan wave of anti-lockdown protests that sprang up all over the country demonstrated the desire for normalcy at its extreme. But even those who still be responsibly limiting contact with others are feeling the frustration. Students are growing weary of online instruction and long to see their teachers and classmates in person, because we are social animals. And many of those who were gainfully employed before the pandemic are now unemployed and ever increasingly anxious as the bills have continued to mount. Essential workers are risking exposure to the virus every time they clock in. In the quest to return to normal, many states have reopened despite cautions given by scientific experts who warn of a second wave of outbreaks, which is now on horizon due to the premature reopening of states. It be a hard truth to swallow, but there will never be a return to any normal. I have argued that much about our former life was actually abnormal. Its frenetic pace, its inequalities, its injustices. While we were quarantined in our homes, police invaded the home of Breonna Taylor, an emergency medical technician, and of course, ergo, an essential worker, and shot her 8 times while she was lying in bed. A couple of months later, the pandemic still raging on, another police officer killed George Floyd by kneeling on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. Floyd's and Taylor's final breaths fanned the flames of the Black Lives Matter movement. Protesters nationwide and around the globe are risking their lives to demand an end to police violence because they have become maladjusted to Black Death. In this movement, I myself see signs that parts of society are beginning to look more to the future and less to reclaiming any old way of life. In thinking about the tension between the past, the present, and the future, I have come as to believe that the only way to move forward is to grieve the life we once knew, and to shift our mindsets to radical acceptance of our present reality in order to create a new normal that is better than our pre-pandemic life. The term radical acceptance was coined by the psychologist Marsha Linehan, or Linehan, depending on how it's pronounced. I've never heard it vocalized, but I've seen it spelled Linehan. And as she and her co-authors wrote in a chapter of their book entitled Mindfulness and Acceptance, radical acceptance is an act of the total person that allows acceptance of this moment or of this reality in this moment. It is without discrimination. In other words, one does not choose parts of reality to accept and parts to reject. One says yes to what is. Yet mine own Christian faith teaches me that I am not what I produce. I am valuable because I am a human being endowed by God with intrinsic dignity and worth. Well, I am a being. I'm not necessarily all that human. Yet I have found solace in that truth. My faith teaches me that my value is not contingent on my circumstances. Radical acceptance, which can be practiced regardless of one's faith or worldview, is a complementary concept. It teaches me to release what I cannot control so that I can focus on what I can change. In dialectical behavioral therapy, radical acceptance is often used to help people come to terms with circumstances they cannot or perhaps can never change. It requires us to give up the elusive idea that we are in control and instead accept reality as it is. Linehan and her co-authors so write that, and I quote as they, another way of thinking about it is that radical acceptance is radical truth. In other words, acceptance is experiencing something sans the haze of what one wants and does not want it to be. So without the haze, here be the reality we must all accept right now. We be in the midst of a pandemic, which be but euphemism for plague. Several states require that face masks be worn in public. We be in a global recession. We have been in our homes and social distancing for more than 2-3 months by now, and this will continue as intermittently until a vaccine or an effective treatment ever be available, if ever there be one. And according to the infectious diseases expert Anthony Fauci himself, a mass murderer by misdirection, you don't make the timeline. The virus makes the timeline. And so, over 40 million Americans are unemployed, and that number is expected to climb. America has the highest number of coronavirus cases in the world, and the virus is likely to spread further due to the reopening of state and local economies, as well as the Black Lives Matter protests, though public health officials have endorsed them. We cannot bury our departed loved ones in the traditional ways we be accustomed to, and many cannot be at the bedside of their loved ones to even say their final goodbyes. Prolonged quarantine is affecting our collective mental health, and those who live alone are experiencing acute isolation. On top of all of this, black people are forced to process yet more black deaths at the hands of police every other day. And so presently, the toll on our mental health is unquantifiable. But the tears we cry, and the tears we cannot bring ourselves to cry, be the calculus. This is our reality. Now, radical acceptance of this reality is not to be confused with approval thereof. Linehan explaineth it thusly, and I quote as she, "Radical acceptance does not mean you do not try to change things. You cannot change anything if you do not accept it, because if you do not accept it, you will try to change something else that you think is reality." Additionally, radical acceptance is not a call to stoicism. An array of emotions, anger, fear, anxiety, grief, etc., may arise within you in response to reality. Suppressing these emotions can be tempting, but allowing yourself to feel whatever you feel sans judgment is also a kind of radical acceptance. And I myself have found that radical acceptance can be freeing. Accepting what you cannot change enables you to focus on what you can. I see a sense of that freedom in these protests. Indeed, if radical acceptance is radical truth, as Linehan saith, then white supremacy and police brutality be the truths we must see to change reality. Allowing ourselves to feel the anger and grief that cometh with these truths will free us. Striving to return to an old normal would ensure that the mechanisms of oppression keep turning. We're not going back to normal. We be pushing toward a new normal. One that is more sustainable and equitable than the one we left behind. One in which everyone might flourish. However, the new normal be contingent upon our willingness to learn the practice of letting go of gone things, as the poet Eveday so eloquently put it. We will not be the same when this pandemic and this revolution end. How can we be, when more than 100,000 people in these United States have perished from COVID-19 thus far? When so many black women and men have been reduced to hashtags? The collective grief is exhausting and disorienting, but grieve we must. This is the work our souls require. Though we cannot go us back, there be nothing wrong with grieving what was. Even as we work to accept it, we cannot help but lament what is. Let's givest our tears to dreams deferred and decimated by this pandemic, so that we can be numbered among those working toward a new normal. That's what brings us to election 2020. Another round of primary elections is setting the stage for more key races in November. Former Attorney General Jeff Sessions lost his United States Senate Republican primary runoff to former Auburn University football coach Tommy Tuberville. And this one went exactly the president's way. Trump had endorsed Tuberville and spoke out against his one-time ally's candidacy. Meanwhile, the president's former chief physician, Dr. Ronnie Jackson, won his Republican runoff for a U.S. House seat in Texas. And in Maine, Democrats chose State House Speaker Sarah Gideon to try to unseat Republican Senatoress Susan Collins in November. Now, tell me if I misremembered any of this. It really wasn't that important to me, but that's what I remember from the last time I checked. Far more important than any of that trivia be the fact that the Supreme Court has been teaching Trump the limits of his presidency. And in a pair of rulings delivered on Thursday of Yester Septimania last week, the court showed that the presidency does not give Trump the absolute immunity he claims it does. In other words, what they said was, absolute immunity? Absolutely not. And in a Supreme Court case, even the dissenting justices found that the president is not immune from investigation. The Supreme Court has thus dealt a defeat to President Trump by rejecting his claims of presidential immunity and upholding subpoenas from New York prosecutors seeking his tax returns and financial records. And so, in one of the most anticipated rulings on presidential privilege in years, the justices, by a 7-2 vote, ruled the nation's chief executive is not above the law and must comply with legitimate demands from a grand jury in New York that is investigating Trump's alleged hush money payments to 2 women who claim to have had sex with him. The court's opinion by Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. may be most significant in its rejection of Trump's extravagant claims of absolute immunity. But because the grand jury operates in secret, it be unlikely the public will see Trump's financial records before the November election, if ever. In a second ruling, the High Court, also by a 7-12 vote, temporarily blocked subpoenas from 3 House committees on the grounds that Democratic lawmakers failed to show how a decade's worth of Trump's financial records were needed to formulate new legislation. The justices sent those cases back to lower courts, giving Trump a partial victory. Now you might ask, what does any of this have to do with the 2020 election? Well, you see, Trump is successfully running out the clock. President Trump lost at the Supreme Court on Thursday as dated the 9th of July, but he won himself some time on his re-election strategy. You see, Donald Trump, the man, lost at the Supreme Court later last week, but Donald Trump, the candidate, can claim victory. Because as part of the fallout from the new rulings, the president may eventually face legal liability, but he will not face a public reckoning for his actions before November. So it must be concluded that Trump's strategy of running out the clock is paying off. But progressives' Supreme Court victories may be fleeting. The Supreme Court's term is over, so allow us myself to recap what happened and what it sayest about the future of the court itself. In terms of the judicial branch, the Supreme Court ended its term last week, but I myself was still processing the decisions made in recent days and what they signal for the court's future. In June and July, progressives have seemed to eke out a series of victories, but such success will be fleeting. The groundwork is now in place for major reactionary wins throughout the years ahead. Meanwhile, Chief Justice John Roberts realized his goal this term by making the court a neutral arbiter guided by law rather than politics. If you need a refresher on what happened, which I'm sure most of you do, there be 5 major rulings. The first, the ruling on Native American land in Oklahoma under Mickert versus Oklahoma, be monumental. According to Julian Brave Noisecat, a member of the Sequapemsi, I believe that's the name, Sequapemsi, and Sta-Imsi nations. I've looked this guy up and I don't know how to pronounce that, but I think I'm getting close. He's a member of 2 different Indian nations, a hybrid of 2 different tribes, who said, what a quote is he? In the long indigenous struggle for justice, McGirt versus Oklahoma might be one of the most important Supreme Court cases of all time. Well, to present this to you in but a single sentence. The ruling means that for the first time, much of eastern Oklahoma is legally considered reservation land as the land rushes back. To contextualize the immensity of this, more than 1.8 million people live in the land at issue, including roughly 400,000 in Tulsa, Oklahoma's second largest city. Secondly, the Trump financial rulings. Trump versus Mazars and Trump versus Vance. These decisions affirm the rule of law, asserting that the president is, at the end of the day, like any other American citizen, and does not have the sweeping immunity he so claims. But they be blows more against the executive in general than against Trump himself, at least for now. Thirdly, there was a major abortion decision, June Medical Services versus Rousseau. And while that ruling does not signal that abortion is safe at the Supreme Court, it's a message that anti-abortion advocates cannot simply expect the court to reverse abortion rights just because reactionary justices now dominate the bench. Fourthly, the ruling on the fate of the Deferred Action of Childhood Arrivals policy, DACA, D-A-C-A, Department of Homeland Security versus Regents of the University of California. The court held 5-4 that the administration's purported rescission of DACA was arbitrary and capricious, and thus had to be, at the very least, redone. At least for now, America's dreamers can stay. And finally, most importantly to myself personally, of course because of my son. Which number would that be? Quintero, number 5. The decision on workplace protections for LGBTQ people, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, and queers, as litigated in Bostock versus Clayton County. Because beneath all the verbal jousting, the twa sides were expressing dueling views of what sexual orientation and gender even mean, and how society should assess them. So, I will go into a tangent here to educate you, among all the civics, of what "because of sex" really means. Justice Neil Gorsuch appears to have been serious when, in his recent book entitled A Republic, If You Can Keep It, Gorsuch explained his twin philosophies of judging originalism and textualism, in which he said, rather than guess about unspoken purposes hidden in the hearts of legislators, or rework the law to meet the judge's estimation of what an evolving or maturing society should look like, an originalist and textualist will study dictionary definitions, rules of grammar, and the historical context, all to determine what the law meant to the people when their representatives adopted it. And so, on the 16th of Yestermenses, the Ides of last month, Gorsuch applied his philosophies to a sticky question. Does Title... oh God, which fucking title was it of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that I'm trying to remember? If I change the Roman to Arabic numerals, it would be something like, well, let's see, what was this? It was a V11, so that would calculate as 7. So, in Title 7, well, Gorsuch's question would be phrased as, does Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which bans employment discrimination against any individual because of such individuals' sex, does that forbid discrimination against alternative lifestyles practicing employees, or lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, and queers? And in a major victory for the gay and transgender rights movement, Gorsuch, writing for 6 members of the court, concluded that it does. And so he wrote, "It is impossible to discriminate against a person for being homosexual or transgender, sans discriminating against that individual based on sex." And so the cases consolidated as Bostock versus Clayton County involved 2 gay men and a trans woman, each of whom had been fired when their employers found out they were gay or trans. And as a result of yestermen's mid-menses, or last month's mid-month decision, they can now pursue Title VII claims against their employers. Employment discrimination against gay or trans people is now a violation of a landmark federal law. Now, Gerald Bostock was an employee of a Georgia county who was forced out of his job as a child welfare advocate once his supervisors found out that he played in a gay men's softball league. Donald Zarda was a skydiving instructor in New York, and when he strapped himself to a female customer for her safety, he jokingly reassured her that he was gay, and he was fired immediately thereafter. Now, tragically, Zarda later died in a separate jumping accident. His estate remains in the case. Amy Stephens was a funeral director in Michigan whose employers fired her when she wrote a letter to them declaring her intention to live and work full-time as a woman. Gorsuch's 6-3 majority decision was joined by Chief Justice John Roberts and Associate Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Alina Kagan. Justice Samuel Alito wrote a lengthy dissent, which Justice Clarence Thomas joined, and Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote a separate solo dissent. The majority opinion called the decision simple but momentous. Well, momentous to be sure, a sign of the social change that has raced ahead over the past 3 years despite the efforts of the reactionary legal movement to thwart it. The decision puts the wind at the back of alternative lifestyles advocates for lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, and queers in future cases. Simple, not so much. The proper textualist question in Bostock, as framed by both sides, was what, because of sex, meant to the ordinary person when the statute was adopted, and what that meaning itself means today. And in his majority opinion, Gorsuch resolved that question by analyzing discrimination against alternative lifestyles practitioners. In other words, people who are lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, or queers, as discrimination because of sex. It is impossible to discriminate against a person for being homosexual or transgender, sans discriminating against that individual based on sex. Consider, for example, an employer with 2 employees, both of whom are attracted to men. The 2 individuals are, to the employer's mind, materially identical in all respects, except that one is a man and the other a woman. If the employer fires the male employee for no other reason than the fact he is attracted to men, the employer discriminates against him for traits or actions it tolerates in his female colleague. The affected employee's sex is a but-for cause of his discharge. I'm reading actually from the writ. The affected employee's sex is a but-for cause of his discharge. Yes, there we are. That sounds obscene, but the point in legalese should come across. Now, Gorsuch rehearsed a similar example involving a transgender woman fired even though cisgender women are retained. by saying the employer intentionally penalizes a person identified as male at birth for traits or actions that it tolerates in an individual identified as female at birth. That is the heart of Gorsuch's opinion. Sexual orientation and gender identity are both necessarily related to sex. As he wrote, when an employer uses either as a job criterion, the employer is thus penalizing employees because of sex. It is, I myself am convinced, the correct argument, but that doesn't mean it's actually simple. In fact, taking the opposing argument seriously sheds light on the unspoken assumptions that are fueling the culture war over alternative lifestyle rights. Justice Alito argued that the question at issue was whether ordinary people, in 1964, would have thought that the word sex would cover sexual orientation and gender identity. To Gorsuch, that was not the relevant question. It was what the words because of sex mean and what they meant 50 years ago. The 12 questions asked in good faith produced different answers. All three opinions insisted that they were only analyzing the meaning of words, with no reference to the justices' political or moral views on gay rights. But beneath the verbal jousting, the 12 sides were expressing dueling views of what sexual orientation and gender mean and how society should assess them. Both Alito and Kavanaugh insist that being gay, lesbian, or trans is something entirely different from being male or female. Take as, for example, Gorsuch's 12 materially identical employees. To Alito, the 12 are not identical. And he so wrote, in the mind of an employer who does not want to employ individuals who are attracted to members of the same sex, those 12 employees are not materially identical in every way but sex. Now, per his paradigm, the gay employee is, well, gay. The employer objects to sexual orientation, which, Alito argues, has nothing to do with sex, any more than does, say, the employee's astrological sign. He's so saying, this is quoting him directly, if an employer thinks that Scorpios make bad employees, the employer can refuse to hire Scorpios. And Kavanaugh made the same point in more sober fashion. He's so saying, and I quote his T verbatim, few in 1964, or today, in parentheses, would describe a firing because of sexual orientation as a firing because of sex. As commonly understood, sexual orientation discrimination is distinct from, and not a form of, sex discrimination. In common parlance, Bostock and Zardo were fired because they were gay, not because they were men. Underlying both dissents, then, is this notion that being a gay man is unrelated to being a man, just the way being a Scorpio is unrelated to being a man. By this logic, sexual orientation and gender identity have nothing to do with sexual equality, which is about discrimination against women for being women or against men for being men, and nothing else. And Kavanaugh elucidated this very argument with a flourish, and again I read from his writ, Seneca Falls was not Stonewall. The women's rights movement was not, and in parentheses, and is not, the gay rights movement, although many people obviously support or participate in both. So to think that sexual orientation discrimination is just a form of sex discrimination is not just a mistake of language and psychology, but also a mistake of history and sociology. This claim that these movements were distinct and based on different concepts, and thus that the 12 types of discrimination do not relate to each other at all, are echoed by Alito in his separate dissent. And in a 6-page aside, Alito's opinion helpfully reminded the court that At the time of the Civil Rights Act being passed, homosexuality was considered a mental disorder, and gay and lesbian people were subject to brutal discrimination. To him, that proves that the statute in 1964 could not have included sexual orientation, much less gender identity, in its sweep. Now, these glib arguments have 12 problems, and both relate to the relationship between sex discrimination and the fight for alternative lifestyle rights. The first is the common parlance issue. In 1964, in fact, women were also subject to stifling and comprehensive discrimination, and it has taken the country nearly 6 fucking decades to even begin unwinding those inequities and their consequences. Nobody in 1964 thought that because of sex protected against what we now call a hostile environment, but the court has since held that it does. Nobody thought that male-on-male sexual harassment was a violation of Title VII, but the court has held that it is. Very few people thought that gender-specific help-wanted ads were a violation of the law, but the court later upheld a rule against them. The term sex, by some accounts, was included in the bill amid hearty male guffaws. The common parlance argument thus would justify saying that because of sex in 1964 parlance didn't mean because of, well, sex. The second is that it is quite possible to believe, and many people who have studied the history of discrimination do argue, that Kavanaugh's confident disquisition on history is wrong. That discrimination against women and against alternative lifestyles practitioners both, in fact, spring from the same root of patriarchy. Discrimination against women, misogyny that belittles their physical and mental qualities, feeds into and is fed by discrimination against gay men, lesbians, and transgender peoples. In all cases, the dominant force of society assumes the right to dictate sexual behavior and identity. In all cases, that dominant force regards resistance as an alien insurgency to be crushed. The struggles in this view are the same struggle. People of this view regard identity not as a set of discrete silos, cisgendered, straight, trans, that have nothing in common with one another, but as more of a web, whose full interconnected dimensions we are just now beginning to explore. If that's right, then sexual orientation and gender identity are not at all irrelevant to sex. They are, as Gorsuch so wrote, sex itself. Discrimination on either basis really is discrimination because of sex. And the attempt to detach a person's sexual identity from his or her sex is not simply an error, but an absurdity. So I just had to get that out there. The problem for the president himself now is that although his willful inversion of reality may work as a coping mechanism, it be wildly unsuited as a formula for governance. Donald Trump has made a career of turning bad news into good, but the virus has already defeated him. Thus, the president winning by losing is, in fact, losing. Soon after the Supreme Court ruled, last Thursday morning, against Donald Trump's efforts to stop a Manhattan prosecutor from obtaining his tax returns, the president lamented how unjust the decision was. He tweeted, "Courts in the past have given broad deference, but not me!" That was all uppercase. He elaborated, "This is all a political prosecution. Not fair to this presidency or administration." The Putin Puppet POTUS, acronym for President of the United States, is, as ever, a whiny loser. His whining, though, should not obscure the fact that Trump, yet again, has escaped to fight another day. Because in their 7-12 ruling, the justices, including 3 Trump appointees, reaffirmed the principle that no one, not even the president, is above the law. But the decision allowed Trump to continue fighting in lower courts over the terms under which he must comply, a ruling that makes it all but certain that he will not have to turn over his tax returns before this fall's presidential election. He may lament, all in the uppercase, as he tweets, "Presidential harassment!" But Trump seems to have once more managed to avoid having to produce information about his sketchy finances before facing voters. Losing just might be a form of winning after all. Sure enough, that was exactly what Trump's advisors took to claiming. The administration's press secretary, Calais McEnany, declared from the White House lectern, "This was a win for the president." When asked about Trump's angry tweets, McEnany simply dismissed them as general comments, adding, "It's a big win," before also saying confusingly that the president agreed with the dissenters in the case. "I would underscore the victory here." This is classic Trump misadministration doublespeak. Reality is whatever the Trumpians say it is. The Supreme Court decision can be both terribly unfair and a great win. And why not? Trump has made a career of turning bad news into good, of rewriting bankruptcies and divorces and unfulfilled promises into spectacular accomplishments. After his Republican Party lost the House of Representatives in 2018, Trump called the midterm election results a big victory. After the special counsel Robert Mueller submitted a report in 2019 documenting no less than 10 instances in which the president engaged in obstruction of justice, Trump called the report complete and total vindication. But his problems now seem to be piling up, and I'm not just referring to the question of when and how he will finally have to turn over his tax returns. As the coronavirus surges once again across America, polls show Trump losing more support by the day. This week, the nonpartisan Cook Political Report issued its July Electoral College ratings and determined that, as of right now, the presidential election looks like a Democratic tsunami. Even the reliably pro-Trump polling agency, Rasmussen, with the suspect Russian name, registered the president at the lowest approval level of his tenure, with just 39% support. No wonder Trump is whining. He is always about me! The question of the moment is this. With Americans suffering so deeply from the pandemic and the attendant economic crisis, more rightly a collapse, and with the national election to decide his fate only 117 days away, can Trump pull off his most epic act of winning by losing yet? And in her scorching new book entitled Too Much and Never Enough, subtitled How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man, Trump's own niece, Mary Trump, portrays her Uncle Donald as an abusive narcissist with a rampant and undiagnosed antisocial personality disorder, and she blames many of his evident character flaws on his own father, Fred, whom she deems a sociopath who withheld love from his son whenever he needed it most, as a small child. It might seem contradictory, beyond even Trump standards, to claim in the course of a few hours that the Supreme Court had been wildly unfair to him and had also handed him a significant victory. But his niece, who holds a doctorate in clinical psychology herself, mindest ye, shows that this has long been Trump's way. She so notes that back in the early 1990s, when Trump's business was in increasingly serious trouble, and banks were refusing to extend him any more credit, Trump found a long list of others to blame. She thus so writing that nothing was ever fair to him. At the same time, Trump had to please his father by continuing to portray himself as a wild success. The future president's demanding patriarch would never accept anything less. In the book's particularly to-the-point conclusion, Mary Trump describes the toxic positivity that she says is his family legacy. The president, in other words, is simply incapable of accepting a harsh or unpleasant reality. There be no radical acceptance possible. He has no choice but to deny it. Losing is winning for him. It has to be. This is also the strongly held view of various Trumpologists outside of his own family who have discerned the president's biography a long history of being unable to deal with truly negative circumstances. Like Mary Trump, one of Trump's biographers, Michael D'Antonio, said he believed that Trump is incapable of processing bad news and dealing with it. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, he actually holds very few tools in his kit. He's not equipped for compromise or changing direction. Indeed, he only knows how to move forward on the path he has determined. This is why he got into trouble with his bankruptcies way back when. He failed to accept that he was a bad manager of complex organizations and kept trying it until he was hemmed in by lenders who refused him further credit. Letting in negative feedback is almost painful for him. In fact, it almost seems to me like he either cannot hear or really hold in his mind the bad news that he should receive and then let guide him in making adjustments. The problem for Trump now is that although his willful inversion of reality may work for him as a coping mechanism, it is wildly unsuited as formula for governance, especially during a public health catastrophe when facts matter and spin be completely irrelevant. The coronavirus pandemic and the recession are the ultimate bad news for a president who cannot bear it. And so on Wednesday, midweek, Yester Septimania, the Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, traveled to Brussels, the capital of Europe, of United Europe, to speak to the European Parliament, her first appearance outside of United Germany since the start of the pandemic. As always, she was understated but unyielding, so saying, "You cannot fight the pandemic with lies and disinformation." Across the Atlantic Ocean in Washington, D.C., where the grim march of the coronavirus is unrelenting, it sounded like a message aimed right at the man in the White House, which of course it was. But President losing is winning has an increasingly inarguable set of facts to wrestle with. These United States has repeatedly set records for new cases in recent days. The spike is sharp, and it is broad. The numbers are now going up in 33 states and union. In some, the pandemic is spreading at an alarming rate. A rise of 38% in new cases in mine own Golden, California this week. 28% in Texas. 25% in Florida. With more than 130,000 Americans already dead. A new projection this week suggests that more than 200,000 Americans will die of the coronavirus by November, by Election Day. Even a graphic on the Trump-friendly Fox News on Thursday into this last weekend was devastating. It showed total cases, total deaths, and new cases. Underneath the first 12 numbers was the phrase, "most in the world." On Thursday morning, late into last week, shortly before the Supreme Court ruling, Trump contending as he does daily, that the rise in cases is merely a result of an increase in testing. Of course, his sheer repetition of this falsehood does not make it true. As large swaths of the country find themselves dealing with panicking doctors and packed ICUs, intensive care units, and the dawning recognition that now is not the time to reopen bars and nail salons and amusement parks, Trump has, in recent days, claimed that 99% of cases are mild, that the virus be no big deal, and that a cure be coming very soon. This spring, he successfully politicized the wearing of masks. This week, he began a new campaign to politicize the reopening of schools. He not only insisted that American schools reopen, regardless of concerns about safety, but threatened to withhold federal funding from them unless they do so. This is exactly what Angela Merkel was talking about. Trump and his administration did not just get the coronavirus wrong, they lied. They spread disinformation, and they are still doing so to kill as many Americans as possible. Trump and the Republicans want you fucking dead. Get that through your fucking head! And perhaps, although the polls do not reflect it, and despite history suggesting that a comeback for him be unlikely, the president sees political advantage in this misinformation campaign. But there be no such thing as winning by losing against a lethal plague, a fatal disease. Trump can still pull out a victory in the election. He has, however, already been defeated by the pandemic. We are all losers now. And still our foresighted clock continues to tick. We all be but mere months away from the general election itself. So let's check in on Team Trump's 2020 campaign strategy with some observations from myself, two to be specific. The first being that Trump continues to exploit racial grievances, and it may cost him. To clarify, the president rode to power by exploiting racial grievance, and now the backlash against his inflammatory acts may doom his re-election chances. This is Donald Trump's lost cause. There be an old expression, wryly deployed across the Deep South. Thank God for Mississippi, or we'd be last in everything. Donald Trump is now behind even Mississippi. In the week before last, what transitioned us from June into July, Governor Tate Reeves signed into law a measure that will remove the Confederate battle flag from the state flag. It was the last state flag in Union to include the Confederate design, though others retain references. The president, meanwhile, is still complaining about decisions to remove the flag. In a Monday morning tweet let loose last week, he attacked the black driver Bubba Wallace and bashed NASCAR's decision to ban the flag from races. His tweet, at Real Donald Trump, dated July 6th of this year, so reading, "Has that Bubba Wallace apologized to all of those great NASCAR drivers and officials who came to his aid, stood by his side, and were willing to sacrifice everything for him, only to find out that the whole thing was just another hoax? That and flag decision has caused lowest ratings ever." Whenever I become emphatic reading a Trump tweet, that's because it's in uppercase. This broadside followed a July 4th weekend in which Trump eschewed the customary appeals to national unity and instead sought to divide the American people during speeches in South Dakota and Washington, D.C. Taken together, the speeches and Trump's other remarks in other forums over the past weeks indicate that he is seeking to inflame a culture war ahead of the November election. There's nothing strange about Donald Trump seeking to exploit racial and cultural tension to advance himself. It's the story of his career, and certainly of his political career. Yet the moment is also profoundly strange, even with all that history in mind. A president who ran and won a campaign built on racial grievance is now losing support because voters have turned against him on his core issue. Rather than adjust course, however, Trump is insisting on talking more about it, and appears to have given up on the idea of persuading voters altogether. This is the deep irony of Trump's re-election campaign. He captured the White House with a campaign based on racial backlash And now, after nearly 4 years of racist remarks and appeals, backlash to the backlash may doom his campaign. It's difficult to think of a moment in recent history when Americans were ever more divided, either physically, thanks to the coronavirus pandemic, or politically. Independence Day was, furthermore, the easiest occasion for a president to appeal to national unity and warm feelings and to bask in that warm glow. Yet Trump could not, indeed would not, do that. At Mount Rushmore on Friday into last weekend, Trump told the crowd, and here I quote his tea at length, "Angry mobs are trying to tear down statues of our founders, deface our most sacred memorials, and unleash a wave of violent crime in our cities. Many of these people have no idea why they are doing this, but some know exactly what they be doing. And they think the American people are weak and soft and submissive. But no, the American people are strong and proud, and they will not allow our country and all of its values, history, and culture to be taken from them." Now, the Trump-more speech is that whole deal just deserves like a tangent. I mean, it's like, yeah, it highlights disconnect. He was delivering, of course, a divisive culture war message, down in the polls and failing to control a raging pandemic. He basically made an impassioned appeal to his base, whilst in the shadow of Mount Rushmore, instead of striking any conciliatory tone. And it's one of those... it's like... he said well, let's just put it this way. I'm going to have to digest this for just a second. Try to, he's trying to claim the mantle of history. And he's doing this by saying the United States is under siege from far-left fascism. I mean, he inflamed national tensions with an attack on quote-unquote left-wing revolution. And he is expressing plans, or did so, in front of Mount Rushmore for national memorial statues of American heroes, which would mean dead white men. So it's one of those things that I think that's as far as I'm going to go with it for now. It was surreal. And then again, in a speech at the White House on Saturday, he struck similar notes. To quote his tea from Saturday, "We are now in the process of defeating the radical left, the Marxists, the anarchists, the agitators, the looters, and people who, in many instances, have absolutely no clue what they are doing." Trump has also announced a strange and likely chimerical plan to build a national sculpture garden celebrating American heroes. That's what I gleaned from the Mount Rushmore delivery. And later, but yesterday, I think, he assailed 12 professional sports teams that are considering changes to their names, whilst also delivering a dumb attack on Senator Elizabeth Warren. So the tweet, dated July 6th, from @real Donald Trump. This is about a week ago, actually, this particular tweet. I remember it like it was yesterday. He said, "They named teams out of strength, not weakness. But now the Washington Redskins and Cleveland Indians, two fabled sports franchises, look like they're going to be changing their names in order to be politically correct. Indians like Elizabeth Warren must be very angry right now." Well, the common element across all these statements is but an appeal to an us versus them worldview. And as Trump has demonstrated in the past, it's a usefully protean designation. It's just vague enough to leave possibilities. Race, ethnicity, cities versus rural areas, the deep state versus the people, Q adherents versus everybody else, left versus right, and just specific enough to allow us any number of groups to see themselves in it. What unites all these groups, ironically, is division. Trump is pitting some Americans against others. Where he once said there were very fine people on both sides, the president now sees right on only one side. Though Trump has long tended to view himself not as the president of these United States at all, but as the president of Trump voters, the imperative to broaden his base of support is more urgent than ever. Yet the president has pinned his re-election hopes on the enthusiasm of his fervent supporters. Even while now his base be shrinking. A growing body of polling shows voters favoring Democrat Joe Biden in November. The base strategy always required Trump to walk a narrow path, and now that path be narrower, even still, and narrowing like 1 point perspective into the distance, into, well, a unidimensional point. Instead of taking steps to broaden his support, however, the Trump team has already given up on winning anybody back. The Associated Press reported on Monday, opening last work week, that his campaign is predicated on the belief that few voters who don't like Trump can be persuaded to swing behind him now, so success lies in motivating those who are still with him. The plan? First, drive up negative opinions about Biden, whom the Trump campaign believes is liked by perhaps 60% of the country, if tepidly. Second, on the theory that a largely unwavering 40% of the country likes the president, Trump would serve up policies and rhetoric to generate enough enthusiasm to turn out that slice of the country to vote. If this sounds familiar, it's because it's the playbook Trump ran 4 years ago. He realized he didn't need to win a majority of the country, and indeed he didn't. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by over 3 million votes, by a landslide. But Trump was able to exploit negative views of Clinton, exacerbate them, and strategically suppress the vote enough to execute a clever electoral college-focused strategy, with some hacking from the Russians to take him over the winning line. Trump has been reliving that election for years. His upset victory remains a staple of his public comments and tweets, and it stands to some reason that he'd try to use it again. It's early in this election campaign, though it feels like it's been going on forever, and Trump might still be able to pull off the same trick. At the moment, however, it's not working like it once did. While it's true that a lot of the media coverage made Clinton victory seem like a foregone conclusion, there were warning signs of her weaknesses for some time. And Biden is already doing better on several of those fronts because, well, fuck it, he's a white man. The presumptive Democratic nominee holds a larger lead and a more consistent one, and he's eating into Trump's edge in key demographics, including white voters and older voters, because, well, you know, he's fucking old and white. and male. The reason for this, besides all that, as I myself analytically articulated last week, is that voters are horrified by Trump's handling of race issues and of protests. The president's unfavorability rating remains high, though within its normal range, and voters still give him high marks on the economy for reasons beyond all or any logical comprehension, but there's been an immense shift in opinion on race. White voters have changed their minds, and they're no longer with the president, but he's sticking to the same talking points. In 2016, many skeptics believed, naively it turned out, that a race-based campaign was a relic of the 1960s and could no longer work. At the moment, it looks like a relic of the 2010s that may no longer work. Trump's tweet about Bubba Wallace exemplifies the shift. In the fall of 2017, Trump began railing against the former quarterback Colin Kaepernick and effectively pitting himself against the NFL. In the summer of 2020, Trump is once again demonizing a black athlete, but this time he's pitting himself against NASCAR, a far more conservative and smaller institution, and he's finding himself on the wrong side of the debate, with the sports leaders banning the flag and its drivers rallying round Wallace. As for Trump's claims of a hoax, the FBI concluded that a noose reported in a garage was not meant to threaten Wallace, but it was most certainly a noose. There is likely a tranche of voters who have been deeply moved by the protests after George Floyd's death, and who be upset about racial injustice, but who are also uncomfortable with the iconoclastic urge to tear down statues. This is one group of people Trump has probably lost, but could presumably regain. And on occasion he manages to pitch his argument in a way that might appeal to them. That brings us back to Mount Rushmore, which has its, just, how would I say it, like, bizarre fascination, where Trump said, well, I'll just call up his quote on screen and read it directly. By tearing down Washington and Jefferson, these radicals would tear down the very heritage for which men gave their lives to win the Civil War. They would erase the memory that inspired those soldiers to go to their deaths, singing these words of the battle hymn of the Republic. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. They would tear down the principles that propelled the abolition of slavery in America, and ultimately, round the world, ending an evil institution that plagued humanity for thousands and thousands of years. This is bellicose by normal standards, but it's relatively restrained for Donald Trump, and it celebrates the Union victory in the Civil War. Notably, it's also a pre-written text for a formal speech. When Trump takes the opportunity to go off script, to improvise, or to speak for himself, he almost invariably wades into more dangerous water and starts to lose those persuadable voters. He might threaten to veto funding for the military if it requires renaming bases that honor Confederate generals. He might call Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate. Or he might attack Bubba Wallace and celebrate the Confederate battle flag. This is not merely the lack of discipline Trump apologists sometimes ascribe to him, but the president revealing his own essential urges. With his political fate on the line, he has made a choice to talk almost entirely about the things that voters dislike most about himself. And so, speaking on the reactionary commentator Brian Kilmeade's radio show, Yester Septimonia, last week, Senator Lindsey Graham defended both NASCAR, saying, "I've lived in South Carolina all my life, and if you're in business, the Confederate flag is not a good way to grow your business." And Wallace, who he said had nothing to apologize for. Per Graham, "You saw the best in NASCAR. When there was a chance that it was a threat against Bubba Wallace, they all rallied to Bubba's side, so I would be looking to celebrate that kind of attitude more than being worried about it being a hoax." Expecting Trump to celebrate that attitude at this point borders on delusional. As Graham's colleague Rick Scott of Florida so told the New York Times, "He is who he is. People know who he is. You think he's going to change?" Scott's right. There is never going to be a Trump pivot. Trump is the same as he always is, and he's trying to use the same old strategy on an electorate that be desperate to move on. Now, secondly, as an analysis and observation, he's making a bad bet on a dwindling population of voters. To reiterate, Trump is attempting to assemble a winning coalition with a dwindling number of sympathetic white voters. And in that regard, Trump's America is slipping away. Donald Trump is running for the presidency of an America that no longer exists. Trump in recent weeks has repeatedly reprised two of Richard Mulhouse Nixon's most memorable rallying cries, promising to deliver law and order for the silent majority. But in almost every meaningful way, America today is a radically different country than it was when Nixon rode those arguments to win the presidency in 1968 amid widespread anti-war protests, massive civil unrest following the assassination of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., white flight from major cities, and rising crime rates. Trump's attempt to emulate that strategy may only prove how much the country has changed since it succeeded. Americans today are far more racially diverse, less Christian, better educated, more urbanized, and less likely to be married. In polls, they be more tolerant of interracial and same-sex relationships, more likely to acknowledge the existence of racial discrimination, and less concerned about crime. Almost all of these changes complicate Trump's task in trying to rally a winning electoral coalition behind his alarms against marauding, angry mobs, far-left fascism, and the violent mayhem we have seen in the streets of cities that are run by liberal Democrats. The Americans he is targeting with his messages of racial resentment and cultural backlash are uniformly a smaller share of American society now than they were back in 1968. Of course, not all of the country's changes present headwinds for Donald Trump. The population is older now, and older white voters in particular remain a receptive audience for Trump's messages of cultural and racial division, even if his mishandling of the coronavirus outbreak has notably softened his support among them. Half a hundred years gone, Southern evangelicals still mostly lean toward the Democratic Party. Now they have become a pillar of the Republican coalition. And while many Northern white Catholics back then might have recoiled from Trump-style attacks on immigrants as a smear on their own heritage, Robert P. Jones, the founder and chief executive of the nonpartisan Public Religion Research Institute and the author of a work entitled White Too Long, which itself be a new book on Christian churches and white supremacy, himself observes that now, when Trump talks about making America great again, more of them see themselves as part of that country that is getting protected. Together, those shifts have solidified for Republicans a much more reliable advantage among white voters without a college education than they enjoyed in Nixon's era. According to David Paul Kuhn's vivid new book about the blue-collar backlash in that era, entitled The Hard Hat Riot, Nixon recognized that he was shifting the Republican Party's traditional class basis, and that, anticipating Donald Trump, who himself once declared, "I love the poorly educated," Nixon so told his White House advisors that on tough problems, the uneducated are the ones that are with us. The educated people and the leader class no longer have any character, and you can't count on that. Trump might echo both of those assessments, but he is offering them to a very different audience. The demographic shifts that have most reshaped politics since Nixon's day sit at the crossroads of race, education, and religion. From the 2016 Republican Party primaries forward, white voters, sans a college education, have provided Trump's largest group of loyalists. In the 1968 presidential election, that group comprised nearly 80% of all voters, period, according to post-election surveys by both the Census Bureau and the University of Michigan's American National Election Studies. White Americans holding at least a 4-year college degree represented about 15% of voters, with non-white Americans, almost all of them black, comprising the remainder, at just under 10%. The Emory University political scientist Alan Abramovitz analyzed the ANES data, American National Election Studies data, and confirmed it. That electorate is unrecognizable now. The Nonpartisan States of Change project has forecast that non-college educated white Americans will likely constitute 42% of voters in November, slightly more than half their share in 1968. States of Change anticipates that both college-educated white voters and voters of color will represent about 30% of voters in 2020. For the former group, that's about twice their share in 1968. For the latter, that's somewhere between a 3- and 4-fold increase. The change is just as dramatic when looking at the nation's religious composition. White Christians comprised fully 85% of all American adults circa 1968, according to figures from Gallup polling, provided by the senior editor himself, Jeffrey M. Jones. They now represent only half as much of the population, 42%, according to PRRI's latest national figures. The groups that have grown since then reflect the nation's increasing racial and religious diversity. In 1968, non-white Christians represented only 8% of Americans. Now that's tripled to just more than 24% in the PRRI study that I sourced. Most explosive has been the growth of those who identify as secular or unaffiliated with any religious tradition. They represented just 3% of Americans in 1968. Now it's 24%. So you've got a quarter of the population non-white Christian and a quarter of the population white non-believers. Other shifts in society structure since that era be equally profound. Census Bureau reports show that a much smaller share of adults are married now than they were then. Only about half as many Americans live in small town or rural communities outside of major metropolitan areas. The portion with at least some college experience is about triple its level then. Across all of these dimensions, the consistent pattern be this: the groups Trump hopes to mobilize, non-college educated, non-urban, married, and Christian white voters, have significantly shrunk as a share
of the overall society in the past half-hundred years. The groups most alienated from him include many of the ones that have grown over those decades: college-educated white people, people of color, seculars, singles, and residents of the large metropolitan areas. Trump faces two other big challenges in channeling Richard Nixon. One is that the crime rate, especially the rate of violent crime, does not provide as compelling a backdrop for a law and order message as it did during the 1960s. The overall violent crime rate increased by more than 100% just from 1964 to 1968, en route to doubling by the early 1970s. Robberies per person more than doubled from 1960 to 1968. The murder rate soared by 40% from 1964 to 1968. By 1972, it was nearly 85% higher than in 1964. In Gallup surveys from September 1968, 13% of college-educated white voters, 11% of non-college-educated white voters, and 9% of non-white voters identified crime as the biggest problem facing the nation. Today, overall crime rates are much lower, a change that's made possible the revival of central cities around the country. After violent crime peaked in 1991, it declined fairly steadily for about 15 years. It's proved more volatile over the past decade. The violent crime rate fell from 2008 to 2014, then rose through 2016 and has dipped again since. As Trump did in 2016 with his dark warnings about American carnage following the uptick in crime late in Barack Obama's second term, he is again using recent findings of elevated murder rates in some cities to raise the specter of Democrats unleashing a new crime surge. In a press release Wednesday morning, midweek, yester Septimania, the Republican National Committee thus warned, "Despite the left wing sowing chaos in communities all across the country and the heartbreaking murders in Democrat-controlled cities like Chicago, New York City, and Atlanta, Joe Biden has turned his back on any semblance of law and order." But James Allen Fox, a criminologist at Northeastern University, proved that any crime spikes this year amount to short-term fluctuation in a long-term trend toward greater safety, himself so going on record to attest that we've enjoyed, really, since the early 1990s, a decline in crime. From year to year, some cities see decreases, some see increases, but there's no crime wave, although Trump may want to construct one, a trumped-up one. So he is actually going on record and putting his reputation on the line to assert Donald Trump, I called him Crump, is sending out his white paramilitary militias to murder and commit to mayhem. Though polls generally show us that concern about crime hasn't fallen as fast as crime itself, Americans have not entirely missed this long-term trajectory. In June Gallup polling, just 3% of adults cited crime as the nation's top problem, far less than in 1968. Trump's other big obstacle is that racial attitudes have shifted since then. That's partly because people of color represent such a larger share of American society. But it's also because college-educated and secular white Americans, who tend to hold more inclusive views on racial issues than non-college educated and Christian white Americans, are also a bigger proportion of the white population. Gallup polling in 1968 consistently documented a high level of white anxiety about the pace of racial change. Almost half of white Americans said the federal government was moving too fast to promote integration. 2/3 said black people did not face discrimination in hiring, and most striking, A bristling 3/5 majority supported a policy of shooting looters on sight during riots. On each front, college-educated white people were less likely to express reactionary views than those sans degrees, but even they split about evenly on these questions. A half-century later, racism remains ever present in America, but many more white people appear willing to acknowledge its persistence, especially in the national debate that followed the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. A recent Monmouth poll found that most white people now agree police are more likely to employ deadly force against black people, whilst CNN found that most white people agree that the criminal justice system is biased. And although Trump has called Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate, 3/5 of white people expressed support for the movement in a June Pew Research Center poll. White people with a college degree were consistently more likely than those without one to express such liberal views on race, but these perspectives claimed significant support among non-college educated white Americans as well. Those attitudes point toward a final key difference from 1968. Back then, many anxious white voters genuinely believed Richard Nixon could deliver law and order. But today, many white Americans, especially those with degrees, have concluded that Donald Trump himself is increasing every risk of lawlessness and disorder. He himself be a purveyor, an agent of chaos. In one particularly striking result, Quinnipiac University last month found that college-educated white people were twice as likely to say that having Trump as president made them feel less safe rather than more so. That's a very different equation than Richard Nixon faced. Though he may have considered the uneducated the most receptive audience for his hardline messages, he overwhelmingly won college-educated white voters too, carrying about 2/3 of them in both of his victories, according to the ANES. Some recent polls have shown Trump carrying only 1/3 of them now. Trump still has an audience for his neo-Nixonian warnings about an approaching wave of disorder. In that same Quinnipiac survey, a solid plurality of white voters, sans degree, said they felt safer with Trump as president, even though many blue-collar white people have also expressed unease about his response to the protests. In a PRRI poll last year, majorities of white Protestants, Catholics, and especially evangelicals said discrimination against white people was as big a problem as bias against minorities. Yet both of these groups, working class and Christian white voters, will each likely comprise only about half as many of the voters in November as they did when Nixon prevailed 5 decades ago, half 100 years ago. Those numbers won't become any more favorable for Republicans in the years ahead. Although white Americans accounted for 4/5 of the nation's total population growth from 1960 through 1968, the demographer William Frey noted in a recent report that all of the nation's population growth since 2010 has been among people of color. The final 2020 census, he concludes, will likely find that this has been the first decade ever when the absolute number of white people in the country declines. The shift in the nation's religious composition is as unrelenting. Jones says that the share of adults in their 20s who identify as secular grew from 10% in 1968 to 20% in 1996 to nearly 40% in PRRI's latest study. Only 1/4 of adults younger than 30 now identify as white Christians. Trump hopes that reprising Nixon-style messages about disorder will allow him to mobilize massive margins and turnout among the white voters who feel threatened by these very changes. But the country's underlying evolution shows how narrow a path Trump has chosen. He is betting the Republican future on resurrecting a past that is dissolving before his very eyes. And so, to complete the arc of narrative for tonight, which takes its own tangent, demands its own tangent, I'm going to basically turn back to history, in the sense that from the annals of history, we can derive the fact that pandemics wreak havoc and open minds. The plague or Black Death marked the end of the Middle Ages and the start of a great cultural renewal, the Renaissance. So could the coronavirus, for all its destruction, offer a similar opportunity for radical change? Because this is Trump's geriatric race war. In an aging America, the central question becomes, what do retirees fear most? Racial diversity or the pandemic? If the Trumpist political movement has a heartland, it is surely the Villages, a retirement community in Florida, just an hour's drive away from Disney World. Like the famous theme park, the Villages is a sumptuous capitalist utopia, a meticulous tribute to the ability of big business to create an immersive artificial reality. Writing in Politico in 2018, Michael Grunwald described it as a groomed dreamscape of gated subdivisions, wall-to-wall golf courses, adult-only pools, and old-fashioned town squares. Grunwald credited it as the key to Trump's victory in Florida in 2016, and indeed the robustness of the Republican Party in the Sunshine State. The blue wave of 2018 came up short in Florida, with Democrats losing a Senate seat and the gubernatorial race itself. Republicans squeezed through victory in these close races thanks to the Villages and other retirement communities, which provide an eager and growing voting bloc for the Republican Party. The Trump campaign demonstrably agrees with Grunwald's analysis and has been eager to lock down the support of the Villages. Trump held a rally in the retirement community last October, where he touted his support for Medicare. On the last Sunday in June, Trump tweeted out, "Thank you to the great people of the Villages. The radical left do nothing Democrats will fall in the fall. Corrupt Joe is shot. See you soon." Accompanying this tweet was a link to a video showing rival protesters in the Villages. Anti-Trump villagers were yelling "racist," while a pro-Trump villager driving a golf cart shook his fist and yelled, "White power!" The tweet was taken down after 3 hours, with White House Deputy Press Secretary Judge Deere saying, "President Trump is a big fan of the Villages. He did not hear the one statement made on the video. What he did see was tremendous enthusiasm from his many supporters." Trump has so often used his Twitter account to foment racism that we owe him no benefit of the doubt. There'd be no reason to credit the White House denial of any knowledge of the White Power slogan. It'd be just as likely that the video was deliberately put up as a signal to the president's racist supporters that he's on their side. In this scenario, well, the reality, the tweet's deletion and the staffer's insistence that Trump didn't hear the White Power slogan was a minimal form of plausible deniability to help moderate Republicans ease their conscience. You know, a white lie. One such Republican, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, called for the tweet's deletion. Well, deliberately tweeted or not, the video of an elderly Trump supporter in a golf cart yelling "White Power" is a potent distillation of our moment. Age and race be the two major sources of political division, and they be intertwined. A 2019 study from the Pew Research Center noted that the most common age for white Americans was 58 years of age. By contrast, the most common age was 11 for Hispanics, 27 for blacks, and 29 for Asians. If we look at the median age, the divide is not as sharp, but it is still substantial. The median age for white Americans is 44, compared to 31 for people of color. White Americans are much more likely to be senior citizens than are people of color. Well, they live longer, they get better medical care, etc. The political success of the Republican Party and of Trump has come from exploiting the fears of older white Americans in segregated retirement communities when faced with cultural and demographic change. What attracts the villagers to Trump? As Grunwald has observed, and I'll read from his article but a paragraph, were issues that had little to do with their pocketbooks or their daily lives, like his opposition to sanctuary cities, or his insistent rhetoric about strength, or his attacks on Muslims, MS-13, and protests by black athletes. They feel like Trump is on their side in a cultural war against cop haters, their perception of scheming foreigners, global warming alarmists, and other politically correct avatars of disorder and decline. They thought President Barack Obama was on the other side, standing with transgender activists, welfare freeloaders, and Islamic terrorists. Hell, they thought Obama was an Islamic terrorist. In some ways, the fact that the social base of Trumpism skews towards older voters is reassuring. Actual fascism, the kind I represent, has traditionally been a youth movement, successful in channeling the aggression of the young into paramilitary organizations. But that forces us onto a tangent here about the wannabe fascists, the false fascists, and how the far-right Boogaloo movement is trying to hijack anti-racist protests for a race war. You see, Donald Trump is right. The anti-racism protests that have convulsed cities across the United States are also being used as cover, to quote the president himself, for acts of domestic terror. In late May, for example, 3 Nevada men were arrested on terrorism-related charges in what authorities say was a conspiracy to spark violence during recent protests in Las Vegas, as reported by the AP, the Associated Press. Federal prosecutors say the men had Molotov cocktails in glass bottles and were headed downtown, according to a copy of the criminal complaint obtained by the Associated Press. And so Nicholas Trutonic, the United States Attorney in Nevada, went on record to say people have a right to peacefully protest. These men are agitators and instigators. Their point was to hijack the protests into violence. But here's the thing. None of these 3 men were members of Antifa, the left-wing anti-fascist protest movement that has been blamed both by the president himself and his Attorney General Billy Barr for recent violence. They were all self-identified members of the so-called Boogaloo movement, aka, or also known as, Boogaloo Boys, as spelled B-O-I-S, aka Mujahideen, perhaps the most dangerous group that, until the past few weeks or so, most Americans had never fucking heard of. The complaint filed in Nevada yestermencies last month, or month before last maybe by this point, described Boogaloo as a term used by extremists to signify coming civil war and or the fall of civilization. Now, according to Cynthia Miller-Idris, an expert on domestic extremist groups at American University, members of the Boogaloo movement are all united by the idea that they are fighting against government tyranny and want to launch a violent insurrection against the government and bring about a second civil war. And their weird name comes from, and I've had to articulate this before, and I kid you not, the much-mocked 1984 movie entitled Breakin' 2, subtitled Electric Boogaloo, a sequel to and near copy of the original Break-In, starring Ice-T. So, The Economist of London, it's a magazine, in their May issue, the month before last, explained that Boogaloo Boys style the forthcoming war as a repeat of the American Civil War. The Hawaiian shirts that dot the crowds are a reference to the Big Luau, another name for the Boogaloo, which celebrates pig roasts, meaning the burning alive of the police. Name and dress sense aside, however, there be nothing silly or funny about them. The ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, while documenting how white supremacists have adopted the Boogaloo concept, also referred to the Boogaloo movement's casual acceptance of future mass violence as disturbing. Remember, these are heavily armed white male supremacists, many of them with military training, looking for new and greater opportunities for violent protest. So Miller Idris has gone on record to attest that the Boogaloo Boys have mobilized over the past half year in 3 separate waves of protests against attempts by state legislatures to reform gun laws, against the coronavirus lockdowns and shelter-in-place orders, and most recently as part of the demonstrations and marches against police brutality and racism in the wake of the George Floyd murder. Worryingly, their movement is growing online at breakneck speed. As Reuters reported the week before last, citing a study from the Tech Transparency Project, tens of thousands of people joined Boogaloo-related Facebook groups over a 30-day period in March and April as stay-at-home orders took effect across the United States. Project researchers found discussions about tactical strategies, weapons, and creating explosives in some Boogaloo Facebook groups. In March, Timothy Wilson, a 36-year-old Missouri man with neo-Nazi ties, was shot and killed by the FBI after plotting to bomb a hospital in the Kansas City area on the first day of the lockdown. Wilson had told an undercover FBI agent that he had wanted to create enough chaos to kickstart a revolution and referred to his planned attack as Operation Boogaloo. In April, Aaron Svensson, a 36-year-old Arkansas man, was arrested after he threatened to kill a police officer on a Facebook Live video. And so, he wrote on Facebook, where he also made Boogaloo references, as provided by the police, "I feel like hunting the hunters." Now, the Boogaloo Boys don't operate in a vacuum. Their goals, methods, and personnel overlap with a number of far-right anti-government groups that also pose a significant threat to law and order and race relations, from the Proud Boys to the Oath Keepers to the Three Percenters to the Sovereign Citizens. Don't forget the Ku Klux Klan either. The Virginia man arrested for driving his truck into a crowd of Black Lives Matter protesters over a few weekends ago was the head of a local KKK chapter. Some of us have been trying to sound the alarm for several years now. In 2015, a survey of law enforcement agencies found the vast majority of respondents ranked the threat of violence from anti-government extremists far higher than the threat from radicalized Muslims. In February, prior to both the coronavirus lockdowns and the George Floyd protests, Trump's hand-picked FBI Director Christopher Wray told Congress that the Bureau had raised its assessment of the threat posed by racially motivated violent extremists in these United States to a national threat priority, and revealed how extremists motivated by racial or religious hatred made up the primary chunk of the FBI's domestic terrorism investigations. Of course, as I myself have previously reported, a considerable amount of the FBI's domestic terror investigations focused on individuals and groups it labeled, quote-unquote, black separatist extremists, a purported phenomenon that does not even actually exist. Yet, Trump, of course, isn't interested in terrorists of the far-right variety, no matter how many Americans they kill or maim. Trump has refused to apply the label of domestic terrorism to the white supremacists who murdered Jews at synagogues in Pennsylvania and California. He refused to apply it to a supporter of his own who sent pipe bombs to a number of high-profile Democratic politicians and donors. After a Coast Guard lieutenant was arrested on suspicion of plotting to commit an act of white nationalist terrorism, Trump simply said it was a shame and a very sad thing. Of course, the guy was white. After the massacre of 101 Muslims at Twa mosques in New Zealand, Trump denied white nationalist terrorists were a growing problem at all and dismissed them as a small group of people. But Antifa, on the other hand, the United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. So declaimed the president himself on Twitter on the 31st of May, despite the glaring lack of evidence connecting Antifa elements to any of the recent violence or looting. You know who has been linked to it? The armed guys in Hawaiian shirts, that's who. And not just the trio with Molotov cocktails in Nevada. In South Carolina, a 22-year-old man who had the local sheriff's department accused of being a supporter of Boogaloo was charged with inciting a riot and aggravated breach of peace. In Denver, police seized assault rifles and gas masks from a 20-year-old protester who identifies with the Boogaloo movement. In Georgia, self-identified Boogaloo supporters, armed with rifles and handguns, were spotted among protesters in downtown Athens. In a memo, the Athens police chief called the Boogaloo movement an extremist organization that aims in part to instigate race wars across America. Let's be clear, far-right extremists are hijacking nationwide protests against racism to push for race war. Maya Bloom, an expert on online extremism at Georgia State University, has testified that while the Boogaloo might have elements that are closer to libertarians, 90% of the Boogaloo material is racist. According to Bloom, therefore, we can expect a lot more violence in the lead-up to the 2020 election under Trump's direct support, sponsorship, and orders. Miller Idris of American University agrees. She herself putting her rep on the line to say, I think we should be very concerned about the violent potential of these groups. There have always been fringe, seditionist, and anti-government militia groups, but this phenomenon represents a more rapid growth in both online and offline space than we have ever seen before. The president and his attorney general then have stumbled on an undeniable truth. There is a domestic terror threat in these United States. We need to recognize it in order to protect against it. But here's what Trump and Barr won't say. That terror threat comes not from anti-fascists in black masks, but from false contra-fascists in Hawaiian shirts with white skin tone. There have been scattered examples of this throughout the Trump era, such as the alt-right, the alternative rightist marchers in Charlottesville in 2017. But on the whole, the Trump fans excited by his race war rhetoric, Trump's own race war rhetoric, are safely ensconced in retirement communities, which blunts the possibility that they will join militias or terrorist groups, but that likely explains, in their physical decrepitude, why protesters hit by cars recently highlight the most dangerous far-right trend in America. Indeed, according to extremism research, car attacks have become the far-right's new favorite weapon. The tragic satanic sacrifice of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville made vehicle rammings a national headline, but the tactic has not gone away, and indeed, by all evidence, be getting worse. As protesters took to the streets in Indiana on the 6th of July, but 10 days ago, to decry a hate crime at Lake Monroe, a red Toyota Corolla sped toward them, dragging two protesters along on the hood and on the side of the car. Both suffered, thank God, non-threatening life injuries. A few days later, a 66-year-old white woman was arrested and charged in the incident. Get it? Senior cunt put her withered ass and her sagging boobs behind the wheel to go boogaloo. And tragically, this was not an isolated crime. Over the past months, as renewed anti-police violence protests have spread across these United States, dozens of drivers have accelerated into the crowds. In Seattle, a 24-year-old protester died and another was seriously injured after a car struck them on a closed highway. In the United States, vehicle rammings gained popularity on the far right as a violent anti-protest tactic during the early waves of Black Lives Matter street blocking protests circa 2015. Memes online then normalized this behavior and encouraged drivers to take his matters into their own hands. But these memes are not limited to the dark corners of the internet, and neither are these attacks. We are now seeing everyone from an avowed extremist in Charlottesville, Virginia, and a reported Ku Klux Klan member in Lakeside, Virginia, to an older woman in Indiana charged in this kind of attack. So why have so many lone actors of so many differing ideologies taken up this tactic recently? We can't speculate as to what motivates the drivers, but we do know the far right is once again encouraging the violence, often through the exploitation of online memes and jokes about targeting protesters. Now, over the past 20 years, I've studied vehicle rammings as part of a broader research that I've personally undertaken on the diffusion of terrorist tactics. And for the past month, I have tracked these incidents and constructed a bit of a database of my own, of incident date, location, charges, and motive. And I can testify, and I would do the same in a court of law with evidence I've amassed, that from May 27th through the 7th of July, I cataloged 72 incidents of cars driving into protesters across 52 different cities, including both civilian and law enforcement vehicles. Less than half of the drivers included in my analysis have ever been charged. Because, they're white. 72 incidents across 52 different cities. Less than half the drivers facing any repercussions for attempted mass murder. And a variety of drivers be behind the wheel. First are the clear white supremacists, as reports about that KKK member in Virginia and a Bakersfield, California driver with a neo-Nazi tattoo so illustrate. Next are those who yell, "White Lives Matter," or "All Lives Matter," before driving in. A driver in Illinois faces a hate crime charge of allegedly driving into protesters. In Denver and Jackson, Michigan, among other cities, drivers have turned around to hit protesters a second time. Just as that man who hit Heather Heyer in Satanic Sacrifice made certain to back up and run over her body multiple times like she was a speed bump. Not all of these incidents are apparently motivated by racism. Some are angry drivers, such as a Seattle man who angrily sped through protesters to his condo's parking garage. Several other cases have been ruled accidents, such as the Minneapolis tanker driver who took a wrong turn, or a driver in Cincinnati following his GPS, his geosynchronous positioning satellite system. In other words, we don't know why many of these incidents happen, but we know enough to see a clear pattern of malicious behavior. Vehicle ramming is a relatively recent phenomenon. I analyzed 127 incidents that occurred between 1999 and 2017 from the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism's Global Terrorism Database, and found that the vast majority, 85%, happened in 2014 through 2017. It is also a tool of lone actors. My analysis of the data shows the majority were carried out by individuals who were not formal members of terrorist organizations. Interestingly, they appear to have occurred in waves, such as incidents involving Palestinians in Israel, jihadis around the world, and the far right in Western Europe and North America. Incels, involuntary celibates, these misogynistic losers, woman-hating white men with a violent subset, have also exploited the tactic. What explains this most recent wave? The online environment that encourages far-right ideology also encourages this very tactic, which is not a coincidence. While ISIS focused on instructional material about how to cause mass indiscriminate casualties, the far right deploys memes that normalize the tactic by arguing protesters in the street are giving up all their rights. A meme shared 5,000 times on Facebook since early June features Jackie Chan with the text, "If your lives matter so much, why do you stand in the middle of the road?" A Facebook post shared 10,000 times since early June features an image of the Charlottesville attack accompanied by the caption, "Don't whine when you become nothing more than a fleshy speed bump." This creates an environment where, even among non-extremists, people think that any protester hit in the street has it coming. J.J. McNabb, a fellow with the program on extremism at George Washington University, described to USA Today, attested that, importantly, memes also dehumanize the protesters consistently. Calling protesters animals and speed bumps is a method of moral disengagement that makes driving into them all the easier. Similarly, the Charlottesville driver, James Alex Fields Jr., was able to justify his attack afterward by labeling the victim's mother an anti-white communist. As a reminder, these memes aren't new. Fields shared a meme saying, "You have the right to protest, but I'm late for work," twice on his Instagram account 3 months before his attack. Nor are they particularly hard to find, surfacing on social media and even in mainstream outlets. In January of 2017, the Daily Caller shared a video of several vehicle rammings, writing, "Study the technique. It may prove useful in the next 4 years." The author bragged on Facebook that the video had received 2 million views within but 24 hours. Both the Daily Caller and Fox Nation, which aggregated the post, took it down after I emailed criticism. Republican Party state legislators also attempted to make it harder to punish drivers because they wanted their white old ladies and white boys to get off. So in 2017, bills were proposed in no less than half a dozen states, 6 of them, that would shield drivers who hit protesters. None became law, but they made an impression on the alternative right. Well, the radicalized right, all the right now be radicalized reactionary. In the planning chat for the Unite the White Right rally, a user wrote, "I know North Carolina law is on the books that driving over protesters blocking roadways isn't an offense." In June, a post on the largest neo-Nazi website lamented that so-called self-defense laws still hadn't passed, whilst sharing news of a Detroit police sports utility vehicle driving into protesters. Lastly, members of law enforcement in these United States have never discouraged the violence. During the initial wave in 2015 to 2017, at least 3 police officers posted on social media encouraging driving into protesters. This was repeated over the past month, with memes being shared by a New Orleans police officer, a Washington state detective, an Okanogan county commissioner, a West Virginia fire chief, and a Minnesota mayor. Audio from a New York Police Department scanner featured a person recommending to just run them over. Over the last month, there have been 7 occurrences of police officers driving into protesters, including the widely circulated vehicle of TWA NYPD SUVs driving into protesters in Brooklyn. This is why we must disband the police. They perceive you as the enemy. They are your enemy in turn. Stop paying them your tax dollars. They only want to turn around and use the gas your money buys to run you down. The tragic satanic sacrifice of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville made vehicle rammings a national headline. But the tactic has not gone away, and by all evidence, be getting worse by the day. And once again, jokes are being shared online that encourage this action, and these memes have a real dangerous impact when they filter down to civilian and law enforcement drivers. You've got the same people who want to roast the pigs in their Hawaiian shirts saying they're going to kill cops for lunch, now acting in concert with the police themselves against a common enemy. You. This is war. And if we don't kill them first, they're coming to kill us all. Under Trump's direct orders when he loses the election. Yet, COVID-19 seems to be spoiling Trump's chance to repeat his success of 2016 among white senior citizens. Joe Biden's recent surge in polling has owed much to the fact that he's doing unusually well among the over 65 cohort. As the New York Times reports, Trump and Biden are tied among seniors, according to a poll of registered voters conducted by the New York Times and Siena College. And in the 6 most important battleground states, Mr. Biden has established a clear upper hand, leading Mr. Trump by 6 percentage points among the oldest voters and nearly matching the president's support among whites in that age group. The same poll shows that 52% of seniors disapprove of Trump's handling of COVID-19, as against 45% who approve. The fact that senior citizens are the major swing voters in the election is further evidence that America has become a gerontocracy. Joe Biden is 77 years old. Trump himself is 74. Nancy Pelosi is 80 years old, for Christ's sakes. Mitch McConnell is 78. 2 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, are septuagenarians. 2 other justices, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer, are octogenarians. Biden's political victory, Joe Biden's in the primaries, show us that older voters have a stranglehold on both political parties. Biden won overwhelmingly among voters over 45. His closest rival, Bernie Sanders, himself no spring chicken at the age of 78, led by a commanding margin among voters under 45. Because older voters turn out more regularly, Biden won. America sometimes feels like the old Soviet Union in the early 1980s, a decrepit empire whose aging leaders are locked into an antiquarian ideological position and lack the capacity to understand the dynamic forces that are changing the world around them. Both the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in the 1980s and the United States of America in the 2020s found themselves trapped in a quagmire in Afghanistan. Matt Christman, a co-host of the satirical podcast Chapo Trap House, recently voiced dismay at this situation. He's so noting, "The electorate is old!" Yeah, no fucking shit. Well, let me read his paragraph. The one that stood out to me. The electorate is dying. The country is dying. The contest is between 12 different ways to be a dying old person. There is the Trump method of raging against the dying of the white light and refusing to admit your diminished capacities, or there is the Biden way of slowly assimilating the understanding that you don't have it anymore, which be exemplified by his tendency in the middle of sentences when he gets lost to give up and apologize to the person he is talking to, a thing Donald Trump would never do in a million years. Biden, Kreisman predicted, would govern as a eulogizer-in-chief. There is something to Matt Christman's anxieties, despite their being expressed half in jest. But no gerontocracy can last forever, obviously, even with the expanding life expectancy enjoyed by well-to-do Americans. There are already signs of renewal among the cohort of young Democrats elected in 2018, most famously Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The politics of the coming years will hinge on whether there can be an orderly shift from the older generation to the young. If Biden does win the presidency, he'll have done a service in helping to push off stage Trump's geriatric racism. That alone will help create the preconditions for the next needed development, the move away from Biden's generation to a new cohort of political leaders who share the politics, and in many cases the demographics, of young America. You see, this upheaval is how America gets better. What's happening right now is the way the United States corrects its own wrongs. This is an extraordinarily tense moment in these United States. Currently on display are police brutality, racism, a president fanning the flames and threatening to deploy force against peaceful protesters, and a Defense Department leadership initially complicit in deploying the military for partisan purposes. During a pandemic, no fucking less. Authoritarian states jeer at us, and former friends pity us. The head of the Venerable Council on Foreign Relations considers the United States a power in retreat. Some American commentators compare the protests to uprising against Middle East dictators, because in both cases, protesters believe that, as the writer Stephen A. Cook has put it, political institutions of the state and the prevailing social orders have combined to rob them of their very dignity. American diplomats are evidently struggling to justify our country as a functioning democracy. Here's how to do so. By recognizing that we are now seeing America becoming better than it was. This churning, disputatious, and even sometimes violent dynamic is what social change in America looks like, and what it has always looked like. As the former American poet laureate Robert Pinsky once wrote, before he disavowed himself of American citizenship. He said, "American culture, as I have experienced it, seems so much in process, so brilliantly and sometimes brutally in motion, that standard models for it simply fail to apply." This is what the American public is witnessing. Yes, recent events do bear similarities to when exasperated people in Tunisia and Egypt lashed out at their governments, and it's scary to be part of. Our politicians are no less venal than politicians elsewhere. But what be different from the sorrowfully unsuccessful efforts to change governmental behavior elsewhere, be the distributed system of political power in these United States, the vibrancy of a civil society that knows its rights, and the willingness of so many Americans to acknowledge the nation's failings and take responsibility for improving society. America's standing in the world was damaged by Jim Crow, a segregated military fighting World War II, resistance to school integrations, the My Lai massacre, and the torture of prisoners after 9/11. Americans are not good at getting things right at the outset. We are good at least aspiring to make things right over time. And they do improve over time. Things have undeniably, as bad as it is, improved. Now, white Americans are finally being challenged to accept responsibility for allowing black Americans to live in fear of murderous police brutality as they too become the victims of police cars using them as, the memes so say, fleshy speed bumps. This raising of consciousness will change the United States as a country, and well it should. Police in Buffalo, upstate New York, who shoved and injured an elderly man have been suspended, though they deserve far worse. The United States Army is investigating the aircrew of a helicopter bearing medical insignia that hovered dangerously over a crowd in Washington, D.C. The Justice Department is being sued for its decision to aggressively clear peaceful protesters from Lafayette Square near the White House. The government of the District of Columbia painted Black Lives Matter in the, down the middle of the street leading to the White House itself. Businesses are falling over themselves to be associated with racial justice efforts. President Donald Trump talks like a dictator, but the plethora of ways that Americans can frustrate his ambitions, coupled with the determination of millions of Americans to do so, is a much more powerful force. Far from being a bludgeon of the state, the political elite of the U.S. military, its officer class, which be but politicians in uniform anyway, is reinforcing its fealty to the Constitution rather than the president, and modeling how to amplify black voices. The Air Force Chief of Staff flatly stated, "Every American should be outraged that the conduct exhibited by police in Minneapolis can still happen in 2020. Months before the protests, the Commandant of the Marine Corps banned any display of Confederate symbols. And since the Lafayette Square disgrace, the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff have scrambled to put themselves on the side of restraint in the face of peaceful protests. These developments are a hopeful reminder that the American military Rather, its commissioned officer class recognizes itself as part of a broader civilian society, not a repressive force. In the event Trump loses the election, I do predict there will be mutiny, and the non-commissioned lower class will decimate the officers in service of Donald Trump, should it come to that. But the United States isn't the only country where racism is a persistent problem. It's not the only country where police have immunity to prey on their fellow citizens. It's not the only country where the government would expand its powers and evade accountability if it could. Recent protests in Amsterdam, London, and elsewhere show what happens in America matters for the advance of human rights and civil liberties elsewhere. Even when its citizens struggle and stumble, the United States is still the world's best hope for advancing the truths we hold to be self-evident. When the governments of United Germany, Australia, and astonishingly Turkey call on the United States to respect press freedom, it be an embarrassment. But many Americans welcome their condemnation to support our common commitment to unfettered freedom of the press. Americans are strong enough to bear the hypocrisy of Turkey's criticism and honest enough to absorb what Australia and United Germany be telling us. Many authoritarian governments have long tried to deal with dissatisfaction among their own citizens by stoking criticism of their external rivals, and America's current turmoil provides just such an opportunity. But while propagandists in Beijing may revel in decrying racism in America, how many law enforcement officers in communist China would join hands and march with protesters, as did the police chiefs of Houston and even other cities have? Who in the Red Chinese military would kneel in front of protesters to acknowledge the justice of their cause, as some members of the National Guard have in these United States? Our struggles be the world's struggles, because the values that form our constitutional republic are universal values. We believe that people have inherent rights and allow us governments to curtail them in limited ways only for agreed purposes. What protesters are demanding right now is equal justice before the law, and making that principle a reality for Black Americans will be a victory for human rights everywhere. Now, I provided a lot of details in the transmission prior to tonight's on the so-called Bastille Day, as the rest of the world tends to reference the Fête des Nationales, or the national celebration, the Independence Day of the 14th of July of the Republic of France. Both Peter Moon and I brought up the history behind the French Revolution and the importance of the French celebration thereof, a celebration of war and independence. You might ask why. What does that have to do with anything? Do remember that 'twas a French nobleman who became one of the vanguards of the Revolutionary Republic and ultimately the Imperium of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Marquis de Lafayette, for whom the square in Washington be named, was a great friend to these United States, and the French were the first allies the Americans ever had. And he once wrote to his wife, "The welfare of America is bound closely to the welfare of all humanity. She is to become the honored and safe asylum of liberté." By arguing and protesting and yes, even suing the federal government, Americans are trying to prove the Marquis de Lafayette to be right. This is American progress in the making. And it be my struggle to educate you in the civics thereof. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it though everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, friend and follow ye via his Facebook timeline, at facebook.com/John.War. He being, of course, the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, who, as well, be the Team Thrax, Dietrich's, or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, for were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS, which he'll change the name thereof to Maggot Billions when he gets enough contributions. Eye roll and drum roll. With that, of course, it's important to emphasize I would not be an online presence at all were it not for this man who serves as the bridge between the Akashic Records and cyberspace. I, as a virtual personality, have been reconstructed no less than 3 times by this individual who, on his own initiative, downloaded so much of what I've produced in the past that we could reconstitute it online during the 3 times I've been completely scrubbed from virtual reality, or the data matrix of the internet. So in that sense, he be my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be the cultural genocide of eradicating myself from public consciousness, or the annihilation of all life on Earth, as be the very objective, the ultimate objective of the cult of the Kings of Edom. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Conferring while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com. It's up to you. This is your war. You've got to fight it. To spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contribution and encourage others to do so at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Abba Massa Eraducio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click that red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. Whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will the membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gluvius, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday on Eventide. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But most importantly, finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Make certain to hit on that graphic image of the 3-arrow dreadnoughts, the disc-shaped so-called flying hamburgers in the American colloquial, that will take you to the text where I decimate my critics, eat them alive, and all of the images in color that we cannot publish in our forthcoming book. We can only publish 2 color images, front and back cover, and a couple of black and white images inside. The only way to get a grasp of what we're discussing will be on DouglasDietrich.com via that link, that portal, to those images which you can enlarge in by simply hovering your cursor over them and clicking, while reading the context by which I prove Japan won the war beyond any possible argument. There be no argument. With that, I definitely appreciate all who still be with us. Jameson Reese retracted his last message, which was something like all of them. I don't understand why he retracted that. But definitely appreciate his being here throughout the arc of narrative tonight. The individual who writes in runes says his usual, "Hi, Elder Douglas, mein Kamerad." And, hail and hearty. So, aside from all that, very much appreciate everyone who came to join us tonight. And pray that they all review this throughout the day. There was a lot of action tonight. Just to kind of died down as it got later. We're closing now at about going on 10 hours. With that, join us on Sunday night. My love unto all who support myself. Maintain myself in thought and prayer. And FMK Gillot says, "Hi, Douglas. Hello be unto thee. And good night. Blessed be thy more."